crash or be laggy or any
Like the
problems.
stream?
Run
I
perfectly
hope
today,
not.
please.
They've been going
That'd be nice.
well, especially with you got that fancy new internet with your gigabyte internet. It's pretty sweet.
Remember I've had
Pretty
that
cool.
issue twice where it's like, it just, everything, it's just like lagging like crazy and then I have to restart it or some shit. Annoying. I hope that never happens again.
I hope so too. I hope that I hope that none of us in this call have any problems ever in life
Yeah,
again.
that would be neat.
That would be like, that'd be really nice,
Do you
man.
think that Superman was doing it because we said Superman was bad, and he's like, "I'll show you."
That doesn't feel very in character. So yes.
I don't think he'd do that.
It was the monkeys.
Yeah, but which means that he'll definitely do it in the next movie.
It was the monkeys.
Oh, there's a new movie
Hey.
now, guys. Are we excited? A new Superman
Tomorrow War
movie.
or whatever the fuck it's called.
Tomorrow
War. That film is worse. I still think.
I think so too.
Did Tomorrow War 2 ever, was that a thing, or am I imagining?
I feel like it was, but it hasn't materialized.
It was called To Tomorrow 2 War 2 Tokyo Drift, and they did release it. It went to streaming. It was actually pretty good. It was pretty good.
It wouldn't surprise, but again, that came out 4 years ago. So, I mean, if apparently there was discussions to create a sequel, but
I feel like we've earned it.
It doesn't exist. But
Oh.
I mean, still, oh, Man of Tomorrow, how exciting!
I don't know.
I'm sure
I think there's convicted war criminals who don't deserve that movie.
You know what? I feel like, you know how people thought like the DCEU had a pretty bad plan, particularly if you were to try and like compare it to, you know, like Marvel, right? The Marvel formula of a handful of standalone to establish each core characters in the Avengers and then the Avengers.
Even though it makes more sense now.
Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, and Justice League was like, oh, don't know about that. But now we've got Superman, Supergirl, Clayface, Superman 2, and that's it.
It should be, I think it should be mentioned that the Batman and the Penguin are also just around.
Also around. And also there was Creature Commandos, which is technically the first story in this canon. And then we also, right after
as
Superman,
well, which is like sort of there and sort of not. But James Gunn said the Creature Commandos is the beginning of the DCU, but James Gunn also said that Superman being the first movie is the beginning of the DCU. So it's like
it's so funny. It's the true beginning. It's like, no, it isn't. It is
what
Creature
does
Commandos.
True beginning even mean, James? What is a true beginning?
It means he wanted to do his little Creature Commandos show, even though it probably didn't make sense to do it. Because why would you?
Like,
why would you start
in the
with
continuity? That would be like in the timeline continuity. That would be the beginning.
That is number one. Yes, that is number one. But then again, remember that apparently the rule is anything that is directly acknowledged as having happened is now canon, which means that Peacemaker Season 1 is basically canon in this new universe, even though it's kind of weird for it to be.
Did you see because I brought it up, I think, on Open Bar, but the James Gunn describes the new episode of Peacemaker as the prequel to Man of Tomorrow. Like, that's such a...
Yeah, like,
so desperate, dude.
So the Man of Today is the prequel to the Man of Tomorrow, right?
I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. You know, when he said something, it's like, nah, I don't buy it. No, I think you're just making that up.
Well, the obvious thought is like, oh, geez, doing everything you can to market this one, huh? Because I wonder how it's going.
You shouldn't have to tell people things like this. Like, it should be self-evident. It should be apparent, like, why, you know, this story would be relevant to the next story because of continuity. You know? Like, it should just make sense.
He does a lot of things, that gunman.
Are you guys excited? How well do you think that Man of Tomorrow is going to fare? You think it's going to make more money because Superman...
The hype.
You know,
sheer hype train.
600 million... I mean, the fact that it made $600 million was, like, remarkable even, you know? It was so...
612. Why are you trying to undermine it?
600. Man, remember when everybody thought it was going to make $1 billion? Remember when I thought it was going to make more money than this? I thought it was going to make more money than this. Like, oh man, what a tremendous success. It made less money nominally than Man of Steel, not even adjusted for inflation. I don't know why we're pretending like... Sorry, I'm fascinated by how that film is broken.
Inflation was invented to make James Gunn films look bad. You can't use inflation anyway, remember?
True. And it was a cope argument in the first place. It's not like inflation actually matters. It's just a weird esoteric figure that who cares? I don't know. It's just funny to me. But hey, guys, I mean, look, it's going to be great. This universe is off to a great start.
Well, if you look at like a million possible futures, there is one in which Supergirl is much better than Superman, and there is one in which Clayface is much better than Supergirl, and the hype is built and momentum grows, and everyone says, "Oh yeah, the first Superman movie that we remember no details of because it sucked, that was okay, but now we're really looking forward to the one that doesn't even have Superman's name in the title because the last one did so well, just Man of Tomorrow," in which, to quote James Gunn, Superman will be an important element in what is supposed to be his own film, but actually is going to be fleshing out all of those other wonderful characters about whom we know nothing from the previous movie.
Man, what would be really funny? Like if Supergirl and Clayface are just dramatically better, and they're like the only things that exist in this continuity that weren't written by him. Yeah, wouldn't that be awkward? Like if they were just much better films.
I think it wouldn't just be awkward. It's the fact that that's so plausible is what kind of makes it an interesting idea.
I think I'd be surprised if Supergirl was worse than Superman. And Clayface, I'd be very surprised if it was worse. Like I'm not even
that would be shocking.
Potentiality, essentially.
So Gunn is writing those, but not directing them. Is that correct?
No, he's not even writing them.
Writing them. That's why I'm bringing them up. He's not writing them. He's written everything up to this point. Every episode of Peacemaker, every episode of Creature Commandos, solo writer for Superman. Those two films have been written by other people, as well as directed by other people. The Man of Tomorrow will be him again.
I mean, to be fair, the Supergirl writer has, I think, 2 credits to her name in the entire history of her existence on Earth, and none of which I've heard of, but, it could be good.
Man, that means you're just a wild card.
Pretty much. But
at this point. Especially because we're comparing it to James Gunn, who used to make things.
He is insisting that that's a great script, and it's why that person's going to be writing, like, the Wonder Woman film and a Teen Titans movie. And it's like, dude, isn't this, like, the same problem that happened last time, where we're putting way too much creativity into the hands of, like, 2 or 3 people? So, like, what if they make something that's bad? Like, what if they want to do as bad and people don't like it? Then you're screwed. Compared to at least with, like, the MCU in the first phase. It's like, oh, hey, you had, like, 5 people, right? 5 people giving it their shot. And like their own movies.
Well, especially if if Clayface comes out, I don't even know who Clayface is. I don't know how niche of a character he is.
He's a Batman villain.
Right. Okay. So I mean, if that comes out and that's like awful, they can presumably just kind of ignore it and move on. Like obviously there were bad movies prior to Endgame in the MCU, but generally they weren't the ones that really, really mattered. And like Superman, for example, that's kind of the one that you really don't want to mess up. I guess with Marvel, probably the most important one that is really not good would be Age of Ultron, and there's still plenty of good stuff in it, right?
Yeah, and also
it's not a worthless movie at all.
That's capping off phase 2. So ideally, it's not just that you don't want the important ones to bomb. Ideally, you don't want any of the first ones to be terrible, because these are the ones that establish the stakes and the story and why we should care and whether it's worth investing in this universe going forward. If Thor, Captain America, the First Avenger, Iron Man, and whatever else had been pretty naff, I don't think we would have got to Age of Ultron to be able to say that wasn't very good, but I'm still invested, because all the groundwork would have been destroyed.
The one you forgot to mention is probably the worst one, which would be Hulk. I think Thor beats Hulk.
I just never... I don't even consider Hulk as part of it. It's just...
that's an interesting point, though, because like Hulk did not do particularly well as far as I'm aware, and it also wasn't received very well. And it took them, 20 years to continue those story threads until Captain America 4?
That was a choice.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
They didn't have to do that, but they did.
Yep.
Something you might have noticed, though, in all of this is that nobody's talking about Fantastic Four, because that film just fucking died, immediately.
Into the ether.
That did just slide away.
What a great way to transition.
$million in the end? I think it just about made it.
Just made over $500 million.
Did it make more than... It made more than Thunderbolts, right? So
it's the most successful, but I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine made like 3 times that.
Which I guess leads us somewhat into saying, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to enter into the Cinema Wars Chapter 3. It's been some time, we decided as a novel idea compared to the rest of the internet that we would pit cinema sins versus cinema wins, see how they both handle any given movie. Now, if you remember, back in the day, we started with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And
that was EFAP 239.
That resulted, according to the calculations of a very talented and attentive random film talk, wins ended on -2, which, to be honest with you, in retrospect, I'm surprised about. It's like, nice. I would have thought you'd have way less than that because of that film's awful. However, Sins had 67 points, so dominated that fight.
Crushed.
That's impressive, yeah.
And people highlighted, well, that's not very fair because that movie's really bad. It's like, all right. So round 2 was a very good movie. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, as you guys may have remembered, ended with Cinema Wins with 11 points and Cinema Sins.
Only 11.
I know, that's pathetic. If you remember, this was the big revelation where instead of simply being a guy who points the surface level and barely understands how to break down story, he just stole his shit from someone's video. It was so obvious.
Yeah, he obviously looked at a list of 10 cool things and just repeated it.
Oh, here's things you didn't notice. Did you notice that Death is there in the corner, in the opening sequence? You notice him there?
He noticed that, but he didn't notice the story. It's just okay.
The primary themes of the film kind of eluded him. He clearly didn't want to be there, but at the same time,
and he didn't vibe with it. But he wanted to make the video because he knew that people liked it, which should be the clearest indication of why the format of Cinema Wins is no better than Sins inherently. I'm being positive, but who cares? If you don't care, and it's so obvious that you don't care, why would I be interested in inauthentic praise for a movie that I like?
The part of his video that I distinctly remember is when he saw a brown man with a beard and was like, "Hey, look, it's Jafar." You remember that?
But yeah, Wins had 11 points, Sins had -11, so it was a Wins victory. So good job. So that's 1-1. Someone just mentioned that we did do them on the Joker movie back in the day, but I don't think we did a point system then. I think we just sort of watched them.
We didn't do a point system. Yeah.
A point system makes it official, guys. Okay.
That's right. The only difference between science and screwing around is writing it down.
Exactly. So, as everyone pointed out, well, is it not time then for the ultimate tiebreaker of giving them both what you would call mid movie? And so we did have a look around, see what they were up to, and we decided on a movie that I think everyone here would agree. There's plenty of things to like about it, plenty of things not to like about it, and it sort of ends in a weird place. So these two have equal chance to really win or sin at their leisure. But
that's right. So
but I was going to say before we begin, I spotted a video in my travels. It was called
that thumbnail.
It was called Cinema Sins versus Cinema Wins, and the reason I put this up is to show the thumbnail. So obviously they have an opinion, and I saw it recommended. I was like, oh okay, and it was only 3.5 minutes. So I was like, oh yeah, I can watch that. See what point they're making. And
that'll only take us an hour to get through. Yeah,
they've said stuff, and I think it would make for a very good sort of start to our adventure. I'm gonna load up the video. Everyone, jump in if you haven't already. You'll have yourselves a link.
Okay, here we go.
Hold on, I need to find the link. Oh, there it is.
So, as I said, this is a YouTuber who decided to let the world know what the difference between Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins is. Now, if you asked us, you get a kind of a complicated answer because they're almost very similar, but also very different. They have similar flaws. But I think, am I crazy right now? Or do you guys sort of settled into being Sins is a bit better?
Sins is better.
Sins is better.
Yeah.
Cinema
Sins is better than.
And for the record, we were making fun of Cinema Sins before we even knew what Cinema Wins was.
We're not fans.
No,
but
Cinema
Sins will occasionally make a point.
Be insightful. Yeah. Cinema Sins has the potential to say something that is correct and insightful and interesting.
There are huge problems with the Cinema Sins format. The fact that legitimate criticism will be in there with apparently purposely incorrect criticism, sarcasm, jokes, criticism that they probably meant to be accurate but isn't. The format sucks. It's really bad. But
Wins
Cinema Wins has a similar format, but benefits essentially because if you're positive, people don't recognize when you're the same if you're positive. It's kind of like it's kind of the notion of you're opinionated if you're positive, but like you're opinionated if you're negative, but if you're positive, that's just being
good.
positive. It doesn't count the same way. Even though you are expressing like strong preferences loudly, it's just like, oh, it's positive, so who cares?
There is
it's kind of the same deal.
No such thing as bad faith praise. Nobody's entertained that's even possible.
Even though, of course, it is.
Of course, it has to be. Just logically, it has to be.
Absolutely. 100%.
The other thing I was going to say, by the way, because we can run a poll while we're doing it, unless there was a plan of some sort, Rags, as to which one we're doing first, Sins or Wins.
I have no reason to do one over the other, so it's just kind of whatever one we want to do first.
I don't know. I feel like we typically did Sins first, then Wins second.
No, we did.
Didn't we?
We did Home Turf first. Is usually how it works.
Okay. And this one,
I mean, I could literally flip a coin if you want.
No, I just said, wouldn't you want to do a poll? Hello, like the polls, but
well, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll for flipping a coin.
Yeah.
I hate you. So what would the question be? Start with Sins or Wins, I suppose.
Sins or Wins?
Yeah. Start with Sins, start with Wins.
I love it when the chat sort out all these things for us. They can just, these difficult decisions.
I love democracy.
I love democracy.
I love the Republic. Do you? Do you? I think he was lying.
Any man who must say he loves democracy is no true
democracy lover.
Democratin.
Okay,
Democratin, yeah.
We're going to check out this video, and then we'll get the results of the poll, and then we can begin with how the format will work. But for now, yes, I got a surprise or two with this as well, because it's funny. You guys are going to have to get the stream open, I'm afraid. I mean that to the cast.
Yeah, I've got it open here, and I've made my vote, my selection. I'll tell you what my criteria was in a bit.
Okay, yeah, I'll be excited.
Is insipid, poorly thought out sludge. It is a maggot on the corpse of the idea that YouTube is a place for genuine film criticism. They exude an...
He's not a fan.
I can tell.
So is he saying that he is against... Well, this analogy has me confused as what he... Yeah, no, but this analogy has me confused about what he thinks about film criticism on YouTube as a concept.
There are maggots on the corpse of the notion that like YouTube is a place for genuine film criticism, which means that they are
which
not
it is. And also means that a maggot eats rotten meat and it's a corpse. So
which means they're actually cleaning it up, if anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I doubt that's what he means, though.
No,
I doubt
but maggot and corpse are all really negative things, connotation-wise. So
I guess this guy is very anti the idea that you can have like legitimate and good film criticism on YouTube, which is I vehemently disagree with. You can have amazing film criticism on YouTube. YouTube's just a place where things can happen.
Whether or not it's a great place for it, I obviously think it is, but whether or not you think that is like, who am I listening to today that tells me everyone's a liar? It's like, oh, a liar, good, it's great, this is going to be fucking wonderful. Someone who doesn't even understand remotely who they're dealing with or what they're talking about. Because again, we're very, very negative on Cinema Sins overall, I would say, but to just be like, this vile maggot as a disgusting parasite on the corpse of... It's like, okay, all right. There are people who are way worse than Cinema Sins, but the whole internet has definitely sort of loved using him as the boogeyman for basically forever, actually. It feels like, I can't remember who was...
It's been a long time.
I guess Nostalgia Critic before him.
Nostalgia Critic before, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I still see it popping up, the Cinema Sins hate. Like, oh, he ruined everything, or he's poisoned the minds of the whatever, and like, ugh, fuck off.
Almost avant-garde level of failure to understand the basics of humor, the mechanisms behind filmmaking, and most importantly, how to make videos that don't suck major dick.
Alright, fine, but like, as you scrolled past here, look at those views, like, he is entertaining the shit out of his audience, so... You gotta wonder, right? How is he doing it? What's working about the videos? Why? Why do people like this? Like, we regularly try to figure this out with Mark Brown to no avail, of course.
One of the things that never made sense to me about the rubbish criticism Cinema Sins would make is that they would complain about how long the credits are. It's absolutely baffling to say, fuck you! How dare so many people give a shit about this movie? Also,
I think those are just silly little...
I think he's memeing with it, yeah.
Those are just silly memes.
It is a meme, but also the intros are a lot longer now than they used to be.
I mean, some of them are funny. Like when you see 17 in a row, you're like, wow.
It's just remember, like the Universal one used to just be like, yeah, there it is up on the screen. Now it's like this a Disney. It's like, yep, there it is. It's Disney. Now it's like 50 seconds long. It's fine. Who gives a shit, really? But like, I mean, it is kind of.
I really don't think this should rank that high. It should be misrepresenting the film is the main issue. That should be the thing you hit him on.
Compared to just saying like, intro logos, long, points. Yeah. Because of course, saying that the new DreamWorks intro is long, it's like that's the least of its problems. It's that it's crap. Why are we doing? Look at all of our intellectual properties here. It's like, oh, don't like that.
So despite them being an actual content mill and producing so many videos so many quickly, their audio
so many quickly.
So many videos. So maybe if you paid more attention to your own videos, you wouldn't say silly things like that. But all right,
dog shit.
Also, calling it a content mill, that is not fair. Content mills are like different. This is just steady videos of a certain
I mean, I guess
style and construction.
I hate to defend CinemaSins on this, but like each of these videos are what the audience is hoping to see when they come out. His audience, I mean, like they're all very personalized to the film itself. He has watched the films, and commented on the little thing, trying to make some jokes, make it entertaining. You know, they are what like content mill. I would think of
one then a channel that does all the breakdowns with the arrow pointing at the circle, like, oh, here's all the things you missed in the new trailer for the new Marvel movie, but then they do it several times. Like, surely that
it gets way worse though, right?
AI
like,
slop.
Yeah, with AI, you can
really
mill out
stuff.
Ridiculous amounts of shit, all of it. And you can, like, what's worse? CinemaSins taking 20 minutes to say this movie's bad for these goofy nonsense and sometimes like maliciously wrong reasons, or someone just like re-uploading a 20-minute cut of a movie with an AI voice giving you narration to give you the story and then just monetizing that.
That's a content mill.
For me, it's like one of those is much more noxious. Especially if you don't, it depends on if you really think is when CinemaSins misrepresents a film, is he lying or is he stupid? Like there's a very big difference.
Isn't YouTube trying to crack down on or even stop those AI?
I hope fucking so.
I'm sure it's like now you actually have to use your own voice. If you use AI predominantly, then your video will be removed or something, which will be interesting to see how they figure that one out.
I mean, just the fact that they've announced it and said stuff like this is certainly good that they've done that. I mean, how good that they enforce it will be a different issue. I suppose we'll see going forwards, but I support it 100%. I think essentially the less of this AI stuff you see just clogging up the pipeline, just the better it will be for essentially everybody. And now, I mean, you go ahead.
I was going to say, when I saw that, I think it was an article that Platoon's referring to, that was in relation to like fake movie trailers. So for example, we might get like a fake trailer for Dune Part 3 6 months before the actual trailer is even ready to come out. And it would be entirely AI generated. And it would get a whole bunch of views and obviously a whole bunch of dislikes because it's not real, but it's also going to get a lot of watch time. And as far as I was aware, that was what it was referring to, which, I mean, good. Get rid of that shit.
I'd also say too that I don't know if you guys have or I don't know much about it, but I've just noticed it popped up kind of this morning about the view botting issues on like Twitch and
I don't know
stuff like that.
I guess it's gotten out of control because I've always thought that was just a given. Whenever you see Twitch numbers, I've always thought they were like increased by 50% for basically everybody. Everybody's botting and everyone has fans that bot them. It's just like a thing on Twitch. And then if you go to Kick and Rumble and stuff, it's like even worse. Like 80% is botted and stuff. And it's so culturally ingrained that I'm pretty sure people who use it are just like, yeah, a lot of it's bots. It's just like, oh.
And in Yes Wumbu, I did see Chud's stream on it. I was watching it a little bit before we began, but I had heard from someone, I think it was someone talking that was covering it, that 40% of the views on Twitch and 70% of the views on Kick are fake. They're view botted. They're not real. And that's got serious issues for obviously monetization, especially in terms of advertisers and what they are willing to pay, because obviously bots don't buy things. And how when Twitch has announced big crackdowns and things on view bots, how a lot of people are going on vacations or they're just saying stuff to get banned and stuff along those lines. So it's been been interesting to see because I'm not a part of the Twitch world. I'm
just to be
over
clear,
here on YouTube.
There are bots on YouTube as well, but it's like I usually it tends to be a lot more obvious whenever a channel's doing that. It's like, oh, there's no way they're getting that many, sort of thing.
And they'd pop up for a while, and then YouTube like got rid of a whole bunch of them. They haven't been an issue for a while, as far as I've seen.
Well, but, it just a lot of the time the view ratio to chat speed is one of the best ways to tell that something's up.
Oh yeah, I think that's a big deal. Though I've heard some people say, "Oh, well, the reason the chat's not saying much is just because they're so engrossed with the game. The game is just so good, and the content's so good. They don't even have they're not even thinking about chatting. Their eyes are glued to the screen."
Of course.
Videos so many quickly, their audio is still dog shit. Not merely because of the somehow bad mic quality for a channel.
I'm gonna be honest, I've seen plenty of Sins videos. I don't really have any problem with their audio quality.
Fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I've never had that criticism of him. It's good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
As they were going past, by the way, I did see that you did a video on Unforgiven. That is unforgivenable. Never done it.
Channel as big as them, but also Jeremy CinemaSins' incredible lack of talent for narration. Something that I find
it's fine.
Jesus.
It's
fine.
Genuinely, so Rags, you and I have talked about this since the beginning of EFAP. You need a good voice on YouTube. Where would you rank his from 0 to 10, CinemaSins?
I mean, they're probably 6.
I think that's about fair. Yeah. And that's not bad.
He's a little bit better than average.
As long as you get above like 4, 5-ish, you should be okay. You just need to work to your strengths. You know,
when people ask us what they should do for YouTube or tips and tricks and pointers and things, one of the things we regularly say is if you're going to splurge on something, a good microphone is probably a good way to start.
Yep.
And train your voice. You know, be conscious of your speaking voice. And,
enunciate.
Train it over time. Yes, and enunciate your syllables.
So many people on YouTube, God love them, they'll slip into like, I don't even know what you'd call it, but you know, like a way of speaking each sentence and it just ends up being the same. Like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, like they do every sentence the same sort of rhythm.
Yeah, the same sort of inflections.
It is
celestially epic.
It kills me listening to that.
Begins with, and then this, and then this, and it's just vary it up.
That's the same cycle of inflection over and over, and then you notice that it's happening, and then all of a sudden, it's all you can really notice about the entirety of the narration.
It's like, do you speak?
I don't want people end on an upward
real life.
Inflection.
Is that how you are in conversation? Because the ideal style sort of sits somewhere between conversational and authoritative. It's like you're speaking with people as opposed to at people, ideally. But you wouldn't speak like that to your friends. It's not conversational enough. It is just repetitive.
Yeah.
Just pay more attention to how you speak normally, and you'll probably find you're actually better than you are when you try.
I would imagine that's more of a problem with channels that, because like a lot of, in particular, like Sins, I would imagine he doesn't write his own scripts. Or am I wrong there?
Someone, I'm not sure actually.
Not 100%
well, the guy that there's going to be a bunch of like, in particular, much larger channels where the guy speaking is not going to be the person who actually sat down and wrote the whole script. And I would imagine that's where you encounter problems because you're not necessarily emotionally engaged with what it is that you're reading.
Yeah.
Which means that you are just reading a script. You are essentially voice acting and communicating someone else's ideas through your voice, and your voice is the bit that you're being paid to do.
Well, when we watch reviews from like IGN and games, whatever websites, that's what they do because those are kind of content millie in the sense that they have to pump out a whole bunch of reviews and stuff. So they have one person writing it, one person narrating it, another person editing it together. And so when you listen to it and sentences are cut through in the middle with weird audio edits and things of that nature, it's super disjointed and it's not smooth at all. It's a very unpleasant experience to watch those kinds of videos.
Another solution suggested by a super chat was you could go through a second puberty that is known to help out with.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
Getting you a deeper voice, yeah. Bad.
Pitch shift your voice down, that can work.
I hope ours hits any moment. I could really use it. You know.
Very interesting about their videos is that if they can't find a problem with a movie, they'll just make some shit up.
Knives Out.
Classic. Oh dear.
Although there are no windows that are open that a baseball could be thrown out of without breaking glass, that's exactly what happens. Sure, maybe there's a hidden window in this shot, but considering the ball's flight path relative to the yard where the detectives are walking, yeah, I'm going a long way for this sin.
The bulk of knife.
That's
We are
Correct.
going, Rags, we are going to inspect the claim, which can let this part complete first, all right? So hold, but yes, your brain has directed you to something correct.
Out was filmed in a single real mansion. In the shot Jeremy is talking about, the window or door the baseball moves through is obscured when Don Johnson throws it. Like he said, I considered the ball's arc, and you can see that it acts perfectly in line with it being thrown from the location shown. I don't know whether this shot is actually from Don Johnson throwing it or just an underpaid intern, but it wouldn't make any difference either way. This movie is extremely polished and well made, and
Lol.
Sure, you fell for
Such
it.
a fucking atrocious script, but okay,
it's a
sure.
terrible film.
Has very few identifiable flaws.
Very few identifiable flaws.
All right.
By the way, remember,
you seem like a good person. You wouldn't lie. I'll tell.
This is what I mean. It's like my authority that Sids is
like
terrible, and it's like, didn't you just nitpick the ever-loving fuck out of Sids? Like, you know, you went for that point. Who cares if Sids was right or wrong on that?
Yeah, but he's doing criticism. What's his name's making art.
I see.
At least to talentless hacks like these. My guess is that they originally thought they had a point and then realized it didn't make sense and then phoned in the, I'm going a long way for this sin.
So the reason why he says I'm going a long way for this sin is because if you caught, he says with like the structure of the building, the rooms, then it's just not possible because he would have had to have thrown it through one of the closed windows, which means you'd get a smash, and that's not happening. So that's what he means when he went a long way.
He's essentially acknowledging that this is a nitpick, like in the script,
and that he's gone a little further than any normal person should probably for something like this, because you'd think like, who cares? But
who cares? Yeah.
As your brains are probably leading to you, was he right?
To distract the viewer. Usually they would explain the sin in abhorrent detail. It's an incredibly deceitful thing to do.
So,
wait, explaining an abhorrent detail is lying?
Well, no. He's saying that normally, when Sins finds a thing that's actually wrong, he explains it in abhorrent detail, and he's moved on pretty quickly with this one, which is proof that he's lying.
This one wasn't quick. He explained it in detail.
I don't know why would he spend any longer? He's made the point. He's moving on.
Yeah. What information has been omitted that is important to the point that we need to know?
No.
If you think about it for more than 2 seconds, they're just fabricating a flaw with the movie and saying it.
But like, what? Whoa!
Maybe you should think about it for at least 2 seconds.
I just feel like, our threshold for outright, like, remember Ralph the Movie Maker? How long it took us to call him a liar about Joker?
Yeah.
Always go back to that.
I do remember.
You generally shouldn't assume that someone's lying. Just assume that they're wrong. Typically.
Unless much like in this scenario right now, I'd be like, this guy is wrong, I think. And you'd be like, is he not lying?
Yeah,
and you're like, probably not lying. He's just very passionate and aggressive and being an idiot.
He probably really likes Knives Out, and he really did not like cinemas. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if that was sort of his motivating factor for making this video that he's made.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I really don't see why you would, like, in any walk of life, assume that someone is lying, unless you've received, like, overwhelming evidence that they do this all the time.
And yet that is how the internet functions.
Constantly.
They like money much more than they like movies. Their usual response to criticism they receive is...
That's a bold claim, but I don't know.
Since that is that sequence, right? So I was curious, of course, and this is where you're going to need to open up the stream. I was like, okay. What's the happy have? What's going on there? Because I haven't seen Knives Out in so fucking long. I don't think anyone here has, and why would you? Because holy shit, what an awful movie! And a really awful movie that only just got outclassed by its sequel. Wonderful, good job, Ryan.
How does he do it? How does he do it? What a filmmaker.
So, right here, I've got a little image. That is the room where you can see Christopher Plummer is the room with the baseball, which is the one that he throws, right? And the reason I've got this image here is so that when it pans, right, over here, Ransom, the character, is heading out the front door. So it's just to the right of that room. Just so we're clear on the geography, you understand now where the room is. I think you would have gotten it anyway, but...
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. I think I've already figured it out. Yeah.
Now,
it's a complete.
If that is where the room is, and this shot is another one of the room, look, and the camera gives us a little move around here. Actually, we can see that looks to be the trajectory. This is where
that's where he threw the ball.
That's where he threw it.
I see exactly what I think. I've already figured it out. So he was meant to be throwing the ball into that room to the left, but that wouldn't be visible from where you exit the house.
It would not.
You would have to throw it. Yeah, so it looks like Sins was actually not even going far enough. Well, it sounds like he didn't even go far enough because he's saying the window should have smashed. It's like, no, you just shouldn't have seen the ball.
The ball should not have been able to go through there because it would have had to pass through the walls of the house.
It would have had to go through the walls and then take like a 90-degree angle to then be visible again, like once it got outside, like it levitates the other way.
Obviously, what was so nuts to me is like, so Sins was just correct about complaining about this. It's a weird, silly mistake that they made. I don't even know why they made. Like, it's so easy to get this right. And
well, given apparently if they did shoot it in a real mansion that exists, like that makes it even more inexplicable.
Yeah,
just throw it out the window. Throw the ball out the window.
You're there, like you're actually there.
You don't have to fuck around.
So, but it's funny. One of the reasons mad. Why do you get this big mad?
Yeah,
when,
this guy used this as an example of, first of all, it's like, this isn't real criticism, and that he made it up, and he's a fucking liar. And it's like, dude, he's just right. You're wrong, yeah.
You're wrong and he's right.
I want to say it's important. We were talking about this when we were covering both Knives Out and Glass Onion, is that when you're making a sort of murder mystery movie, and then at the end it seems like all the details and everything actually added up, and along the way, if you were paying attention, everything... it all essentially equates to, if you're paying attention and you get the end, all the details matter, especially when it comes to a murder mystery movie. Let's compare it to one of my particular favorites, which is A Haunting in Venice, where when they go back through all of the clues and things, you're like, oh, okay, you might have been able to piece that together yourself. But like, this is a murder mystery. The details are super important, and when you're just cheating and making shit up, then I think that really breaks the spirit of what a well-executed, aspect of this genre is. But more so than a lot of movies.
But have you considered that Knives Out is actually changing its genre based on its act structure? Because Act 1 starts with a whodunit, but then Act 2 becomes something else. I can't remember what everybody said because they listened to Ryan Johnson explain what the film was, and they were like, cool, I can just say this. And then it changes back to a whodunit afterward. I agree with you, Rags, completely.
I do.
Whodunit is supposed to be that you're able to infer things and figure it out as you go. The idea should be that it's possible to essentially figure it out before, Poirot says, hey, I figured it out and I'm going to explain it to you.
I think that it is important to hold movies to a high standard regardless of what they are. However, I think that for some movies, like murder mystery movies, where the details are paramount to the plot in particular, we should hold them to a noticeably higher standard, I feel. So, something to think about before anyone listens to this or clips to it, or maybe they're new here. That's why we're being so in-depth and pedantic about this kind of thing, because we do give a shit. We do want the story to be good, and in this genre, it really matters.
Didn't make sense, and then phoned in the "I'm going a long way for this sin" to distract the viewer.
I'm curious if the long way was actually Sins checking kind of close to what I just showed with those like he did make sure or something, and he just didn't include it in the video because it's a bit laborious, and this guy managed to interpret that as lying.
Usually they would explain the sin in abhorrent detail. It's an incredibly deceitful thing to do if you think about it for more than 2 seconds. They're just fabricating a flaw with a movie and saying it in earnest. They like money much more than they like movies.
So what I realize about this, and it goes way further than nostalgia critics, cinema sins, or even like us or critical drinkers, there's just a market to just shit on these channels. It doesn't matter if you're right. Just do it. And it's funny because you'd be like, aren't you guys doing that today? And we're like, yeah, but our thing is to try and fucking use accurate reference. Jesus. Like,
by the way, our point scoring system has positives. We will give points. All right. We'll go through the point scoring system later when we get to it. But we will give points for good criticism. Okay.
And we don't
even people
cite Cinema Sins or Wins or any other as the death of cinema discussion online. They destroyed everything. Oh my God.
I mean, a video like this is more damaging, if anything, because it just is actually a lie, and it's just driven by spite, or at least it seems to be.
He's a very angry man.
I'll say this. It's indistinguishable from a video that's driven by spite. I'll say that.
The usual response to criticism they receive is, oh, it's just a joke, but this is not the kind of thing that people who actually like movies do.
No, that's what Cinema Wins does. I just realized we're 2 minutes into this 3.5-minute video, and he spent the entire time dunking on Sins. He hasn't yet said a positive word about Wins.
That's true. But
Well,
also, you're just
still
not
got some
allowed
time.
to say something like this. Oh, well, if you like movies, you wouldn't do it. It's like, oh, so says you, the arbiter of how people express their enjoyment of anything.
I am sure this guy is a part of the group of people that says CinemaSins destroyed everything because so many people are inspired by it and use like this sort of system to break down movies. So it's like, so clearly people do. Like, I don't even know what you mean. This is the weird guy we covered on the anniversary who was like, oh my god, the internet or the modern. Well, I am the guy who said the modern years of like the internet, people have now become obsessed with getting the opinions to be proven right, as though discussion on art hasn't existed for fucking ever.
Yeah, as if that hasn't always been the case for all time.
Insane, yeah. He's CinemaSins. He's the one that did this.
Back during caveman days, when they were looking at like a painting in the cave, Ugg and whatever the other guy's name is would have been arguing about who was right about the interpretation of it.
Yeah, the two of them make a painting, and then some third guy comes in. He's like, "I really like that one. That one is okay." That already is like, "Wow, dude, I really okay." I feel like it's unfair. I worked way harder on mine. Then he's like, "What?" A big fight breaks out because that's how it goes. It's like, well, you know, that doesn't look much like a tree. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you could have done better.
Really do not get the point of these videos. It's clearly not for comedy because they are incapable of making any particularly good jokes.
I mean, it clearly is for comedy. Whether or not
he makes a lot of jokes.
Works is one thing.
Sometimes the jokes land.
Fine. Well, no, all I'm saying is like I don't even like you can say like none of it's funny, and that's totally fine. But like he's trying to do it for comedy.
Well, and his fan base find him funny. So you're gonna have to deal with that, you know?
They're all stupid.
Yeah. His objective is clearly to entertain you. He's not just like I mean, I guess he is bullet pointing, but he's not just like bullet pointing unemotionally like the problems with a movie, as if it was like a text document or a PowerPoint presentation.
Also, I enjoy that what they've got on screen is a good point. This was fucking ridiculous, the whole vomit being a plot device, and that it is inconsistent. It's stupid.
It's terrible.
What a stupid idea.
Knives Out is an awful fucking movie.
Jokes. So we're left with the inevitable motivation of cash. These people do not give a shit about their craft.
You're not,
they upload constantly.
That's not how this works. It's just okay. If I think that you're wrong in your criticism, it can only be a lie. If I think that your videos aren't funny, then it's not. Then you're not even trying to tell jokes, and therefore the only acceptable conclusion is you are doing it for money. It's the sort of solipsism of bad faith. It's just I can't understand the appeal of these videos, therefore I'm going to conclude that it's what I always thought it was.
Wait, hold on, because I'm just so lost here because he's saying that CinemaSins makes videos because he wants money, and because he wants money, he makes sure that they are full of lies and that they're not funny.
Well, he's got no talent. That's why.
I mean, if we were to say that, oh well, Rian Johnson. Right? I mean, his movie is very bad. It's full of flaws, and it's not funny. So he must only be doing it for the money. He doesn't actually like film. Like, obviously, we wouldn't say that, but I mean,
that kind of charitability doesn't exist with videos like this, because we would absolutely say, like, Rian Johnson, he's invested in storytelling, and he wants to express himself through the art of storytelling. Sure, 100%. I just think he's bad at it.
Yeah, whereas obviously Rian Johnson thinks that he's making good movies, whereas this guy seems to be saying that CinemaSins is deliberately making bad videos so that he can make money.
Or at least doesn't care that they're bad.
Yes.
But that would be the weakest version of the claim.
Mm-hmm.
Helpings of slot for people to look at and think, wow, I watched this movie. Or maybe they'll just use it as an alternative. I do think their use of movies is fair because they provide...
That's not CinemaSins' fault, but...
Fair because they provide criticism and commentary, even though it's snide, asinine, and vacuous.
So that's the CinemaSins section. Now...
Okay, I'm not convinced.
Here comes the win.
Okay.
So, if you weren't convinced CinemaSins is a piece of shit from that, maybe you'll be convinced that Cinema Wins is a Chad from this section.
Lee Cinema Wins is the opposite of this. The points are sound, narrated as if he actually gives a shit, and reflect a profound...
Just suck him off already. Jeez.
I know, right?
How do you know that he cares more than CinemaSins? You can't know that.
Because he gets things right, that's why.
I think the issue really is that a lot of people just aren't able to engage with criticism well. That's just the answer to all of it. You see it on Twitter, you see it on YouTube all the time. People just can't engage with analyzing art well.
We've hit on it so many times. The rules for dealing with people's criticism are completely different than dealing with people's praise. It's ridiculous. It's retarded. It's stupid.
Praise gets a pass.
it's so sad too. It's just like, grow the fuck up. Like being like, oh, you said all these criticisms about this thing. You must be sad, pathetic. You don't understand film, blah blah blah. Or I could just praise
racist, blah, blah, blah.
Shawshank Redemption for a bunch of things Alien does, and people will just be like, yeah, but it's you clearly liked it. Okay, cool, yeah, cool. Instead of being like, wow, what a moron.
Point. He's great at narrating.
Which is like, I guess he's a little better.
Sure, sounds a bit more alive than Sins.
Sure, yeah.
His delivery sounds like he cares more, but that doesn't mean his videos are better.
That doesn't mean, and it also doesn't mean he actually cares more.
Yes,
to be clear, like you could just pretend like you care.
No, Frank.
Like
if it sounds like it must be. It must be that way. If it sounds that way,
he clearly cared about that movie. I find it so insane. Like, he didn't give a shit, and that annoys me way more. Like, it really does. Like, why are you making a video praising a film that you clearly didn't vibe with?
These people would get killed by the Wendigo so fast.
That was deception.
Oh, it sounds like my friend needs help over there. It must be him.
His audience were like, you gotta review The Last Wish. It's one of the best movies that's come out in recent years. And he was just like, whatever, cat movie, fine.
I'll look up a top 10 list of weird details. If I not understand the theme, it's fine, whatever.
And that's actually one of the core pieces of advice we often give to any aspiring YouTubers. It's like, please stick to talking about things you care about.
Please give a shit.
So many mainstream movies come out that we completely skip, and people are like, oh, why do you talk about it? It's like, none of us are that vibey with it. However, it's like, you're going to be talking about Alien Earth? It's like, yeah. Like, Alien. Oh, Alien.
Narrated as if he actually gives a shit, and reflect a profound passion for movies that is honestly awe-inspiring. The level of
awe-inspiring. You need to calm down.
In both sections, he needs to calm down.
You need to relax, my dude, and use your brain.
Seems like a meme video.
More than your heart.
This seems like this guy is trolling. I can't believe that anyone would have. Honestly, someone describing like any of us like that, I would be like, calm down, please, a little bit. Like,
is this a meme?
No, this is obviously trying to bank on this ridiculous. When I saw this, I was like, oh, it's gonna be exactly like borderline, just exactly what this is. Like, I think
Random has incepted the idea that it's a meme into my mind now.
This would only be a meme if it came out of our community. This is the kind of thing that if someone made this video,
Goodell kind of.
Yeah.
Or inspiring.
But unfortunately, this is kind of the perception of these two channels, the broad film community on the internet, I guess. Like this is like, Sins is terrible, Wins is good, and it's like, why? Well, because Wins is so passionate. Wins knows everything about film. He knows how to point out good things. Sins, on the other hand, he gets everything wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Blah blah blah. It's like the easiest sort of slam dunk.
Firing. The level of Chad energy that this channel.
Jesus.
Oh my God! Just suck his cock, buddy. Jesus.
By the way, like, are we at the point where it's like has ever it's funny talking about Superman. Has everybody gotten to the point where it's like just saying like, oh, be positive? It's like, yeah, thanks, man. Like that's that's really insightful.
Oh no, I never even had that point. I just default straight to fuck you and go away.
Well, whatever. As if anybody who likes that movie has been fucking utilizing that message.
I don't know. You know how people say like, well, yeah, I mean, clearly, because the conversation around Superman has been so relentlessly positive and not mean-spirited at all.
Yeah, not
also
noxious in any way.
You know the whole like, let people like things, let people hate things. Like that feels like something that needs to get a little bit more like, let people just shit on something. Like if they think it sucks, let them hate it. That's
been an unpopular thing to do, is to hate something, because it's like, well, that's a bad thing to do. That's bad for the world.
The idea that it's like a Chad thing to say isn't good. Like, what are you talking about? Wow, Chad, yes. Oh, yeah.
Because the very essence of CinemaSins as a concept. Lee Cinema Wins has the goal to say, movies are good, actually.
Holy shit, man.
Wow, the gall. Wow, what a controversial opinion.
What if they're shitty?
This is a bit of an awkward thing, because I'm pretty sure CinemaSins will say, like, films are good in the description of positive, like, films that are generally...
At the end,
Unforgiven,
raises movies.
It'll probably... Well, what I mean is that, like, there are just direct acknowledgements. Oh, it's good. The whole thing is like, oh, every movie's got problems. It's not every movie is shit. Like, again, so, like that is the point that they're making. If you want to take it seriously, their point is, even good movies have flaws. Whether or not you think those flaws that are pointed out are accurate, I mean, that's totally fair as a point. But like, you can't say, wow, they have the temerity to say that films are good. CinemaSins also does this.
Well, also, like, Wins saying that, like, movies are good, actually, like, fine, but based on his performance with Puss in Boots in particular, he did an awful job of convincing me that that movie is good, even though it actually is.
Even though it is.
Yeah.
And then you end up having to do sins by default if you ever get into a conversation about two good movies, and the question is, which of these is better? Because then you have to essentially start looking at some of the problems with each of them and concluding based on the number of problems in one and the way that they impact the overall experience of the movie or the overall story, that one is worse. You can't have a gradation of good unless you're willing to do kind of what CinemaSins does, although hopefully better, and acknowledge problems in movies. It's fine. I'm happy to start with the premise, let's discuss more good movies. That's fine by me, but I'm still going to be framing that in terms of criticism, or at least critique, because I want to understand which is the best one and why it is the best one. Arriving at that via negativa can work better than just saying, oh yeah, they're both good, because that doesn't tell me anything about either of them, except that you like them, which I'm not interested in, unless I trust your opinion, which in this case I don't.
So I just checked this guy's channel. I think he might potentially be a troll. He's got a video, The Lego Movie is Communist Propaganda, and he's got another one, B Movie is Capitalist Propaganda.
I'm sorry, you reading off those sounds like the most normal fucking videos to be made these days.
That might not be a troll at all, actually. I could imagine somebody earnestly making the argument.
But did you see my last video? I mean, yeah, these people are everywhere.
So
yeah, I could totally
everything's
believe
capitalist
that.
I don't think you'd mind me.
You got Will Ferrell, who's like the big boss man in charge of like the big corporation and stuff. So there's, I imagine there's an angle. Yeah, that's right.
I don't think you'd mind me saying, but I was talking to Capital Opinions the other day about, he was asking me, was it difficult to, is it just difficult these days to find, like, particular videos you want to sort of react to or talk about for conversation stars and stuff? And I was like, not necessarily. There's still, like, plenty of interesting things to discuss. He was saying, like, because it just feels like a lot of usual suspects / the market of creating videos that break down films and say wacky, insane things. For example, what will save the MCU is the Muppets. A fun, unique take like that, where you're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? But he said, like, it just seems so many of these channels, and so many new ones, just immediately pivot to politics. Like some kind of analysis about... And I don't know when it started, but there was, like, a crop of, this film that from your childhood is actually the worst thing you've ever thought could exist. And you're like, huh? And some related to some like political stripe or whatever, or encourages some ideology that's horrifying. And so you saying like, oh, he's got videos talking about how that's so typical now. It's like Willy Wonka is fascist, It's like that video's out there. Fucking Cars is something. It's something horrible. It's just become it's a good way to grab views and like I guess a lot of people like to engage with it. When you
tell me that a video that says that the Lego Movie is like pro-communism, like when you say that that's a video that exists, that actually makes me less inclined to believe this is trolling. Funnily enough, but now I think this is real.
I do wish to go back to when people didn't pretend they knew everything about politics and instead pretended they knew everything about film. That was more fun in the film
nicer.
Sector.
Yeah, that was nicer. I will agree.
Are good, actually, and we applaud. When he says that he loves a movie, you believe him. He does not make up shit to say about the movie.
I don't actually.
No,
I don't. When you say that you like every film, like, or when you like, yeah, once you're at that point, it's like, dude, this is like meaningless to me.
I mean,
like,
of course it's me. The motherfucker said, pretend you like it and see if it's what you wanted.
Yeah, like if we're at that point, then yeah.
Also, the example that he just brought up of Wins being like, genuine, like good faith praising of movies is I like Daniel Craig's mask in the movie.
Well.
Ding.
Sure.
Because he can
wait, hold on. You can tell he has film criticism skills because the videos about good movies are much longer than the videos about bad movies. Hold on. I'm sorry, what? Bad movies?
Wait a minute.
There are bad movies. Interesting.
Bad
They do it all the time.
There are bad movies. There is such a thing as a bad movie as ordained by you.
Yep.
And it's okay to say that they're bad movies, and it's okay to be negative about them, right?
I guarantee this metric does not actually pan out. as well on Winds's channel.
No, but I also think that it's just inaccurate on the face of it, because it takes, if something is really good versus really bad, it's going to take longer to explain why the thing is really bad.
Okay, so to give you guys an example, he's got 2 videos on Deadpool and Wolverine, one at half an hour, one at 25 minutes. Cinema Wins now. So for the whole movie, it's nearing an hour. Meanwhile, The Last Wish got 16 minutes.
Yeah, so in case this is a hot take, Puss in Boots 2 is substantially better than Deadpool and Wolverine.
We're talking Coughing Baby versus Nuclear Bomb. That's not even close.
We're talking a 1 out of 10 versus like an 8, 8.5, maybe even a 9 out of 10.
Oh yeah,
like it's
The Last Wish is
basically
stellar.
on the ends of the spectrum.
So you want to know? I can list some others that are longer than The Last Wish, including but not limited to Sonic 3, Fantastic Four 2005, of course. We got. Oh god, it's the original Lilo and Stitch. We're okay. If it was the remake, I would have killed myself. But Alien Romulus, half an hour, of course.
Well, you can tell he has film criticism skills because his videos about good movies like Deadpool and Wolverine and Alien Romulus are much longer than the videos about bad movies like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is longer.
You're joking.
Oh no!
Free Guy. Free Guy is longer.
Did I saw The Lost.
God. We did an episode on it. We have seen it, Rags.
Yes,
we
did. We did do an episode on it.
No, we didn't. That didn't happen.
Yes, we did.
None of this happened. This isn't an
Is that the one with all the Aztec people who want to take over the land?
No, that's Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
See, he doesn't even know the movie either because it never happened.
Well, no, I watched it on an airplane and I just can't remember it, but I know I watched it.
There is, it's the one where Aquaman teams up with Ocean Master. And they go like on a little adventure.
Who the fuck is Ocean Master?
It's okay. Stop trying to recover it. Let it flush. It's fine. You don't need that in your head. Just let it flush. So again, just to remind you, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, 18 minutes, right? The Marvels, 18 minutes and a half.
Oh no!
You can tell he has good film criticism. He has film criticism skills because of videos about good movies much longer than videos about bad movies.
By the way,
this guy just put this bullshit in his video and he didn't even bother to check to see if it was true.
His video on The Prestige is 21 minutes. It's like, no. It loses out to, so,
21 minutes for The Prestige, but an hour for Deadpool and Wolverine.
Who wants to bet what the actual bias is? It's not about whether or not the films are good. Probably about something else.
His talent for film analysis and criticism is self-evident. Hokey though the narration may...
Then why did you make this video if it's self-evident?
It's self-evident. Why would you even need to
why
point
explain
it?
You just have to say it's better because it's self-evident.
At times, he's still much funnier, much more insightful, and more importantly, much more entertaining. He does his fucking research.
Oh, well, I mean, I do enjoy that because entertaining is so fucking subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you even say that? He's more entertaining. What are you doing?
Did you...
Also, I take it you guys would
what
presumably agree that
he was just about to say that he does his research, which he clearly fucking didn't for last week.
Well, he didn't do his research for the big point he just made about the time with the videos.
True. Unless Deadpool Wolverine is just an 11 out of 10, maybe you just didn't understand it.
Yeah, maybe we're crazy. Maybe it actually is really amazing.
Much more entertaining.
Sorry, random, you saying something?
Oh, I was going to say, I would. Do you guys agree that it would be more important if you had to choose one to be accurate over being entertaining?
Accurate.
Being accurate.
Yeah. Whereas this guy he did not praise Wins for being accurate. He praised him for being entertaining.
He said he most importantly, research, which I guess is the closest thing to it.
Yeah, but that wasn't. He said most importantly, he's more entertaining. Like that's what he seems to care about more when watching Wins. That's what he said.
I think he did.
I believe so. Yeah.
I do get the sense that he's the kind of person who uses sort of like filler qualifier words when he doesn't really understand what they mean, like abhorrent detail. I don't really know what that means, but abhorrent sounds good, so it goes in his script. And so most importantly, it's just, this is what I want to stress, whether it is in fact, literally speaking, most important, and whether I think that is beside the point. What I want is just to say that this just belongs here in the sentence, I guess, is what I get the impression from.
much more insightful, and more importantly, much more entertaining. He does his
I see. It's more important to be entertaining than insightful.
Interesting.
fucking
That is
research.
the opposite, yeah.
Revealing, one could say.
Yeah,
Entertaining.
it's
He
fine
does
if you're
his
wrong, as long as you're fun.
fucking research, points out interesting
Fucking
tidbits about
research,
movies, and has
Jesus.
an infectious positive energy that reminds us
Hold
why
on.
we love films. Like, wow, this guy...
Syphilis is infectious.
Like, I don't know, like, if you need to be, like, reminded by watching shit videos, like, goddamn, you know?
Like what he just said, though, about, like, he needs to be... It's more important to be entertaining than to be accurate. Like, that explains why Sins is so successful. But this guy is maintaining that Sins should not be successful because his videos are awful. Like,
That's
Sins
actually
should...
a fair point. That's a
Yeah,
fair point.
if Sins is like entertainment value and comedy appealed to him, he'd be praising him.
gives a shit about movies, and he wants to share his passion for it with the world. Do not let CinemaSins dumb down your media analysis. You, yes,
Bro. Don't let Wins do it either.
you are smart enough to know that this shit is bad. Watch things that actually have something to say. Be like Lee.
Who?
I guess that's the name of the Cinema
Lee
Wins
Cinema
guy.
wins. Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah. That's
Well,
a
that
good
was-
sort of representation of how the world views these two channels, and not quite how we do, you know? A little bit different for us.
Yeah, that was consider me not convinced.
Not even slightly.
No, that was bad. That just was a terrible spite-driven video. That is worthless garbage, other than how we can use it to make fun of it for our own careers. I mean, that was awful. Never stop making videos, please.
Why is he
just
even
make 'em
making the
better.
video? Why not just make a video about YouTube channels that are really good? Given that this is apparently what constitutes a valid
Yeah, it's a bit
criticism.
negative of him, isn't
You
it?
spent more than
It's
half
to
that
like
video
things.
shitting on a channel
Remember?
for shitting on
is-
other things.
Yeah, it's really good to like things. That's based. So why didn't you do that? Or do you not have that chat energy? You're working on it, though.
Needs to be more inspired, I guess, because he hasn't gotten there. Gonna have to watch some more Cinema Wins videos. So, I guess that brings us...
Well, I mean, we are. Because I mean, that could segue because we are going to watch more.
Well, I suppose before we get into exactly the format, I was just going to say, do you want to? We'll end the poll, see what the vote was. Looks like is a clear winner. I'd say that chat. You know, I could speculate. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe it's more anticipation for Wins to go last because
That's what I figure.
he fumbles so much, so it makes some sense. But
They'd rather, they want to save the dessert for last. I voted
Sins-
Wins because I voted for Wins to go first because Wins is first in the title. So
Sins is the defending
yeah.
champion, though. I feel like he should go first.
Well, they're
I
tied.
was fine with either. Honestly, I was just gonna let things roll. But yeah, chat decided with 64% of the vote that Sins will go first.
Does that mean that
Incredible.
only 35% of chat has chat energy? Is that what we're
Apparently.
saying from this? Oh no.
Disappointing.
I love democracy.
Too. I don't know. Bit embarrassing there, chat. You got to work on that, but someday. So if Sins is first, all right.
Chat has spoken.
So Rags, what are the rules?
So, what we decided that we're going to do is we're going to pretty much keep within the spirit and the structure of what we've done with the first two episodes, and in doing that, we have got a little point system that we've put together. I even drew a little diagram. Maybe we'll see it, maybe not. I don't know. It's good practice either way. So, here's how we'll do it. We'll go through one video at a time, and whenever a point is made, a point is whenever an observation or a piece of analysis is made, we're going to give it a score based off of its accuracy and its insightfulness. So most of the things I would reckon will be neutral, right in the middle, 0 points. So this is a description that does not have analysis. These are jokes, non-analytical observations without insight. Typically the difference between correct observations that give points or don't is whether or not it has an actual explanation that's attached to it. Something that explains why it's good or bad within the construction of the film. So if they just essentially describe something, neutral, no points. No pass, no fail, It just is what it is. However, you can get points, but you can also lose points because, as you will remember, in both of our previous episodes, one of our contestants actually was in the negatives. They got more wrong than right. So you get 1 point if you say something that's accurate or slightly interesting or have some kind of insightful observation along with the explanations for why there's good. And these, it's only 1 point. It's not a big deal. It can be rather obvious or clearly intended parallels in the film, minor developments in character, some details in the camera work or aesthetics that serve some kind of a narrative function, that aren't too subtle or too hidden. Usually these aren't like very, very important elements of the film, but a lot of little stuff adds up, so it's worth giving a point for them. Oh, what fell? Sorry, something fell. But these can be as well. I kind of wanted. I had a few questions to ask about the system because I didn't know where you guys would fall on it. And so this is my first question because we want to establish rules up front. So I feel like you should get a point if you are asking a question that shows some kind of level of critical curiosity that's done in good faith that makes sense as a question to be asked. You know, if you are asking, well, how come this didn't happen, or shouldn't this have happened, and that's sort of like the framing of a kind of an observation, I think that's worthy of getting a point because it shows you're paying attention and you're being critical. And if it doesn't have like an obviously intuitive explanation that's in the film, I think that's worthy of a point. That's how I feel about it.
Sure, I think that's fair. Yeah, like if he could use his powers back then, why can't he use them now? And there's no reason to think otherwise, right? And you should be like, oh, yeah, that's just a format for expressing a criticism, I guess.
That
absolutely,
well,
I think so too.
Yeah, because that's pointing out an inconsistency with a question. Whereas, just to draw an example from The Last Jedi, if you were to say, this chase scene doesn't make any sense, how can this possibly happen? Without identifying why it couldn't possibly happen, which is what you're implying, then that would be neutral, I would say.
Yes. But if you ask the question and you're like, because based on what they said, this and this and that and that, I was like, is there something that they're not telling us here or whatever? I was like, okay, that's a point. You pointed out something. That's a point. So, no, yeah, and obviously this isn't going to be like super mega set in stone. Obviously, we'd like to, but it's a system we're refining as we go, and I think it'll be pretty solid.
Yes, sir.
But now you can also, you don't just get 1 point. You can potentially get 2 points. That's almost double. Now, 2 points means that you've been... Yeah. So this means you've been particularly insightful. You've been thematically accurate with something, or you've pointed out some otherwise really good criticism or commentary based off of not so obvious elements of the film. These points, I feel, need to be sufficiently explained and leave little or no room for interpretation. They need to be observations and analyses that are directly related to probably central themes of the film or really important character details. So think about this as like, it's like a point, but they've gone further in depth or they've gone with less obvious stuff that maybe not everybody will pick up. And then there's a change that we're going to have. I think that it's best for us to have the option to where you can earn 3 points. All right. And we'll get to its inverse in a moment, but you can earn 3 points if you have the kind of analysis, the kind of commentary that can actually potentially change someone's mind on a film being good or bad, or really make them think about it in a new light. The kind of stuff that you don't really typically see in, YouTube videos or from really critics in general. Really deep, meaningful stuff. I think that can get you 3 points. Now, whether or not we'll actually get one, I don't know, but I think it's good that we have at least that level, just in case it pops up. Just in case Sins is able to make one, basically.
Now, famously, in our previous endeavor, we actually created a capacity for half points. Is there any sort of accounting for this?
I am more than happy to continue with the Peepo Sus system of a Peepo Sus acting as like a symbolic half point, but it doesn't round up to a point. So if you have like 10 points in a Peepo Sus, that doesn't round up to 11. You have 10 points in a Peepo Sus, right? But if you get another Peepo Sus on top of a Peepo Sus, then all right, well, that'll nudge you into getting a point if we're on the fence.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
It's like a little gold star.
Presumably an antipo sus could like detract it.
Antipo sus. I like that. I'm fine with an antipo sus. myself.
Like they've borderline said something inaccurate, but
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to
I
say.
was like, this is
Yeah.
this is probably wrong, but we're watching you kind of thing. Where yeah, I'm fine with an anti-post sus. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Now we go to the negative side, right? Now, -1 point, probably guess, it's an incorrect observation. These are pointing out flaws of the film that the movie has explained, or have a very simple and intuitive explanation that isn't explicit. It's also praising the film in ways that don't make sense, or not possible by the movie's rules, or by its establishment. And normally these will apply to more surface level observations and not so important aspects of the film, little details. And in addition, much like with getting a single point, if you ask questions that show some level of critical curiosity done in good faith, but there's an obvious answer to it, then you lose a point for that. All right. If you can get a point for it, if you do it well, you can lose a point for it doing it poorly. These are basically inverses. And again, -2, just incorrect observations, bad analysis of the film that are particularly incorrect insofar as how they relate to the overall thematics of the work and its central messages, or relatively important or meaningful character details. So these will kind of relate to the more important pillars of the film's narrative or its thematic construction, and maybe even stuff that can break the story. But this is worse than a lot of this stuff is based off of its intensity. So we also have -3, right? You can get 3 points, but you can also lose 3 points as well. The stakes have been raised, I guess you could say. -3 means that there has been a complete and total inability to grasp the central theme of the film or the defining aspects of its main characters. And this can be any observation that essentially nullifies the main pillars of the narrative. And I would say analysis in this tier is the kind of stuff that makes you question the giver's ability to fulfill their goals of being critical in general. You see this stuff, and this is the stuff of memes. This is the stuff of legend. These are the kinds of really bad stuff that I did in ours.
Yeah, and
in our chat.
The whole idea of
Here,
sending
yeah.
a message in text is that you can continue in audio, and so it doesn't interrupt.
I can't.
You fucking loser.
No, I can't multitask. I can't multitask. It can't. Fuck. I'll do it in a second. Oh, but that's basically it. So that's the 3 to -3 system that we've got going. And I had one question though to actually ask because I didn't know how I felt about this. I got some few thoughts. So, how do you feel about stuff that has to do with the meta? So, if someone points out an element of the film that explains why maybe an actor couldn't make it for a day, or why an actor was chosen, or references to external pieces of media or things of that nature, they don't really exist within the movie itself, but they're aspects of the filmmaking process in and of itself, or things of that nature. How do you feel about those?
Are they
Because I feel
qualitative claims? Like, does it make a difference to like win or sin if
Making
you're
a
explaining?
point.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good question. Should they count at all unless if they've got a ding next to them is the only time they get counted, or do they always get counted?
Well, yeah, because if they make it positive or negative, but there's no like points, there's no argument, then I feel like that's probably should be like a -1. It's like, why are you counting essentially nothing as either praise or criticism? Because that is like the framing reference. Anything that is a ding means they're saying it is either good or bad by their own system.
For instance, if they had an actor who wasn't able to make it on set for a day, and so in the film, the person was present as like a stand-in and you only shot the back of their head, and then the person in the video said, oh, they used to stand in for this actor that day because they couldn't make it, and they dinged it as being like a good or a bad thing. I'm not, how do you want to
Here's a
kind of treat
hypothetical.
that?
Let's say that they're like, oh, this actor couldn't show up today. So something interesting that the filmmakers did was they changed this scene. They implemented this dialogue, and they actually managed to create something that like further reinforces this character's arc. It'd be like, oh, you're making like a point. That gets your point. And then of course if they said like this actor couldn't show up today, and they tried to create that, they tried to do it as best they can, but it is really obvious that this is not the same person given, I don't know, X feature that I noticed there. Like, maybe like a mark on the back of their neck. It's like, oh, okay, there's a observation that is a criticism.
I do
so
feel like they
gets
deserve a point when it's information you couldn't have gotten from the film alone.
Yeah, I feel like it's worthy of, like, it shows that, I mean, as we just learned from the video we watched, it shows that they really have a passion and they care and they've done their fucking research and stuff like that. And sometimes it's really neat. And I'd say as long as it's accurate, I feel like it can get a point. If it's wrong or if they count it in a certain way, it can lose a point. But I'm fine with those things being. I just didn't know really how I felt about it on the scoring system, but I felt it was worthy of discussion at least.
Oh, fair enough. Well then, I suppose that's all the discussion needed, unless there's some questions. Anyone have any questions there? Questions?
Well,
would it be worth saying that a plus or minus 3 requires a consensus from all 5 of us?
That's an interesting idea. I would say I feel like it would lend to the solemnity and the gravitas of a 3-pointer if we all had to be unanimous with it. I kind of like that idea.
Because, like, an example of a minus 3, the one that would come to mind would be, why does Gimli want Frodo and Sam to die in Mordor,
right? See? So the memorable, that's the stuff of memes.
I totally understand that, because it's like, it's a dialogue that never happened. It was completely not a thing that Gimli would ever fucking say. It shows you have no idea of, like, the character or the situation. And that, like, you know, Lord of the Rings as a film would never be like judged this way if that was something that was actually happening. So it's like catastrophically awful as a point.
Why did someone say Rag just made up that word? No, solemnity is a word.
It is.
I didn't make that up. It's all right, but yeah, I agree. I think we should all be in unison in our votes when it comes to
well, I think, you know, it's good to have 5, because I think before we have been at a point of saying, like, that's a 1 or a 2, and then we just go with the majority rule, because we are the judges, our panel. So, you know, the sins, the wins, they function at our deference. You know, we are the ones that decide who is the better YouTuber objectively.
That's right. We have a system.
Indeed, which is more than can be said for almost everyone on YouTube. Look at us go. And we have a little graph on screen now. I mean, is there any need to say how professional we are at this point?
We are incredibly professional, both in a literal sense and a spiritual sense.
We're going to keep the copyright up, because the Sins one is from 2,000 ages ago. So I don't know how good it is on that front, and obviously we're streaming too, so it's just for safety. These videos have fucked me over so many times on EFAP because I don't know, they just play clips for really fucking long, and it's annoying. Anyway, you guys ready?
Oh, I am so ready.
You'll be excited.
I'm going to ask now, rather than in 5 minutes or like 5 hours time, like, who's keeping track of the score?
I can do that, but if someone else does as well, that would be nice.
I'll do it as well, and then we can, at the end, we can see how much different our scores are. So that should be fun. Oh, also, in case you want to use it, I went ahead, and if they score points, you can hit the little button, and then boom, makes a little tone, and on the soundboard, you have to be in my server to do it, but I think you're all in my server. Platoon, you're in my server, right?
No, but then I'm only
on this incredible. But if you want to use it, there's an invite, so boom.
Thank you.
But also, if they do something wrong, so I found some tones. Isn't that fun? Aren't sound effects fun, everybody? I think they're fun. But yeah, I think we can get started. How incredibly exciting.
Here we go. Oh, and obviously we've chosen Fantastic Four 2005. I did mention. Some people thought for some reason this was the new Fantastic Four, even though I've put it in the title. It's the 2005 one. They haven't. I don't mind covering both of them attempting to do Fantastic Four, the new one, once they both have a video on that. But I don't think they do.
Yeah, but also I'd say Fantastic Four 2005 fits more of being a mid movie. Fantastic Four, the new one, is more leaning towards bad.
Yeah, I'd say I do. I like the 2005 one.
It's
got its issues, but I like it. I like it one. Easily.
It's kind of the definition of a mid movie. I rewatched it yesterday for the first time in about 15 years. And, you know, the first half hour is okay. It's got ideas. I think it does fall apart, in particular with the villain, but it's mid. Yeah, I think it works.
I like that. It's mid. It truly is. Good job.
Wow. I didn't realize that. I'm not sure if I'd ever seen it before. I thought I just assumed that I had, and then I watched it and I didn't remember any of it, so I assumed that I didn't. I thought, well, yeah, okay, some pretty dodgy acting in this, but then I thought, fuck it, I'm just gonna go on all the rest of the Fantastic Fours, and my acting criticisms for this movie were overshadowed by Fan Four Stick, which I don't think I had ever seen before.
Dude, it is fucking crazy because you watch Rise of the Silver Surfer and you're like, oh, what awful shit. Then you watch Fan Four Stick and it's like, oh, what's going on? And then the new one, I guess, is more tolerable than Fan Four Stick.
It's still bad, though.
Yeah,
you know, it's just bad Marvel movie.
All right, let's see what Cinema Sins has to say. Good to be back, buddy.
Why does Marvel hate epileptics?
Typical.
Right.
That's neutral, right?
Little joke. Yeah,
Zero.
little joke. Yeah.
All right, cool, fair.
Victor Von Doom to build a 30-foot statue of himself.
Villainy villain does villainy things.
That's neutral?
That's
I
neutral,
guess.
suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
Is Victor Von Doom a villain at this point?
He's not a
Sure,
nice
is that-
person, but I don't know if...
Oh, sure.
And is
mean,
this sort of slightly more than neutral in the sense that it's identifying correctly pre-establishing work, like the villain has ego, and like,
I don't know if
And
it's
then
might not
saying
be
it's
the villain yet.
negative, and saying it's negative when maybe it should be a positive.
Yeah, because obviously it's a
you know
vanity thing, and you even get the line from Reed where he's like, it's supposed to make anyone who's coming here feel small, and then, you know, I'm forgetting his name. The Thing says, you don't, it ain't working right. Like, there's actually more here to dig into as a positive. The problem is, of course,
Meanwhile, he's saying it's a negative.
Yeah, that
He's
doesn't-
saying, like,
Yeah.
So if anything-
this might be a -1.
I was about to say Platoon
Yeah,
digging into
yeah.
it might actually make it a negative point.
Because
I
Sings
think
has
I
just
agree.
said, well, he's evil, so he did something that was evil, which is just a non...
Which is
Well, so
bad.
obviously, I think the point he's making is this is silly. Like, he's made a big
Yeah.
statue of himself. That's silly. Like, oh, he's got to do villainy things because he's the villain, I guess. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, there's people in real life who make statues of themselves because they're so vain. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Especially Victor Von fucking Doom, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with that,
I
character-wise.
think this is a -1.
Ooh, how's the panel feeling? Are we looking at a -1?
I'm fine with it being
Yeah.
a -1. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I'm gonna put this
Yeah.
above. There.
Yep.
That'll work. Some people said it's not centered. I can't tell. My eyes aren't good enough in terms of telling exactly where the center is. I need a ruler. I don't have one.
Yeah.
So that'll have to be good enough for now. But yeah, sorry, I was covering the
-1.
But yeah, okay. Sorry, Sins, you're going down already.
Also, Victor Von Doom? Why not Villain Von Bad Guy the Third? Is it?
This is complicated.
It is, but I don't know.
I think it's unfair
not
because
liking
the
it.
film is adapting with faith. So, if
yes, but it is a very silly name.
Some people have silly names.
I mean, yeah, because I mean, would you, Randall? Would you say the same for Mount Doom?
Because Mount Doom is a translation of the Black Speech, where it's called Orodruin, I think.
Orodruin, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that there's more leeway there because they've just decided in universe to refer to it as Mount Doom. I think that's a little bit different.
Just get away with it.
Well, I was about to say that's a rationale which this one has. That's his name. It's his family name. You know.
I feel like it's a little bit different because his name being Victor Von Doom is different to Reed Richards. It's just nicknaming him Dr. Doom. I don't think those are the same thing.
Well, no, he's Latverian,
he is
right?
Latverian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's Latverian. We don't know the nomenclature system of
Like Doom in their
Latverian,
language
so-
might very well mean flowers.
Yeah, it could mean sugar plums or whatever. He's from a fictional country.
If he's from a fictional country and culture, then there is enough wiggle room there. I mean, I still think it's a silly name, but in universe, I think that's fair enough.
So does that mean I think it's fine for him to have that name, especially if they're adapting it with faith and he's got the fictional culture there?
That's kind of where I
So-
think it's not even fair to the film. The fact that it's trying to give deference to the comic it's adapting, and you're like, oh, stupid, you shouldn't have done that. It's like, oh, okay, well.
So for it to not be a sin, you'd have to change the name
like,
of the
couldn't you
famous
just
main villain.
you could just then sin it for being like, well, you didn't use the actual name, coward, which I would think is valid. So if you're like, I'm willing to give a -1, but I'm also willing to zero it as well.
I'm fine giving it a -1 as well.
I think -1.
Yeah.
All right,
looks
like the negative ones have it.
4 to 5 right there. -1.
Normal for welders to blowtorch sparks everywhere while people walk around with absolutely no security fences, scaffolding, or normal construction warning signs? It's not.
I assume that's not normal, so I think
he's
that's
right. Yeah,
probably
it's not
a fair
normal.
point.
Yeah, he's got a point. He's done it.
That is, it's
Yeah,
not
I think that's
safe.
the one.
Yeah, that is
I think that is the one.
unsafe.
He is
OSHA
correct.
will be phoned about this. You scored a point. Incredible work.
He's
Excellent
back
job.
to -1. Good boy.
We're back to the negatives.
Security fences, scaffolding, or normal construction warning signs? It's not a real presentation in movies unless you can display it with a 3D hologram graphic that fills up nearly the whole room, as if his
That's a 0.
Zero,
I think.
Yeah,
yeah.
neutral, I think.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's a 0. It's a
Nothing.
giveaway name wasn't enough. We're introduced to Von Doom while he sits in the dark in what is obviously an evil chair.
Neutral.
You know what? I don't even know if that's neutral. Isn't that like that's filmmaking? You could say that it's like tacky and a bit silly and ridiculous, but I mean, this is effective. It's
Shrouded
like,
in
if anything, you
darkness,
could say that
hiding
it's
his
a little bit
face.
too effective. Like, this is filmmaking, and he's saying it's like, wow, that's pretty shit, huh? So I don't know.
The movie intends to leave you in basically no doubt from the word go that he's an evil dick, and this
Yeah.
is how it chooses to do that. Like, if they were trying to make him like an unknowable character or someone who might go either way at the beginning, and they'd done this, then it would be counter to the intent of the movie. But like this is just the movie telling you exactly what it wants to tell you about this character.
Is it bad? Is there something wrong with the film if it wants to make it absolutely crystal clear that a character is the villain using filmmaking techniques?
I don't think so.
No,
but
There
I
might
think
be a
like
situation where it is, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
the criticism would be like, would you ideally want to do it in the very first scene that the character has? But that's a
No,
different
maybe not.
point.
But
Well,
that's
just,
not
just
even-
to be
that's
super
not what
clear.
Sins is describing. He's
What-
saying that he sits in the dark in what is obviously an evil chair. Like
Which
his,
isn't the chair's fault, but
yeah, him sitting in the dark is one thing. He's sitting in an obviously evil chair. I don't.
I don't think it's an obviously evil chair. It might just be because it's in darkness, you know, along with him.
The
And he's
lighting
sitting
makes
in
the
it.
chair good or evil.
I mean, maybe the person who's sitting in the chair makes it. Maybe the chair is just a vessel and the chair is neutral. I mean, the Iron Throne looks pretty evil, right? But you could have a good king sitting on it.
Mhm.
No,
Well,
when Viserys sits on it. Is it an evil, spooky sword throne? It's like, nah, it's all right.
Like that shot there is obviously of a bad guy, but it's not because of the chair. So I'm leaning towards -1 here.
Maybe that's where he's making him
I
evil.
am leaning towards -1.
I think -1.
I think that's fair. I because this is framed in the sense that he's saying
He's
that this
saying
is
this
a
is a
sin of the
flaw.
film.
Yeah,
And
this
I
is a
don't
flaw.
agree it's a sin.
If he hadn't
So,
said the
yeah.
evil chair thing, maybe I would try and argue that he's just saying it's obvious that they're using this style to make him come across as evil, which is borderline neutral. But saying it was because it's an obviously evil
helps.
chair is such a silly thing to say.
No, like an obviously evil chair is if he's sitting on one made of the skulls of children that he's murdered. That's
Whoa,
Yeah,
what-
like he's
this
corn
guy
or
is Zod,
something.
okay? Holy shit.
And even then, is it the chair's fault that it's
Jor-El.
made of skulls of murdered children? Not really. It could
Yeah,
be.
I mean,
maybe the chair
we
didn't
don't
want
say
that.
we don't say that Charlie's evil because metal sits on it. That
Yeah,
just isn't
that's
fair
fair.
to Charlie. So yeah, I
What
think once
happens
again,
what happens in the Wins video if he comes in and says, "Oh God, this chair is so evil, I love it." Like, if they both agree that it's an evil chair.
well, that's his opinion. It depends on if he gives it a point or not.
Yeah, well, he probably would with that. Everything.
He probably
Yeah.
would.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll
So-
get there.
On Doom while he
Yeah,
sits in the
the
dark
chair.
in what is obviously an evil chair.
Same old Reed, always stretching, reaching for the stars.
Haha, Reed Richards is going to be stretchy soon. Remember,
You send that, even though it's, I like
you
that
send
line,
that.
so boo.
It's kind of,
That's a good
yeah,
sign.
I'd say if
Yep.
anything, that's kind of
Foreshadowing.
like a fun little foreshadow. Yeah, so
Always
fuck you,
stretching.
-1.
Yeah, fuck you, -1.
remember that time you fucked up? Here's the magazine about it in case you don't. Come, Wendy, let us try and jump the hilly brush. Holy
I
There's-
I
he
was
is trying
about
to-
say- I was about to
Okay,
say,
what?
like, is this a point? But now I'm not so sure.
Because the reason that he's trying to do this and really drive home Reed Richards' recent failures because he wants to negotiate to have a bigger share of the
Correct,
expedition.
and-
Yeah, because if
everything.
anything, you could appeal to character that he would do this
And he
rather
didn't-
than this being
yeah.
like crappy exposition.
trying to-
did
He
this on
didn't
purpose.
spawn the
up.
magazine. He would have had it because he knew this meeting was
had
happening.
it.
Yeah.
And he's a dick.
Yep.
So yeah, -1 actually.
Yeah, from the
I
film
think
think
perspective
so.
as well, like it's essential to understand why Reed Richards is here to begin with. Like he can't do it himself. That this is all leading to where the story is going to go. So it's
Oh
fair
no.
enough.
My God,
he's
you're
not letting
off to a
Reed
good
live it
start,
down.
Mr.
Yeah.
Sins.
Hey,
Once again,
he can draw it back. All right,
-1.
we'll see. This is still competitive, I imagine.
You should know. Come, Wendy, let us try and jump the hilly brush. Holy shit, it's Nip Tuck's Julian McMahon with the Shield's Michael Chiklis here. We've got the entire FX lineup from 2005 in this movie. Sudden
Neutral?
Nothing.
The fact he gives it a sin.
Neutral.
He gives it a sin.
We did. Yeah, like, why is that bad?
Oh,
Because that's not just like a joke. That's saying like
Well,
these
wait, maybe
actors sin.
Am I now confused on the rules? Have we kept to that? Because everything he says is
Well,
always got a ding after it.
I guess so. I guess it's like a joke. I guess he's using it as a joke. So it's fine.
Theoretically, it would
It's
balance out. Because if both
it's neutral. Yeah, this is neutral.
Does
It's
that make
true.
sense though?
Yeah.
Because like it's not neutral in his mind if he gives it a sin for.
I don't
what
think
we
that's
are
how
saying
we
is
made
neutral.
these rules, though.
Some of his sins, I think, are like actually jokes, and he puts it on the counter. But I think if once he starts saying that this is good or bad filmmaking or writing, and then gives it a sin because of that, then it's like, oh,
it could very well be
qualitative statement.
It could be tone as well, right? If he had said Julian McMahon and Michael Chiklis are in this, and then sin, it would be like, oh, so he's saying it's bad that they're there, but he hasn't said why.
Yeah, because that's a statement on like acting quality.
Because all this is
instead of just like a joke
just
about
like,
FX.
holy shit, yeah, we got these people here. Oh wow, and it's like, all right.
So this one's neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
FX lineup from 2005 in this movie. Sudden Jessica Alba. Also, wow, all
That's
one of the
nothing
5
either.
Yeah.
main characters is in this room. I'm only 3 minutes in.
That's a negative one, my man.
That is a negative.
Yeah, that might even be worse than that, honestly.
Yeah, he's made
a.
Why did he say that?
This is.
Why is that bad? Why would it be bad
There's
that you've
something-
introduced all of your main characters very expeditiously? If anything, you could argue that that's like quite efficient.
Yep. Have
Such
them
a
all have a
strange
reason to be here.
observation.
I'm
the
tempted to
reason-
say that's worse.
The reason why that would be a criticism is if it was unjustified for these characters to be here, but the film could have opened like literally right here with the characters in the room. Like
yeah, the tone of this is
Johnny
that it's
Storm isn't here.
very convenient that this is happening or something to the story. It's like, no.
It's not. It's not convenient at all.
Yeah, it really isn't.
I think this is worse than a -1. I think this might be a -2. This is like a really stupid point.
I agree. This is bad. I think -1 or
one and a sus.
Oh, is this?
What would the argument be for 2? Because I'm happy with 1, but I'm people sus on 2.
I think to me it's like there's a broader implication. It's like this is an argument that it feels like you could apply to a variety of different films, which would just be absolutely ridiculous. Like, wow, isn't it stupid that this film has introduced 4 of its 5 main characters in 3 minutes? Like, that's a really stupid point.
It is a very stupid point.
Yeah, and they're not just in the same room. Like, one of the things that sort of stood out to me was how quite like efficient the opening 15 minutes in particular of this movie is. It's not only that they're all here so we can see all of them, but the scene is here to tell you quite a lot about their each like distinctive personalities, which is very important to understand what happens between them later on. You're learning the basics of their history, their personality, their relationships, the antagonisms. Like it's a very efficient scene. So it's not just all in one place. It's all in one place and introducing each of them at the same time.
Exactly, because you learn Reed is down on his luck, Ben is super loyal, Sue is estranged from Reed, and Reed has a bit of beef with Doom.
Well, and
like,
Doom keeps Sue close because he can't have her, right? That's a thing in the story.
So
that's got to be a -2 then, because
I think so. Yeah, I'm
think
convinced.
this is worthy.
He's implying that it's contrived. Not only is it not contrived, it's actually very efficient.
Yeah, and this is just like basic general film construction that's pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine with giving this a -2.
You have to play
this
that
goes
sound
further
twice.
than detail.
God damn, Sins, what are you doing?
Oh, ouch. Yeah, I feel like he's failing more here than with Last Wish.
Yeah.
This room. I'm only 3 minutes in.
I think you both know my director of genetic research, Susan Storm.
I sure do. Thanks for reminding me of her name.
Well, wait, hold on. What if you never heard of Fantastic Four before you've seen this film?
I assume the point he's making is that it's bad exposition because everyone in the room knows.
I would agree more so with that, because why would you need to they all know who she is. They know who she is.
I believe that's the point he's making. If I could just listen to it again just to make sure.
My director of genetic research, Susan Storm.
I sure do. Thanks for reminding me of her name.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
I sure do.
An argument
he
to be
says
made
I
that
sure
he is
do.
He's saying that deliberately because he knows that she has history with Reed.
Yeah, I think he's playing it up as though he's in the room. Like he's one of these characters. Like, I sure do.
You know what? I think that might be. Oh my god, a 1?
+1, I think, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Good job.
Storm, Doom. It's like Marvel names its characters via Mad Lib. Also,
I mean,
it's a
if
joke,
it was
right?
looking
It's
for
just
a
neutral?
noun, I guess, yeah.
Neutral.
I think it's neutral.
I know I'm far from the first to point out like this, but I still have to give a sin for the fact that of the 3 characters whose full names we've learned, all have names whose first and last portions begin with the same letter. That's not anywhere near as cute as they think it is.
I think you got -1 for that.
You do get -1 because he
The film
specifically
is
said he
flawed
has
because
to
the
take a
characters
sin
have
for
names
it.
that are alliteration. Like, that's not a problem. Sorry.
Susan Storm, yeah, Reed Richards.
Like, what's the flaw there?
Victor.
Why is that bad writing?
And it does seem like he's saying
Victor
it's
Von Doom.
like it doesn't feel like there's as much of a joke in that statement. Like he's saying like that's.
No, I think he's saying
that
that's
it's not as
stupid.
cute as
That's
they think
silly.
it is, which is
Yeah.
a criticism. So I mean, it's Marvel naming convention. I think presumably done to make names more memorable, and all of them do it. Most of them do it anyway. It's not.
I mean, clearly it works.
Yeah.
So, like, if anything, there's an argument in favor of it.
Yeah, that's why Fringy's first name is Frederick Fringy, and we just call him by because we keep it professional, so we call him Fringy. But Frederick Fringy, Marty Mahler.
Remember that
I'm just
famous guy, Freudian Freud, I think was his
Freudian
name.
Freud.
Right.
Yeah,
Freudian
that's right.
Freud.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Jung, yeah.
Ryan Bigadius.
Adam Adler.
And we have Ryan Random here, and Patty Platoon
Patty.
is here. Yeah, Patty Platoon. Oh, it's Patty Platoon. Yeah, this is a -1.
All right.
I think.
Yeah, -1.
Yeah, I'm held on to that extra point there for just so fleeting, isn't it?
Hey, he'd be at -7 if it didn't have that.
True.
So,
All right. What's the worst that could happen, cliche?
That's neutral, right?
that's neutral.
Yeah,
I think it's a joke. I think it's a joke.
Yeah.
Always right. He's obviously not always right if he's no longer dating Jessica Alba.
When we
A joke, so neutral.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is a great writer.
Ben asks when they're leaving on the mission that only just got greenlit 5 floors ago.
That's a -1, right? Because that's the character
This
thing.
is a -1. That's right.
Yeah.
It is because in this scene in the elevator, Sue Storm and Reed Richards are kind of starting to the beginnings of a little bickering argument are starting to kind of happen.
And Ben doesn't
so
like
Ben
it.
immediately changes the subject. Yep, he doesn't want him to argue. This is at least a -1. It depends on how much importance we give to the fact that this is a character decision that's being ignored. This is a character move that Ben is doing that I think is decently. I mean, as will be pointed to earlier and has been alluded to as well whenever anyone talks about the Fantastic Four and the nature of their powers as it relates to their personality. Ben is like he's the solid rock that's always with Reed Richards, thus his power set. So I think there might be an argument this actually is a -2. This is a character thing that I think is potentially meaningful enough to get a -2, but I'm curious to hear what y'all have to say about it if you think it's serious enough.
I thought that's why it was -1, as in that's the thing he has missed, that it's in character for him to say this in this moment. He has instead isolated it as a line, and the context, all the context he's given is just the conversation about this plan to go to space and everything. So,
it's really just a matter of how intense you think it is in terms of how important the character stuff is and the criticism, because the deviation between when does a -1 because of a -2 is it's not necessarily a super fine line. So
I vote 1 for this one personally. What's everyone else going?
I do 1.
Okay, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
we can do that. He gets -1.
Is he? By my count, he's -8 right now.
God damn.
I have a -7.
Oh, I thought maybe I'd added 1 extra. That's why I wanted to ask. So I'll move mine back.
The director of genetic research for this company, but also schedules space launches for some reason.
Remember
Potential
would
1.
So the thing about this is that is Doom wants to date her, so he's probably trying to get her closer to like secretary / director of genetic research. I'm guessing is the point. But I think it's still kind of fair to say this is strange for the director of genetic research.
I think this is fair.
Yeah,
I
that
think
is not
this is a
intuitive.
+1.
Your director of genetics research doesn't normally manage your Outlook calendar, so...
No, and what I'm suggesting
point.
just isn't in the movie, as in, like, they don't...
Yeah.
So
That could be a reason, but it's not stated here.
I think we should give him a point for this.
Yeah.
I agree.
Wait, was Friggy saying something?
I said yeah. No, I agree.
Okay.
Some reason.
Remember my brother Johnny?
Rock music plays between the first mention of a character and his first appearance in the next scene to signify that he's a badass and doesn't follow the rules.
I mean, it's a cliche, but is it a big problem?
How much of a joke is this? Because I don't know if it is.
No, I think he's making a criticism. Like, it's a cliche. That's what he's saying.
It's fine to have a cliche. Have something being a cliche isn't like with the thing he said earlier. I think that was like actually a joke. But just because something's a cliche or a trope does not mean it is good or bad.
Yeah, his framing here is saying that it is bad because it's a cliche.
Like, it's unimaginative.
Slightly sympathetic to the argument that cliches. I mean, they're not always bad is the problem, but the cliche things...
They can be.
Like, if you can have a cliche or not a cliche, my weighting is always not a cliche, because you're actually applying some imagination.
I don't know.
It doesn't... It's effective for what it's trying to do. What it's trying to do is a cliche. So...
And plus, it's become... And plus, especially now that we're looking back on it, it's become a really charming like aspect of the flavor of films of this era, you know. So, I mean, obviously, that's nothing to do with the rating. It's just something that I kind of like about going back to watch these sorts of movies from this era.
I mean, it very, very effectively and efficiently tells you exactly what you need to know in about 5 seconds, which is efficient writing. Cliches can be quite good for that, I suppose. So, like,
yeah, they can be. I mean, cliches are often as purely descriptive. Typically, is like these things are useful. They get used a lot. It's like tropes.
Well, so the way I would rate this, right, is like when they're creating this, or the editor was, he's like, "What music do I play?" It's like, well, Johnny Storm, he's the wacky guy. He doesn't play by the rules. Look at him go. He's just doing whatever he wants. What music represents that? And it's like, I think maybe some rock or whatever have you, and plugs that in. And someone could be like, isn't that kind of just what everyone always does when doing something like this? And that guy could be like, well, but sure, but I do think this works for this, as in, maybe it is something that everyone does, but I really think
it actually does tell you something about the character, and it sounds an incredibly basic thing, but again, Jurassic World Afterbirth does not know how to tie music into character beats or plot.
No.
So we've actually forgotten this incredibly cliched skill.
I'd also say that this being a cliche is not this film's fault, because if this was the first film to ever do this, then it wouldn't be a cliche.
As Rag said, this is just fucking a note of the era. That every character of this archetype would have had this kind of intro. Is probably why he's saying this. It's just that now I'm trying to figure out what does this mean for his comment.
This might just be an aspect of, do we think that this is serious or a joke? If it's serious, it's a negative one.
It's more the case that is it descriptive or criticism? Because it doesn't have the cadence of a joke. It is.
Yeah, because if he's giving something a sin as a joke, that's neutral. It's whatever. It's humor. But
he does use the cliche thing as a joke, though, like as a running gag in his. Well, gag might be the wrong word, but like in his videos, he will point out, "Oh, it's this cliche thing," as like a recurring theme thing in his videos. A point that he will repeatedly make. I feel like that might be leaning into it being a joke.
This one seems to have an actual explanation for it, though, whereas the other one didn't. This plays because the first mention, because appearance, because signify, because here's a character thing, right? He's given an explanation as to why this cliche is happening. Whereas with the previous cliche thing was just describes a cliche, and I think that was just a joke. You know?
Yeah, and here it does what he describes here. It does signify that he's a badass and doesn't follow the rules, so it accomplishes what it's supposed to do.
Because this is a filmmaking thing.
Yeah.
Like, this is an actual stylistic choice that has some sort of a narrative function to give information to the viewer.
So he's identified the function, called it a cliche, and said that it's bad.
There are people who say we don't give a shit about films.
When you say he said that it's bad, did he though, or are you just going with the sin counter?
I'm going with the sin counter. Yeah.
I'm not going with the sin counter. I'm saying I think you're saying this is a flaw, just outright through the observation.
Give it a little listening in.
Remember my brother Johnny?
Rock music plays between the first mention of a character and his first appearance in the next scene to signify that he's a badass and doesn't follow the rules.
Yeah, like, I think that's just a criticism, regardless of the sin counter.
Because surely he wouldn't just be flat out describing it like that for no other reason than to just be like...
There's an irony here that if he'd
things.
ended all of that with cliche, I might have given him a pass because that would be true.
It is a cliche, yes.
But the fact that isn't there makes it seem like he's saying this is a bad choice.
Oh, I thought that he did say that it was a cliche. In that case, I misheard it the first time. If he didn't say that, then I don't think we can say that he's making a joke here.
This is just a criticism.
I feel like this is -1.
He's saying,
yeah,
I think this is. I think so too.
All right, I'm convinced.
I am as well.
Where did the car go? Why was the woman he was kissing in that car driving down this road to the launch site? Also, what brought...
That might have just been a jump cut, though.
It could have been a jump cut. Also, it's a free fucking country, Cinema Sins. All right.
Cargo.
Yeah, that... I don't know. That's because how long is this road?
Well,
we don't know that road can't go somewhere else, right?
Yeah. Well, all roads go somewhere. I would imagine.
No, I know. It's not that it only goes to the launch site, is what I mean.
And they could have been. This could be miles before. Yeah.
Yeah, he's assumed a floor where one. Then again, you can see like the water, but again, it could go for a while.
It could go for a while. Yeah.
He's assumed a floor where another fair argument for why it's not a floor exists, which is not great.
Yeah, I think this is an example of we got to give films the benefit of the doubt, as in when there are two options at play, you don't tend to opt for the one that's stupid. You'd opt for the one that makes more sense.
It's a jump cut. There's a temporal, gap there.
How much are we? Because he makes two observations here, but it only counts as one sin. So are we splitting this up into two different points, or is it all just grouped together as one?
It might have to do with how robust each of the things are. If they're supposed to lend to a single idea.
Where did the car go as 1 point? That's a continuity error. Why was the woman driving down this road is a different point. It's like, well, why is she even here in the first place?
That is a subcategory of a flaw that assumes the first one is correct. That's why he said the second one, right? If the first one were not correct, which I don't think it is.
I think if they're distinct enough, they can count as multiple points, positive or negative.
I've been convinced
if they're
that this one can be bundled as one. You're right. Two relies on one.
You can also justify both of them by saying that it was a jump cut.
Well, yeah, I think that is the good faith thing to do here, is to say that he was way further back on the road.
Is the conclusion that he has been bad faith -1?
No, I think he just missed that that option probably. But I'd still say this is a -1 in terms of just he's clearly pointing to a flaw that doesn't exist.
Ah, yes, I think that makes sense.
I think that's fair. Yeah, if you're gonna ding it, then yeah.
Cargo. Why was the woman he was kissing in that car driving down this road to the launch site? Also, what brought Ben and Reed out here with binoculars anyway? Were they like, hey, let's go out to the deck and look for Johnny when he drives up?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, binoculars, the things famous only for looking at Johnny Storm.
That is what they were doing. -1. Idiot.
That's an easy -1. What a silly way to be like, what are they? Who is this supposed to be, Alfred?
Just let me go get my Johnny Storm tubes over here. It's like the other binoculars are useful.
We'll be able to figure out everything we need to know about his character from here.
That wingnut washed out of NASA for sneaking 2 Victoria's Secret wannabes into a flight simulator.
That was paused just for copyright there. Holy shit.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Sounds to me like he didn't wash out of NASA, but one NASA.
Look.
Funny. Oh wow! I'm surprised he didn't just point out that that was kind of a bit clunky exposition.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way about it. I was like, that's
clunky.
He said
you missed an easy point, my man.
Went for a meme instead. Fair enough,
Yeah. All right, 0.
The clunky exposition, doesn't that turn into a joke about him crashing the flight simulator into a wall?
He does later.
Yeah.
On your hard-ass former CEO's face.
If he says priceless, I'm going to be really upset.
Priceless.
God damn it.
Who the
joke?
I guess.
It's a MasterCard reference. Neutral.
hell came up with these?
Victor did.
How did Sue hear and know what Ben was saying from around the corner all the way back here?
They are not that far away, bro.
Not that far.
Pretty easily. Pretty easily.
She's a human being who has fucking ears. I don't know.
Dude, -1.
-1, yeah.
This is a little like...
No, hold on. We gotta... You people, the He doesn't know how ears work, and he doesn't know that people have ears. Is this not an argument for a -2?
Look, I'm not looking at Jessica Alba's ears either, but I assume she's got them. All right.
She probably does.
I think Random's kind of making a fair point. It's like, this is pretty retarded. Like,
I mean, how did she hear from a distance?
To a degree, you could extrapolate all criticisms that way. It's like, does he not have a fundamental understanding of roads? Does he not know the existence of roads and how they work, about the montage thing? Does he not know about the history of montage in cuts in film? I'd be like, I don't think we need to... It's not that deep. He thinks that she was much further away than she actually was. That's all it is.
Okay.
The synthetics act as a second skin, adapting to your body's individual needs.
As it turns out, my body needs to show as much cleavage as possible. Movie.
Like, it's probably.
I fail to see how that's a negative.
I think that's a Jessica Alba joke about her appearance, or is it?
Could
I think it is. I think it's.
Could one be critical of this? Because if we're to maybe be a bit generous to his point that this is a science related thing strictly, and yet there's like a cleavage window for her.
That is, yeah, unless all the guys have it too.
I'm certainly not complaining. I'm just saying that it might be valid.
The dialogue goes to say what exactly the suits do. So is there... I can't remember what specifically they do, but is she losing function by showing cleavage?
Wait, the reason why she says this is because the suit will eventually be able to be used to mimic the powers.
Yeah.
That's the point of this line. Eventually, it can be invisible and it can stretch and it can be on fire. That's the whole point of this.
And who made the suits? Was it?
I think Sue did, right?
Von Doom. Oh, that's
Von Doom. Oh, because that's why I asked. Because he might. He's got the hots for Sue
fair.
Storm. So
that
maybe.
I
mean, look.
Not say anything hey man, come on, what's going on?
Well, she apparently likes the design choice, maybe, but I think that's really fair. That Doom designed them, and he's obsessed with her. So.
Well,
she has offered no complaints in the story. She hasn't mentioned anything. So
does that still mean it's a 0 though, or
that might be a negative one. Let's just see the criticism again.
Your body's individual needs.
As it turns out, my body needs to show as much cleavage as possible.
And then negative.
Yeah. Do we know in the film that Doom made the suits?
Yes.
Okay, so then we would be drawing an implication from the film that he made the suits to show off her jubblies.
I think that's fair if he designed them.
She's the lady,
agree.
And she's.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I also feel like that is an interpretation of the scene. It's not something that is straight up in the movie because there's. But
it is based off. It is based off of multiple points of
Isn't that just a logical deduction? He designed it. It looks that way, so he wanted it to look that way.
Especially considering who she is, and
then we have a character
reason
for that too.
It's not the film specifically, but there is a logical point. It uses multiple points of information.
Yeah. Okay. So Sins is inaccurate because he missed that essentially.
Because I wouldn't say it's a fact of the film, but it is a logical thing that is not unreasonable to intuit.
Yeah, I would agree.
So someone said she just hasn't zipped it all the way up. If that's the case as well, that's also fair. I don't know though. Well, so the question then is he kind of just memeing here, or so is this a 0 or -1?
I got the impression it was a joke.
I think he's memeing. Yeah. It's a Jessica Alba and is an attractive thing.
Well then, you're right.
She's a lovely lady. Yeah, 0.
Movie glosses over the fact that they conceive of, plan for, train for, and execute this mission in 6 weeks. This computer.
Well, but it's not the first mission they've done that relates to this, right?
Well, is it a problem that the film skips the preparation for this? Is that a flaw, or is that just nothing?
I thought he was just saying it was ridiculously fast.
That's what I was picking up from this.
Well, the fact movie glosses over that. Okay. So it's not that we don't get to see all of the planning. It's just that it's kind of crazy that they did it this quickly.
But
yeah, they don't have a 6 months later.
The reason they pick up Johnny Storm, they account for that because he's the ace pilot who can do this without any additional training, and Reed Richards has done all the research in advance, and the space station already exists, and the technology level is such that this is not as uncommon as it is in the real world. None of this is out of the ordinary for the movie.
They did their work, I think.
And I hope that he applies this to the new one when he does it, that they make that in 2 days or something. That plan is way quicker.
What does that mean for his comment, though?
I hope he says movie glosses over the fact that they conceive of, plan, and train for, and execute the mission in 2 days.
No, I'm saying, what does it mean for this comment about, like, so is this a 0 or a -1? Because
I'd say it's at least a -1, because like it's framed as a criticism.
It is, and the movie does not gloss it over.
Wrong.
Like, it gives a lot of reason for why they were able to do this.
But is that then a negative too, in the sense that not only is it perfectly explicable without the dialogue what's gone on and it's not unbelievable, but the movie actually goes out of its way to tell you why this works, and he still missed it.
I think that's a fair point.
If you miss information, yeah, as we've kind of stated, if the film gives you information and you use it and you don't use it for a point that you're making, then that's negative. Because you've messed up. You have forgotten something that the film told you, or you didn't notice it. Which in and of itself is almost like, yeah, that just by virtue of that alone.
I think I agree with the -2. I think that this is I think this actually, bigger flaw that 1, even without an explanation, you could accept this, but 2, they gave one. Yeah.
Does it cross the threshold into -2 for me?
I'm happy with a -2 on that.
It doesn't for me.
I'm more comfortable with -1.
I'm more on the -1 side, but it's not unreasonable.
Well, if it's 3-2, then that's all good.
It doesn't even matter. Yeah.
Yeah, I get so
we
-1
still
for
matter, Friggy.
No, I didn't say you didn't matter. I just said it doesn't matter. You're not.
Wow, so I don't even get a pronoun anymore. Well, I guess that is a pronoun.
It can be a pronoun these days. I will never. Just to be clear, I will never call you an it. Fuck
Unless
that.
you hate me.
All right.
Like, that's what
like that creature.
Well, I mean, remember, that's what Lex Luthor, he called Superman an it, and that was not positive.
Not very nice, Lex.
And he's mean. He shouts 1A instead of just building his super team. I do enjoy that.
Nicholas, that's one of the best examples of Nicholas Hoult being such a good actor, and that's the material he got. 1A over and over again.
He would be great at bingo.
Why would he make Ultraman if he could have just built like a suit? And we already know he could have built a suit because all the rappers have suits. So why is he going to have a suit?
Why
in the
did he already have
movie?
one Ultraman?
Yeah, what a great movie, man.
Why didn't the Justice League help fight Ultraman at the beginning?
They were busy. They don't get involved in politics, Rags.
Oh, I have so many questions about this incredible movie.
One of my favorite
-1
defenses I've seen online is that the reason the Justice League did not do anything about
is it -2?
The Hammer of Baravia is because that would be political for them to defend America against him.
Well, yeah, but if someone invades your country, that's political. But you have to defend your country. Sorry.
As that was going on, the guy the guy who's leader of Baravia was saying he's not a Baravian superhero. I don't know what you're talking about. So actually, it wasn't. And
well,
even at the time,
it was
right.
I just don't think it fucking matters either way. The Justice League or Justice Gang are going to turn up to fight someone who's destroying like pieces of the city and lasering through buildings.
That the Justice Gang would not have intervened to stop 9/11.
No,
because that would be
political. Anyway.
Conceive of, plan for, train for, and execute this mission in 6 weeks. This computer screen contains equal amounts of character names and useless information.
ETA. Well, is the information useful? Hold on, initiating airlock pressurization. That's useful information.
That's important.
That's rather important.
Normal.
Also, I feel like status normal is to try and be like, there is nothing wrong with them. So when you see stuff go wrong with them, trust me, it's to do with the events, not themselves, you know?
Also, isn't the Storm ETA technically very important information, given the twist is that the Storm arrives before they expect it to?
Useful information.
Man,
this is at least a -2.
I think that's a -2, yeah.
I agree. This is wrong enough to be, This is just flat out wrong. This is just, you're just wrong, man.
Till cosmic event, 9 hours. You cut it kind of fucking close, didn't you? They planned this.
Only in the sense, well, it depends how long it takes for Ben to do whatever he's got to do. If it were like 20 minutes or something for him to do what he's got to do, then that's fine, I guess. And
also,
that would also explain why they've shortened the time to get out here, right?
And also why they only have 6 weeks to do it.
Exactly.
Well,
that's what I mean.
I forget exactly how it goes, but are they wrong about the timer on the Storm, or does it take him that long to do the job? Are they working for 9 hours?
They're wrong.
They're wrong. Reed is wrong about it.
Wrong. It's way closer.
I remember that being actually a criticism of this film, that he wouldn't have been wrong about that because he's way too smart for it, which, you know, to an extent, we'll see if that gets brought up.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. This is like
It's hard to
science
say,
fiction.
yeah,
This is
'cause
science stuff,
up to
and
the movie,
I'm not
kinda.
qualified to know. So what are we thinking about this one?
Wait. So yeah, so just the cutting it close thing. I think the film has sufficiently provided us context for why it has gone this way. This is the one chance, right?
They
That's what Rita
obviously,
said.
yeah,
Well,
they wouldn't cut it this close if they didn't have a choice, or if they did have a
also,
choice.
Doom is not worried because he's got the whole reason they're using his like space station or whatever it is because it's got the shields that will block it. So he's
Yeah.
not worried. He doesn't care about cutting it close because they can just close the shields and they'll be fine.
So is that -1?
-1.
I think
I'm
this
thinking
is
for that
-1.
reason it'd be a -1. Yeah.
All right.
Yep, fair enough.
Finn's floundering here.
You cut
Uh-oh.
it
Yeah,
very
he
fucking
is.
close, didn't you? They planned this entire mission in 6 weeks, but have no better way to put flower samples out in the path of the cosmic event than to send out a dude in a spacesuit.
Why
Like,
would
they
you
should
be
have
able to?
robots or something?
I don't. I was
That would take longer.
suggesting. There's no,
Robots.
for the record, there's nothing wrong with Ben going out and doing that with the context they have right now. Like, it's totally safe and reasonable as it stands.
I
We
don't know
have
how
space
much
suits,
it
we
should
have
be
people who
relevant.
just go out and do
Well,
it.
as I understand it, spacewalks either are less common or don't happen at all anymore. Unless I'm very mistaken. I believe it's because essentially the risk of getting hit with debris is just like sizable. Or like it's enough of a concern that you wouldn't want to send people out like unnecessarily.
Well, so what would the
Unless
alternative
I'm
be?
mistaken. My assumption would be robot.
Robots,
Send a robot out
drones.
there.
The thing is,
conveyor belt.
anything that you would use, you've got to think that would take longer to prepare. So his criticism of they had all this time, like the whole 6 weeks to prep it, and they couldn't come up with anything better. I don't feel like that makes any sense.
I don't know. Could they? And if given the level of technology in this world, can they not like have like a robot? Because it's people saying like, "Oh, it's 2005." It's like, yeah, but remember, this tech is like future
They're in
tech.
space, man.
I mean,
they're
if
in
we,
space.
I don't think that's a good point, Rags. We went to space well before we had like
No,
crazy.
no, it's not. It's not about not space. It's just that they clearly live in a world with future tech.
They
I don't,
you
I don't
would
think we've seen
imagine
anything that would like. It would be much better if we could point to a device that we've seen them
The
use.
space- the thing I'm pointing to is that the space station is the way that it is. There is no space station today that is as crazy as the space station in this film with like artificial gravity and shit.
Okay.
It's clearly
Most big science fiction things they operate kind of. You have to extrapolate based on the information that you're given. At no point later in the movie do they use a robot where they could have used a robot here. If they'd done that, then I would say yes, they absolutely have robots. Therefore, this part is a problem. But you there's a degree of leeway that I'm prepared to give movies based on just like this is just the rules that they've given me as the setup. Like Star Wars spaceships fly like World War II fighter planes. Do we know that spaceships? We know they don't do that really, but that's what the rules are in that universe. So.
Yeah, to be clear, I said the nature of the kind of spaceship that they are and what they are doing out here, and the fact that they've got up here and are doing all these things, like obviously like wireless technology and that stuff that
that's what
exist,
Fringy
they would
said.
have access to it. It's just I just don't think this is an issue.
Right in the movie for them. I'm not. I'm saying this might be a problem.
I think it's very fair, but I'm more inclined to agree with Platoon that we've not seen that element of the technology tree. We've seen lots of stuff.
I get you. I know what you mean, that there's nothing that you could point to in the film of there being crazy robots. I guess my point would be that seems kind of inexplicable that the tech would be like insane to this degree, but like no robots. But yeah, like if there are no robots and we don't see any robots, then, you know.
Well, do we see him actually working on the device out there? Because it might be a complicated thing to set up that they don't have a robot to do in terms of pressing buttons, moving things around, securing lids, unsecuring them, tightening things up. It might be that it really is just easier to send out a person in the suit to manipulate the holder and all the buttons and stuff out there themselves.
If there are no robots, this is their only option. So that's kind of almost like what the criticism is dealing with. The only way would be if they had robots. In the absence of robots.
And if there are robots, we don't even know if it would be better.
The best robot, yeah. And also, it's something that was already mentioned before. They have 9 hours to do this, so like, with that information, what's the problem? There's like no real problem.
Are there any robots in this movie?
No.
No.
Not
Okay, so in that case, I feel like
if there was Herbie, then he would do it.
Yeah, so Sins is saying that they had 6 weeks, but they couldn't invent a robot to do it for them.
I guess
you can't have the 6 weeks being a hurry point, and then also have why didn't they use like the optimal option point simultaneously?
I think that's actually a better observation. Yeah, he was shitting on like, man, you did all this in 6 weeks, and now he's like, dude, you had 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Well, pick one.
You
No,
can't
actually,
have
you know
both.
what? Negative. I think I'm moving to a -1. Yeah.
Do you think that the fact that this relies on like it's counter to another thing that he did earlier, is that enough? Well,
I think
I get
that's
what you're saying,
bothering me
like,
now.
because if he was
Pointed out.
wrong about that other observation, then should it even
you
reflect?
can't have both sides.
But
in
it
a
is,
way.
yeah, like I do think it should be considered because it's information he's working with and he's somehow forgotten.
Exactly.
You know?
I think that's a
From
-1.
a second ago.
-1, I think. Hmm.
You
What do we write?
fool.
Yeah, I'm fine with a -1.
Yeah, yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So yeah, there we go.
Spacesuit.
We have less than 6 minutes.
I'll say, because the storm hits in less than 30 seconds after you say this.
So, just what, continuity?
That could
error,
be.
Well,
as
so
you say?
It
I think that
depends on
only
if they
works-
have a 1-to-1.
that only works in the reverse. If she had said it's going to hit in 30 seconds and then 6 minutes of movie time goes by, I'd be like, yeah, that's fair. But when it's you've got
This-
6 minutes and it hits in
cut.
30 seconds, like, well, then it's cut together, right? You got to be fair.
Remember,
I think
remember when we were watching Agatha and they had the countdown for the poison hitting, and the clock was constantly fucking around with the time it had and the amount of dialogue they had, and they stretched it out. That'd be the opposite, where that's a problem because it's way longer than the actual real screen time we get. This could just be a cut.
Yeah, again, this is kind of similar to that road thing. It's like you got to be a little bit reasonable with how films are created. What we see is not real time throughout the whole thing.
Yes.
We didn't see the 9 hours either.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm giving Sins too much credit here, but from memory, the way this scene goes is they say, oh no, we got like 6 minutes, we got to hurry up. And then they just don't do anything to hurry Ben along
Well, so
until the storm is on
that's
them.
actually, that was my criticism. It was one of my first major criticisms when I was watching this was I didn't even like that Reed went to Doom first. I was like, no, he'd go to Ben. He'd get Ben out from outside. And he'd probably, if he had any power to override the shields, do that as well, which he's pretty smart. I could imagine that. Because this is a catastrophic emergency, you know? You don't need Doom's permission.
Anything for Ben.
That is a different point, because he's not pointing out character decisions, he's pointing out like continuity.
We get a point.
Yeah.
Yes,
right.
but it seems like because of the flawed character decisions, the impression that the film gives is that she says it's going to be here in 6 minutes and then it arrives immediately, which is what he's pointing out.
I don't think he's saying, I think he's literally just saying the time doesn't match, that's all.
He's saying, like, you said it would take 6 minutes, but I looked at the timeline of the movie and it only takes 30 seconds, so what you said is wrong, Sue. I think that's what he's saying. And I think
that's
that means
possible.
It's -1.
That's possible, but if it's possible to interpret from the movie, like reasonably, that the storm did arrive 30 seconds after she said 6 minutes, then I don't think he's wrong.
Well, that would be fair, but by the literal nature of just the clip he's showing us, there are cuts. There are going to be lots of cuts, so you can account for time passing in all of them.
Yes, but then you have to justify no one getting Ben inside the ship immediately.
Again, that's not our problem to deal with because he didn't say that.
Yeah, because that's a very distinct like character issue. And logistics
that
issue.
would be a point, but that's not the point.
Because we are fundamentally the point of this is video construction and analysis. He should be saying they had 6 minutes and yet no one could get Ben in. That's absurd. Like, and to be honest, downright. In fact, if he had said not only does that make no fucking sense from like a logistical standpoint in terms of how much time, but it's really like character assassinating, and I'd be like, that might be 2 points right there.
Yeah, I'd give him 2 points for that. Absolutely.
But he didn't say that, so -1.
But say that he did not.
Because the storm hits in less than 30 seconds.
I'd say this is -1.
Point for this? The -1? Gotcha.
After you say this.
Ben, you need to get inside now!
I ain't done arranging your flowers yet, egghead.
Ben translates Reed's panic as impatient asshole for some reason. Probably so he can waste more time out here and everyone can get superpowers trying to save him. Christ.
I think that's a point. Like, he should
That's reasonable, I think.
He should be picking up the tone.
It is strange that Ben wouldn't be like, what's wrong? What's wrong? Because you sound flustered, obviously. And whenever someone tells you need to get in right now in a mission like this, you should probably be like, okay, be serious, what's happening?
You know you're on a time limit.
If someone screams at me, get in the spaceship, I'm not even asking.
I'll be like, all right, buddy, I'm off.
Okay, There you
Yes,
go.
fair
Plus
enough. Plus one.
Ben himself, the lone human spacewalking outside the ship, should have noticed this cosmic event was way closer than it should be.
Correct.
I don't know.
I think it's correct.
You think
Yep.
so?
It's huge and bright and glowing. It's huge.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure.
Yep.
Oh, he's making a comeback. We're getting the further we
on.
get
Yeah,
into this
that's right.
movie.
I will say,
I don't think he's about to with this next point.
Well, this should pick up the more the film goes on, right? In theory.
Yeah, the film gets worse, so theoretically, sins should get higher and higher.
It does.
Interesting. Get your powers montage is fucking stupid.
Why?
You didn't say
no,
why.
Okay,
Zero, right?
negative. I think that's a -1. No argument.
If he had just said it was stupid, I mean, oh yeah, this is past just I think that it's stupid or I think that it's silly is a subjective thing. This is like, here's a sin. This montage is fucking stupid.
Doesn't even explain why.
Yeah, he's just going to rely on everyone to see, I guess, the visuals and be like, yeah, that is stupid. But it's like, but specifically what? Give us something, man. Anything. Analysis. Something.
-1.
The absence of an analysis would leave it at 0, right?
It depends on what you're saying. If you're saying that, like, this is a sin, this is stupid, then I think
which
that's
is what
different than just saying, oh, look at that. There's a dresser over there in the corner.
Yeah, and
That's
he
just
did.
like,
He said this is fucking stupid, and then gave it a sin.
This is just a
He
description.
feels strongly.
Yeah,
He feels strongly and then doesn't. Yeah, okay.
No argument.
Yep. A description with analysis is something, but he's just saying it's stupid. So yeah, -1.
So much for the comeback.
Your powers montage is fucking stupid.
What I mean.
I swear to you, Ben, they've done everything humanly possible.
Har har. Character that everyone knows will be horribly disfigured has to endure a fake-out disfigurement just for laughs. It's funny. Fucking laugh already, assholes. This dude.
Well, I don't know why you would say that's a negative, because that's Johnny being Johnny. He's
character.
Yeah,
it's all good. I think it's all good, that sequence, because
yeah. I think it's a good joke. I think it plays off of audience expectations. It's character relevant.
-1.
Am I crazy for suggesting
I might
this could be a
go
-2?
I think this is a -2.
This ignores Johnny and Ben's relationship. It doesn't it's criticizing it for playing on meta, which I think is something you can compliment it for. Right, and,
I think this is multifaceted. It's not just one
because they're making a meta joke that they're drawing out of their characterization, and he's just said it's a meta joke, therefore bad.
I think I agree.
Yeah,
-2.
-2.
Damn it, Sins. Down you go.
Fucking laugh already, assholes. This dude's ridiculously large chair. Move your...
Maybe he's just ridiculously small. Fuck you.
What is it with this guy in chairs? Like
that looks like the kind of chair you could just like go into a coma. That thing looks.
That's rich man chair. That's I have money to spend.
This man worked hard to get that chair.
Yeah,
you
that chair
don't see chairs
cost like $5,000.
You don't see chairs like that in the project.
Could you imagine spending $5,000 on a chair?
You go to your friend's place and they pick this up, and you're like, "Why'd you do that?" They're like, "Isn't it obvious?"
And you leave the price tag on it constantly, and the price tag is always dangling there so that people know.
Do you remember that? There's that gorilla sofa that some people have. It's like enormous. It's just a gorilla head in the center of it. And it's just like, why'd you get that? It's like, you know why I got it.
I don't know why you do.
I know which one.
The gorilla vest that Mr. Burns wears. There you go.
I have never seen this before.
I really like the vest.
This is 6,000 pounds.
There it is, yeah.
That's amazing.
Worth every penny. Worth every
single
penny. God, I want to make love on that couch.
I would like an orangutan variant of that. I like the orangutan vibe. They're very chill, because this one's quite ominous. I'd like one with that sort of smile that the orangutan has, where just you know what I mean.
I get you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. This one is
talking about
a bit
ominous. Like this one here, it's got like abs, so those would be like rubberized behind you while you're sitting down on it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong.
You were fucking. You were.
Maybe my eyes are fucked now, but is that not AI, or am I imagining?
It looks like it does look like AI.
It's from an Amazon product listing, so I assume it's real, but it might not be.
These days.
The background looks weird too.
The lighting and the texture.
Because sometimes what they do is they just take their product and they like put it in a room when it's not there. Like to be like they just take a product with a transparent background and they just paste that over a random room or whatever to be like, see, look, here it is in a room. They will do that.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, I guess this is a 0, right? Because it's just like.
I think this is just a joke. Yeah.
Well, what in Sins' sort of universe of furniture morality? Why is the original one obviously evil and this one is just largely neutral?
It's because its size outweighs its moral
It's
component,
the lighting.
whereas Doom's was this is in the light.
Sorry,
I
I'm
see.
I'm just saying this. I find it really funny, and I hope you can all tell why I find it. Well, you gotta this happy birthday, Idris Elba, and what's particularly funny about it to me.
So they have Idris Elba here as Rip Torn. What's his name? I forget.
Bloodsport.
Rip Torn.
Bloodsport. And then you have
Mel Gibson. I think
Knuckles,
you'll find.
You have Knuckles the Echidna, and then you have him as I forget the name of the guy in Cyberpunk.
That. It's just like happy birthday, Idris Elba, and then it's got Knuckles there. I know he voices him, but it's just funny. There he is.
Look for pictures of him. Yeah.
And it's Knuckles, the Echidna. Anyway.
Very amusing.
He played, what's his name? Reed? Was that his name in Solomon Reed? Solomon Reed in Cyberpunk.
DLC.
Large chair. Movie rips off the villainous Mattis board of directors thing from Spider-Man.
Rips it off. I mean, it's the story.
That's existed before Spider-Man, my dude.
Spider-Man invented people being mad at CEOs.
You know how much I sacrificed.
A classic line.
Well, I'll be completely honest. When we were watching that, I was like, "Out, am I?" Like whenever he's mad.
I enjoy the idea of him watching the Steve Jobs movie, the Michael Fassbender one, and the scene where he gets kicked out of Apple, and he's like, "Wow, this movie rips off Steve Jobs is mad at his board of directors thing from Spider-Man."
Still manning it is it permissible to say in the context of the year it releases that they were definitely riffing on Spider-Man because it was out and popular at the time? Or...
I brought this out before, but I remember a conversation that happened in a little after, well, I think it was 2012. So you have The Dark Knight comes out, Joker gets captured deliberately and fucks around with everything, and then 2012 Avengers and Skyfall come out where both the villains both get captured deliberately and both fuck around, and so everyone's like, oh, so those two ripped off The Dark Knight. It's like, I don't think that's fair when the story's completely different, dude. Like, yeah, you can say that that's what Silver and Loki did, but like completely different characters, all the dynamics completely change, the ways that they get in and out or why they're doing it are completely different. Like, you know, if we're going to be this broad, it's just like rips off. I think you have to rip off a bit more to rip off, don't you?
It's got to be more than this. Like, angry at CEOs. It's like, oh, they just stole this from Aliens.
Or is it, I mean, well, again, Steelman, because I'm not sure I'm convinced by the argument, but I mean, could you say that Doctor Doom's entire character is quite Green Goblin-like in the sense, like, introduced as not fully evil, but with certain character flaws based on vice and on...
He's pretty
sort of
bad, even here. At this point, he's pretty bad.
Becomes evil villain who wears funny metal mask and the ultimate version of his worst characteristic. It's all, I'd still say
Norman was driven to take
Norman was
serum.
kind of a borderline good guy. It's the Goblin serum that gives him that alternate personality that's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. And he only took it out of desperation because of the company and everything.
He tests himself because they can't get it cleared for human testing, right? So he has to, like, that's a bold and...
In a way, he's a tragic character.
I think so. Green Goblin, thanks to both the Raimi trilogy and No Way Home, he's kind of like one of the best villains we've had in superhero media in movies.
Oh yeah.
I feel, and Doom is certainly in this version is pretty meh. He's a bad person, gets lots of power, loses his company somewhat, and gets really mad. That's basically him. To say he's a rip-off of Green Goblin, I'm just like, he's just badly done, broadly.
Yeah.
So, what do we say about this comment?
This might come down to whether or not he means it as a joke or not, but...
I think it's a criticism, and I don't think it's a fair one.
It certainly isn't fair. It's not a joke that's built off of a solid foundation. Like, what's the deal with airplane food? But
I don't think it's obviously a joke. It might be, but I don't think it is obviously a joke. It's just
the fact that we're
criticism.
thinking about it, because I'm not sure. I'm fine just by that virtue alone, because I can't really tell, and we seem to be on the fence about it. I'm fine with giving this a -1.
Large
it ain't
chair.
fair.
Movie rips off the villainous Mattis board of directors thing from Spider-Man.
I'm leaning to
that seems like a
-1 on
fairly
that.
declarative, statement, not a joke.
Doesn't seem like a joke.
No.
Yeah, fair enough.
The nurse is so Florence Nightingale over Johnny that she doesn't even bother to tell him that his temperature is off the charts. If the screen was...
I thought she wasn't looking at it, wasn't she? Wait,
Well, she notices, so the scene plays out, like she puts the thermometer in him, and the temperature goes up, and she says, "Oh, you're hot," and he says, "Thanks, so are you." But then, because she is attracted to him, they then leave the room to go skateboarding or not, fucking snowboarding, and she's not in the room when the rest of the thermometer reading goes like all the way up to the top. So the criticism could be, like, the thermometer is then reading information it can't be reading because it's not actually in him anymore. But that's not the criticism he's making. His criticism is that she didn't notice, but she wasn't in the room when it happened, as far as I remember the scene.
Also, if you put a thermometer in someone and it goes up to, I don't know if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius, but it clearly went up very, very high. But Johnny obviously is not ill. You know, he's not dead. He's very much alive.
She notices it goes up because she says he has a fever, or like he's almost got a fever, like it's a feverish temperature. But then he distracts her and they leave. So like she does notice the bit she's in the room for, and then she doesn't notice the bit she isn't in the room for.
She's looking at it in the still.
So what's the conclusion here?
And is a commentary on, is like, oh, she's a bad nurse by not being more concerned about it?
To be as generous as possible, it should be way more concerning that his temperature is that high.
Yeah. They should be like, no, you
remember how high it gets while she's in the room. Like when she's in the room, when she does notice his temperature is high, it's concerning only in the sense that it's the temperature range you would expect from someone who might have a fever. Like, it's not obviously world-shatteringly broken, which is why she doesn't react as though it is. It's not until they've left that it like reveals how high it really is, by which point she's been distracted and has left the room. So, like, the criticism, unless I'm badly misremembering the scene, and I don't think I am, the criticism is based on something that just doesn't happen in the film. Like, she can't react to something she hasn't seen.
I'd have to rewatch the scene, but I'm willing to...
I've got it here. So it's 104, but it doesn't say if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. Like, if it's Celsius, then he's dead.
It'll be Fahrenheit in America.
Fahrenheit, because you
it'll
guys
be
use
Fahrenheit.
your weird system. Yeah.
But how high is 104? Is that like dead, or is that within the bounds of normal?
It's not normal. It's fever. As far as I know, it's a fever.
But it's not like superhuman, like insane,
So,
absolutely.
No.
Yeah, to be clear, so that was the
Celsius.
last number she saw, is what you're saying, yeah? In that case, I think it is fine.
It's basically, apparently, if you have a fever over 104, you should like call a doctor. But you should...
and then it goes up into the hundreds after she like looks away. But so just to be clear, she is in the room when this happens, but she's distracted by him and doesn't notice.
Yeah.
Like, that's a criticism you could make, but
if you read it, if you read a temperature and it says, "Oh, I've taken your temperature with this thermometer," and it says 104, you don't expect it to be shooting up afterwards. It's like, oh, that's what your temperature is. It is not going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. That doesn't happen.
I think
The text on screen at the moment says, like, she doesn't tell him that his temperature is off the charts. It isn't off the charts because we see it on the chart, and that's what she sees as well. It's only off the charts when she isn't looking at it. So he's factually wrong twice at least.
A lot of people are saying it's a brain melty degree, 104.
I don't think it is.
No, it isn't. It is. You can, not only will you survive, that is the point where they say you should call a doctor.
Oh, Jesus. Okay,
I just looked it up.
104 is 40 in Celsius. Yeah, that
sounds really high. Yeah.
Yeah, you're meant to be at like 37.5. 40 is like dead, I thought. Like, sorry, something's seriously wrong with you.
It says, if you have a fever over 104, you should call your doctor, is what it says here.
You can go up to 104 without being massively concerned.
Okay.
It says fevers below 104 are associated with common viral infections like flu and things of that nature.
And
I'm not a feverish.
I don't know, maybe, let's see. A fever of 105 or higher in any child is considered a medical emergency.
Yeah, I just had a look. 41.5 Celsius would be extremely dangerous and could trigger convulsions. So this is Yes.
It needs to be noted is Johnny appears to be absolutely fine. He doesn't look like he's about to die. So like, why?
Yeah,
and he's flirting with her, and she is receptive to him flirting with her, which explains why she's distracted and doesn't see the off the charts part of it.
-1, I think this is. I think this is just like not.
I'd be
almost tempted to be clear, we just went so in depth as to what the criticism could have been, but what he said is it's off the charts, which as Platoon pointed out is not the case, and she didn't even see the highest version of the chart anyway.
And she didn't see it because he's missed the character point, which is that she is distracted by him flirting with her. So like, this is a character and a plot problem, so it's a -2.
And well, I mean, argument for -3 because she does tell him that his temperature is
high.
She
does tell him. Oh, true. Oh, I think you're right. I think this is actually a -3. It's like wrong.
Now a negative.
Levels.
We have to be careful with threes.
Yeah, that's what I like. I get it. I get it. But a 3 is a serious thing. Few numbers are above 3.
Yeah, remember, 3 is -3 does not just because there's 3 errors. That's not how we did it, right? It's 3 needs to be like a fundamental misunderstanding.
Yeah, this is like serious stuff.
So I guess it would be a
2 and a sus.
No, I'm fine with.
I'm fine with 2.
I'm fine with -2. I'm fine with -2.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, down we go. Boop boop. -2.
Is off the charts. If the screen was able to keep track of his temperature, what did she need the thermometer for? And
the screen was reading the thermometer.
Potentially.
Wait, so does she see
I
it when
would
she's left
imagine
the
that's
room?
the device.
It looks like it, yes.
That would be relevant, right?
Well, no, because you see that number, you obviously assume that the thermometer is busted, right?
Broken, yeah. This is not like possible.
That's like your blood is evaporating kind of temperature.
Yeah. If you see this, you obviously are like, oh, well, the test is off. It's like if you check someone's heartbeat and they have no heartbeat and they're like, "What's up, doc?" You know, not because they're Bugs Bunny, but because they want to know what's going on. It's like, oh, it's obviously that this is the machine's busted. That's the Occam's razor, obviously.
Okay.
She wouldn't be like, "Oh, come back. It says you're actually 209."
Readings, then why did she look at the thermometer instead of the screen?
How you to see if they match, to check if one of them was not working properly. If she looks up and they both don't have the same number, then there's going to be...
That's fine.
Yeah, that's a really dumb point. I feel like that's a really dumb point. If you have a thermometer that is sending data to a larger screen and it's telling you that there's a problem, that he has a temperature of 104, but he seems totally fine, it would be totally normal to be looking at both.
Yeah, I mean, part of the just the redundancies angle of making sure your medical stuff is in sync and that it's working. Why wouldn't you? Why would you avoid looking at it? Like it's obviously intuitive that that's what you'd look at, the screen and the thermometer together. It's part of essentially the same device that's linked, or it certainly could be. I mean, the best case scenario is that they're linked. If they were 2 independent temperature measuring devices, then obviously that makes this argument even worse because you'd want to check them both.
I mean, I'm happy to.
Either way, I think this is a -1.
-1, yeah.
Look at the thermometer instead of the screen.
How are you feeling?
Solid.
We secretly replaced all your character development with gut-busting inside jokes.
You couldn't.
Replaced your character development is
-1.
Ben is like
replacing.
Ben's one of the best characters in the movie.
Ben's quite.
Yes.
Yeah, he is a great character. I really like Ben. They do a lot of work with him.
So,
I think this is -1. That's not fair.
I think so.
Because you could have just said, haha, like it's a funny pun, whatever. Which I wouldn't agree with because I like that they have these little lines here and there, like read stretching and whatnot. But yeah, this is not in place of character development. I think it's a -1.
Agreed.
Yep.
Development with gut-busting inside jokes.
You couldn't have possibly predicted it.
Yes, he totally could possibly have predicted that the storm arrived 7 hours earlier than his calculations simply by looking out a window once or twice. Didn't
I think this
That sounds fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair too.
At the very least, it would make you be like, well, something is wrong, and then you'd start doing some more calculations.
It just feels as though they should have been able to see it really far away, to be honest with you, with the technology they have.
Yeah.
Surely they've got something that can view the storm, right? That's like the whole reason they're there.
Well, I mean, the film
Figure if it's
established
9 hours away, you can
binoculars
see
do
with your eyes.
exist. Binoculars do exist in this world, so
Well, those are only only for Johnny Storm. But
looking at him specifically.
I guess in theory you could use it for looking at celestial phenomena, but
Couldn't rely on it, though. Couldn't rely on it.
yeah, you'd want to get independent verification.
window once or twice. Didn't he say,
Meet me at 401 at the top of the mountain.
how did she know that meant to go to a place where a helicopter would take them to the mountain?
Last one down, Springs for
How do we know this is the same mountain?
How did she know that meant to go to a place where a helicopter would take them? I mean, surely there's an angle that they could have had more conversation between then and now.
They could have.
So off screen, they both met at the top of a mountain, and then the next time we see them, they're on a helicopter. They could have met at the top of the mountain, got picked up by a helicopter somehow, and then gone snowboarding.
I just
I don't
assume
know why you would get picked up at the top of a mountain. But...
There's no reason to assume that wherever he went, she was quite soon after him. Once the scene's over, as in she followed him up and then he gave him more, directions or whatever they're doing. I don't know. This just feels weird because there's a big gap of time we don't see. So I assume they sorted it all out in there. Not the kind of stuff I need to see, to be honest with you.
So are we thinking this is neutral or -1?
A little bit bad faith in the movie, I think, to be like, oh, how is this possible? It's like, I don't know, man. A lot of people do this all the time, and I don't think the movie should show us it 'cause it's kind of boring and useless. In terms of, like, we already know how humans do this. Just, I think it's one of them. It's a bad nitpick.
Is it bad enough to?
I think so because we would give him a point for positive nitpicks. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair.
Row 1 at the top of the mountain. How did she know that meant to go to a place where a helicopter would take them to the mountain?
Last one down, Springs for room service.
By the way, her temperature was 209. Probably nothing to worry about. I'll see you at the bottom of the hill.
She would assume that it was broken. That obviously he's not 209. That would be absurd.
Well, the criticism would be that she should have retested him, not that she shouldn't. Because telling him that his temperature was 209, that accomplishes absolutely nothing. Like you said, that's like saying, buddy, your heart's not beating.
Yeah,
like it
your
means
head's
nothing.
Not attached. Yeah.
So the criticism is that she should have retested him.
Because she would have taken the thermometer. It would have said 104, but he feels fine and he doesn't seem bothered by it at all, and he goes to leave. Which, by the way, is his right as a human being. And then after he leaves, the thermometer shows 209, which obviously means that it's broken because it wouldn't just keep shooting up like that after you took his temperature.
Based on the image currently on screen, like, I'm willing to say it's within her character to be a bad, unprofessional nurse.
I was going to say all we've been shown is that she's kind of a shit nurse. So, we haven't been shown as like that's incredibly out of character for her to not check it. It's like, no, what we've been shown of her is that she's absolutely willing to ignore most medical shit in favor of being with Johnny Storm.
Is she employed by Doom?
Well,
like, genuine question, I can't remember. Were they at Doom's facility getting better?
I don't think it's Doom's facility. I think it's just yeah.
I don't think Doom is the kind of person who would have a hospital. He'd have like, I don't know, what's the opposite?
I'm trying to remember. I really don't think it was Doom's.
Evil chairs. All the lights would be off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So what does that mean then?
-1?
I think this is -1. I don't think she's a bad nurse, but I don't think she's stupid in that sense. Like, you're not gonna say, she would say it as like a funny, hey, ha, it's a funny thing after you left, the thermometer broke and it said you were 209 degrees, ha ha.
Yeah, and then he'd be like, I'm fine, I'm definitely not 209. And she'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they'd share a laugh because he's alive. So
the criticism should come later after he's spontaneously combusted and then flown through the air while on fire. And then that's the point at which the nurse should maybe start thinking, I wonder if maybe that 209 reading was underestimating, if anything, but she doesn't do that.
A -1?
I think so.
Yeah.
-1. Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair.
I'll see you at the bottom of the hill.
Gotta be careful because music is.
Yeah, music is. Ooh, yeah.
Gotta be real careful.
God, it really it's like the Crazy Taxi soundtrack,
It really is. I love Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, it's a great game.
I used to like
my jam and American Pie.
Wait, what did you say?
This song, so I assume it's a neutral.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah.
You're saying the song's bad. It's not. It's good.
Well,
it's neutral.
Fight for it, random, if you want. I mean,
well, this is where I reveal myself. My knowledge of like 2000s pop punk is going to be a little bit hazy because I don't listen to it anymore. Someone in chat said it was Blink 182. As far as I was aware, it was Sum 41. Am I mistaken?
Mixing those up is okay.
Sum 41, Blink 182. The formula for names it could be better.
Yes, chat has my back. It is Sum 41. Okay, Sins loses a point. It's a good song. It's Sum 41. They're all right. They're good. And it's appropriate. It's playing during an appropriate time.
Yeah, snowboarding, man. Remember that, like the X Games and all that? Hell yeah.
Oh, we get that later, don't we?
If you were to show someone this scene with this music at any point out of context and say, just guess which year this is from, like 2005 would be basically everyone's first guess. It's such an artifact of its time. It's almost charming, and I hate it at the same time. It's a difficult one.
I guess the point we're trying to make is whether it's Blink 182 or Sum 41 makes no difference to me.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Hey, we did it! All right, so
what does that mean for his comment?
I think it's a joke.
He's allowed to say, I mean, he's allowed to say that he thinks the song is bad. Like, you know,
but we came up with because I think this is a 0. But we did say that whenever if he highlights something being bad and then says nothing, remember he did that for the montage of them getting powers.
That's true. That's true.
But there is a difference between him saying "I don't like this song" and him suggesting that the song is being used in a bad way, which is what he did earlier.
That's my interpretation. This is just him being like, "I don't like this song." That's all this is.
Is this an anti-post situation, though, where like we're sort of making a guess of what his taste in music is, and it's like, you might have taste or not?
I mean, if I'm on neutral for it.
I'm on neutral.
I'm okay with neutral.
Yeah. I'm okay with neutral. I feel like he is joking.
I don't gotta like it, but neutral.
How did she find him? Remember, he fell off the cliff, and in midair, he turned into the Human Torch and crash landed. And she also took a tumble.
Care to join me?
Sure.
Well,
all right. So let's go. Yeah. So
he was on fire. There's a giant hole in the snow. There's going to be like steam coming out. I don't know. How would you find him?
Yeah, again, we just cut to her getting down here, right? That's the way it would work.
Yeah, and she was on skis already traveling in that direction downhill.
She did fall over.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I mean, the falling over is the only thing that complicates it, because she presumably would have lost sight of his trajectory while she was falling over. But I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to imagine that she could easily pick up the trail again, given that he was flying through the air on fire.
Yeah, I think this is a -1.
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable.
How did she find him? Like, I don't know, relatively easily, I assume.
Yeah, and also, there's plenty of times and places where someone can get lost, and this would make sense. But
again, with the cut, there's time between her getting back up and looking for him and getting here, and so maybe he went, "Hey," really loudly. And that helped her find him as well. Sound.
Yeah, there is no reason presented in the film why we would assume it would be difficult for her to find him.
Remember, he fell off the cliff, and in midair, he turned into the Human Torch and crash landed. And she also took a tumble.
Care to join me?
Sure, this isn't in any way abnormal. This shouldn't concern me at all as a trained nurse or anyone.
So that's the thing. She's only been characterized as a fucking idiot, I guess. So it's just like, I don't know.
She really wants to be with Chris Evans.
And again, I think that there's a degree of idiocy I can believe in a nurse, but seeing someone catch fire and fly through the sky and then emerge like this,
well, but
I think that's
did she see that?
Oh,
she didn't.
Just to be clear, we're obviously fucking the guy on the spot. That's not the unbelievable part at all.
Sure,
he seems to be okay.
She did see him catch fire, so
I don't believe she did.
No, she did.
Fell over.
It's earlier. So when they're going down the slope, he starts catching fire, and she says, "You're on fire."
You're on fire.
Oh, okay,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, she didn't see him turn into the being made of flame.
Torch.
It does stretch credulity that she would see a man setting himself and not be like, "We need to get you somewhere."
Spontaneously combusting.
It's like, how much you're gonna stretch it for the joke almost. She wants to be with him. He seems okay. She didn't really see him turn into the Human Torch.
I think he's covered it by saying, the trained nurse part isn't even relevant. It's just being a person at this point. You should probably be like, "Oh, you were fire. That's and look at you now." It's like, what the fuck is going? You should hesitate to be like, "Well, we should probably have a look at this." I guess it's probably worth looking into. I think.
Oh, we'll have a look at it.
And it's also it fits narratively strangely. I suppose because obviously what it's supposed to tell you is like this is the beginnings of his reaction to these new powers that he's got. But like the rest, I think from memory anyway, the scenes after this are all supposed to be like, this is a really serious thing that people around him are taking more seriously than he is, but she isn't. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's like a joke maybe at the expense of the plot beat. The joke doesn't I would have preferred not to have this.
I just think you should get a +1 for this. I think.
Yeah. That seems fair.
It's definitely abnormal.
All right,
It's
then.
abnormal, and the justification is that the character is a moron. But then at the same time, it's Chris Evans.
Trained nurse or common. It shouldn't concern me at all as a trained nurse or anyone with common sense. I think it's fair. This is abnormal. This is a weird situation.
Yeah.
I'm on. He's on negative 24 for me, Rags. Is that the same for you?
Negative 25.
Oh. Wait. That counts what we just did, right?
I haven't done anything for this one yet, so if he gets a point, that's negative 24.
There we go.
Nonsense. Cameraman forgets to pan up.
Sir, I have always wondered why.
Wait, sorry. I guess that's just a joke, but
I think it's a joke, yeah.
Oh,
it's a joke.
Right.
I have always wondered why Sue.
Good question. No idea. I'm gonna
joke. Yeah.
Joke.
turn into a
question.
supervillain face.
Has anyone gone as low as negative 24, negative 25, wherever we're at now? Has that happened before?
Wins went to like negative 60 something, didn't he? Or it was something ridiculous. I could have sworn he did horribly bad on was it Multiverse of Madness? Oh no, maybe I'm misremembering.
I can't remember the Multiverse of Madness one.
He did terribly on Multiverse of Madness. He did horrendously.
Okay. Yeah.
No,
but,
cinema wins. I meant no cinema.
Well,
sins,
to Random's question, sorry, I don't think we've settled on any ultimate score being this low before. That's not happened.
That was kind of what I was wondering, because the final
okay.
scores were nowhere near this low.
Okay.
Wasn't Wins Multiverse of Madness like worse than this?
Wins finished Multiverse of Madness on -2.
Wins finished on -2.
Yes.
Okay.
Huh.
So he may have gone lower, but
I
he
don't know,
apparently he finished
I think
on
my
-2.
memory is playing tricks on me because now I can't remember.
I think you just assume that anyone looking for the good things in that fucking movie is gonna do a horrific job at it. That just might be where you're at, because that's where I am.
Yeah,
but I guess he did an all right job, relatively. Relatively, he's pulling a lot of weight in that sentence, but you know.
A lot of people have said we gave him a lot of pity points, which I do remember something like that.
Pity points. Well, let's see if Sins gets some, because
turn into a supervillain face.
Joke,
yeah. Do with that.
Look at me.
I can't.
Does anyone say what normal people would say when they see something like this?
True.
He does though.
Yeah.
He does. He says, "Look at your hands," like straight away after.
He does right afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually think it's. I was always, when I saw this, I was like, that's actually a really good immediate thing to say to explain to somebody they're invisible, because instead of being like, "You're invisible," they'll just be like, "What?" But look at your hands is a very straightforward, like, until you do, and then they know.
Boy, -1.
I think that's a -1, honestly. Yeah, it doesn't respect there's good dialogue here.
What they would say, yeah. If he, yeah.
So if Sue hadn't freaked out and knocked over the wine bottle, when would the
Apparently
stooge
we
powers
stopped counting for the Wins one. We stopped counting
because it was so bad.
So bad. Yeah, that's what a few people are saying. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Sue hadn't freaked out and knocked over the wine bottle, when would the stooge's powers have ever manifested?
Well, they've already manifested. It's just he hasn't used them yet. That's what this is. He's prompted to use them. Same for her.
Yeah, like he's. I guess he's saying like, what would be a circumstance that would make him do a big stretch? That would make him realize he could do a big stretch.
Could be all kinds of things.
Could be anything.
Waking up in the morning.
Could be. Yeah.
This is just when it. Yeah.
Could be that could be that he literally does a stretch like humans do, like stretch.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Oh, I'm stretching."
But like we all reach for stuff all the fucking time, so it would have happened.
-1. Yeah, -1.
Let me just complete this because it feels like he was saying. I just want the tone.
Wine bottle. When would the stooge's powers have ever manifested? Next week when he sees.
I think he's saying this is like a coincidence, like a convenience. Like, oh look, he discovers his powers because she knocks it over. But if he hadn't done that, how long would it have persisted with him not realizing he had powers?
Which does feel like a mistake on understanding the situation a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like his mental state and like, oh, Susan has turned invisible and also has knocked something over, so instinctively he just kind of goes to grab it and it happens. And I feel like it just ties together two things in a way that seems like it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm happy with a negative one.
I think it's a -1. Yeah.
Next week, when he sees an old lady dropping some groceries, he still hasn't put on clothes? That means he was rescued on the mountainside and flew or rode all the way back to the lab without so much as considering a new pair of pants. You know?
Where was he supposed to get those from?
Let's trace the events back. All right, so I would assume that after him and the girlfriend, I hold hands. Then they get out of the water when it starts getting cold, I imagine. All of his clothes are burned up. So what happens at that point? Well,
probably want to head straight back to the lab rather than go to like
whatever's closest. I mean, whatever's closest.
He down the mountain with his dong hanging out because he's not cold and he doesn't need to stay warm. Then when they get anywhere near where anyone could see him, she gives him the jacket, which is what he now has. And because he's realized that he can conjure fire, that is his primary concern, not, oh dear, I don't have clothes on.
It does seem like they put effort into him being so engrossed with the fire that he just does not give a fuck that he hasn't got the right clothes on right now.
Mm-hmm. Not so much as considering a new pair of pants, you know?
He probably did consider it. It's just like, that was a crazy thing that happened to me just now. I should go back to the lab, which is also like a hospital.
I also don't think
especially
he
if
minds
the
being
helicopter
seen,
knows about it.
You know, that much.
I agree. I mean, yeah, it fits his personality. I think that it's not unreasonable that he would make it back here because instead of going to like the store, because people don't just carry around extra pairs of pants.
Well, they're in like
you would have to go to a store.
A hospital-y-ish place. Is going to be something he could use, but I guess he's just the point is just he's happy enough with the jacket around him, I guess. For this, you know, getting to read and talking to them about what's happening to him, which he considers number one, not getting trousers or pants, whatever. So.
If he remained naked in the next scene, then okay, but his priority here is the fire.
A -1.
Yeah.
I think there's reasons why it works.
It'll be really interesting if they ever find a way to put the Fantastic Four and Captain America in the same movie. I get that.
Just a meme.
His DNA has been fundamentally altered by the space cloud, but how did his cells add mass?
We can add mass by going from different phases. Like it will be extra weight or lower, but this we don't even need to reference that. This is just crazy space magic.
I think this is crazy space
sci-fi
magic.
bullshit.
This is like Von Doom shooting lightning and and turning invisible, and the force field is So this is -1.
Yeah, like how does his DNA Reed's DNA get altered so where it stretches? Like I don't. This is
like that one. What, I mean, I would say the biggest one is the force fields that Sue Storm can do. Like, how do we we're in the realm of essentially magic.
Why are we trying to go for like scientific accuracy with like superpowers?
Well, yeah, because doesn't when Johnny snaps his fingers and then he summons fire, and then Reed says, "Oh my god, it changed our DNA." Like, why would you assume that fire, being able to summon fire, has anything to do with DNA?
Yeah, unless a lot of obviously there's going to be a scientific basis for a lot of different stuff. Depends on the movie and the setting. But in this one, it seems to be a bit of a mix because they use science to change Ben back, and then he goes back again, so he can recreate that sort of phenomenon. But when it comes to the other stuff,
well, it's just I don't know. It does when Cinema Sins does Star Wars, does he say how is their sound in space? Like, is that a criticism that he gives? Like, how does sound
surprise me?
Or how is there fire? And I would be surprised. I would really be surprised if he said that.
I don't know which way he'd go. He might.
How is
I don't know.
Fire in space because there's no oxygen. I'd be really surprised if he said that. I feel like he's just being a little bit harsher because this is a movie that people don't like.
Also,
-1 on this one.
You wouldn't even need to talk about mass for this because he's just getting heavier, which doesn't necessarily mean the way that the magic would work. There's so many different ways to not even be able to quantify this. I don't even know why we would bother. I guess. Which
the thing is that the relevant part is like, what is the problem from a plot standpoint? How much does this information matter, right? So, like, how relevant is the fact that he is getting bigger? Like, other than like strictly like if they said his cells did add mass or something, like if they said that. Does that like have any manifestation on the actual like writing of the film compared to in the new Fantastic Four? Where it's like, dude, why is it like how long is it taking you to travel through space? Which is very plot relevant. Like it determines essentially whether or not the heroes have enough time to formulate a plan to stop Galactus. for instance.
What you already said about how there should be one of these for every character if he's going to do this. Like
there should be one for everyone. How did his cells become such that he could stretch super far? How did her cells make it to where she could use her mind to make herself become invisible? How did his cells change such that he yells flame on and then turns on fire and flies? Like,
if this was a movie where everyone got powers that were very like grounded and had like decent scientific explanation,
his were inexplicably insane.
Yeah, his were just like actually crazy magic stuff, and that wasn't accounted for. Then yeah, I could see how that could be a criticism if the movie's trying to have some sort of a semblance of scientific.
But I don't know. Like, would he say like, oh, so how is it in X-Men? What could it mean for a genetic mutation to be such that you are indestructible and have retractable claws? It's like, well, that is what it is. Like, this is what the film is establishing. So unless there's some other contradiction that you can point to, then there is no problem.
And
the story is in a position to make its own rules to a certain extent.
We can add weight such that we could break a bed in theory. Boogie would be a classic example. But to add mass, you'd probably then need to be talking about something like DNA being fundamentally altered by space magic.
Well, and it would be totally reasonable for them to have not to like write the film for the writers, but off screen they say, "Oh, his cells have added mass. That shouldn't be possible." Yeah, well, it happened because space that's a conversation.
That's what I'm getting at. It's like the one
Yeah.
thing we need to make this make sense is space magic, and it is space magic. So I don't know why. It's a weird point to make. So I guess that's a negative
Yeah, and the
one.
space magic doesn't seem to have any sort of contradictory rules here that we need to be concerned with.
Yeah, that's the main thing you got to stick to. Is like, this is what it did to him, so that is what it did to him. All right, good. Like this. There we go.
All right. Yeah, -1.
Yep.
Shit. We'll never find him now. We've heard about Ben.
Is he? Is that a meme, or is he actually making a point like it's silly that they would not be able to find him? Or is this what?
I don't know.
Maybe?
But no one in the film thinks that they won't be able to find him. I fail to see how this is a criticism.
Not one for the Cuckoo's Nest, is it? Because of the reference, or is it? Well, the problem now it would even be if it were a reference, but would it still count as a? Because the first thing I thought was, is he saying that they shouldn't have given up because they can easily track him?
But they don't give up, do they?
I don't think so. They do try to track him, I think.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they say they know exactly where he's going? Or does that come later?
I can't remember when that's said, but that is in the film.
I mean, they certainly don't give up, and they do go to look for him. I feel like that's a maybe this is a reference.
Could just be a meme.
I think it's a joke or a reference. Yeah.
We'll just leave it as
or it's like sarcastic, right? Oh, look at this destruction. How could we possibly follow it? That kind of thing.
We've heard about Ben's beloved Debs about 1,500 times in this film, but they don't bother showing us her until this stupid "I'm a Rock Now" baby scene.
Well, she wasn't present.
They did show it before. We saw a photo of her.
But also, why is that bad?
Oh yeah.
Well, also, where in the movie would you expect to have seen her? On the space station?
Hospital?
Or in the secret Arctic facility? Or like, where?
You could have a scene where he says goodbye to her before he goes on the mission or something, but I just don't know whether it's not necessary. Like,
that's
while they're on the mission.
Why is it bad that we didn't see her until this point? Why is that a problem rather than neutral?
While they're on the mission, Ben should have whipped out like a little photo and said, "Hey, this is my fiance, and she really likes that my face doesn't look like a rock."
Well, he should have said, "I'm 2 weeks from retirement. I can't wait to go back to my my lovely fiance and spend the rest of our lives happily together."
I just don't. Yeah, we don't need to have seen her before. Like, she's been referenced before, which sets up the role and like where she sits in respect to the character. And the Welcome Home banner here is doing some fairly hefty storytelling because like he's been away for a long time and now she's expecting him to come back. So we aren't going to have seen her in the interim.
To hang up too.
So what's the problem? This just seems like perfectly natural place to introduce that character.
If anything, you can compliment the film for not throwing in a scene earlier on because the writers weren't confident that the audience would get this scene.
Yeah.
So we just have them together doing nothing for no reason other than to set up this scene. You don't need it.
And he had a problem with so many main characters being in the same room early. So
true.
I mean,
he also,
I just
like he's highlighted something that's just not a flaw, and then he said in reference to it this stupid "I am a rock now, baby" scene, which I don't think this scene is stupid.
This is a good scene. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think this is a is this a minus? It's a -1.
It's a 1, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a 1.
Could it be okay? Fair enough. I was going to say, could it be elevated to 2 because A, he's misunderstood like the natural story progression and where beats belong, and then B is missing, I suppose, the character significance of this being the first time
you
sees him.
Like, you could have had her around, but it's not a problem. So
you see
it's
a
not
photo. He talks about her. I think that's okay. I don't know the film is honestly really crazy efficient in its first half hour, like we've said.
Oh yeah.
But I'm a rock now, baby scene. And now I know why. Because it's Andrea! Run!
Good meme. He's annoying as fuck
I
in
guess.
Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because some girl went running? The kind of neighborhood is this?
I assume it's because of that.
Yeah, it's probably something to do with that.
Probably the monster rock creature.
What a weird thing to say.
Yeah, for a second there, I almost didn't register what he was saying. You know, it's like, wait, what? What?
If you see a woman running away screaming from a thing that looks like from a thing that looks like that, it would be weird to not call the police.
It's because of the thing, not because of their running. The running is downstream of the thing.
That's a -1, I suppose.
That's a -1. I agree.
Because some girl went running? The kind of neighborhood is this? I guess Ben didn't cause one disturbance when he walked on the Brooklyn Bridge to go pout about his wife not loving him anymore?
I mean, whether or not he did,
it was night.
It was nighttime. He had the trench coat and the hat. So
yeah,
I can believe it. If it was daytime, I think it would be an issue. But it's nighttime. It helps a lot.
And that's how he
people
walks
around.
away from the previous scene when the guy says, "I'm calling the police." He sort of, he puts the hat on and raises the coat collar so no one can see him. I think the implication is quite strongly that it's a fairly effective disguise unless you're looking closely. And then I guess he got up to the top of the bridge at night and has been sat there since then, so nobody's maybe seen him.
At a distance, you just think it was a really big fucking guy, really big fat guy or something. So yeah, I'm fine taking away a point from this. I think it's not unreasonable.
Damn, -32 at this point.
Yeah,
that -31.
We have to go deeper.
We've ended up on different calculations. That was
Each
with
time.
them, yeah.
No, the first time. The second one was just because I hadn't done the tally of the one we were on yet.
Wait, so what is yours right now?
Mine is currently at -31.
Yeah, mine's -32. So I'm willing to opt for yours. But I guess we'll wait a bit, see how it goes.
What's the worst that could happen?
Character mocks a cliche from earlier cliche.
That's not, but that's a good thing that humans do. I think the reason that's a cliche is because that's just a thing people do. They recall to themselves the things that other people have said, and
if in the Road to El Dorado, remember when they on the boat and they're on their little rowboat and it's like, oh, look on the bright side, at least things can't get any, and then it just starts pouring. I wonder if Cinema Sins would be so ridiculous as to count that as a flaw when it's a great joke.
Yeah, it's an excellent joke. That's very clearly so.
I mean, the other say worse.
And Miguel mocks him. He's like, yeah, that's such a good movie.
No, yeah, it's super fun.
The other bit with this scene here, though, is that Ben is, it's not just that it's a joke for us, it's that he is using comedy to try and deal with what's happened to him.
Yep. So that's character.
I agree. This is not just, I am fine taking away a point from this.
Sins, what
He's
are you
correctly
doing?
identified that it's a cliche, but
it's used in a good way.
Yeah, I fail to see why it's a problem.
Like, this is something people do, man. Like, Rockman or not, this is just, like...
But it's a cliche.
Oh, well, then you know what else is a cliche at this point? Losing a point.
Ouch.
Cliche from earlier cliche. Haha, birds don't know he's a person. Just when you...
Birds
What?
can...
Birds poop on people.
Birds poop on... As someone who's... I've had pet birds. They sometimes...
that's a negative too. That is profoundly stupid.
The whole
Birds
point
only
is to
poop
show
on
that he's being
statues,
treated
Fringy.
as an object.
If you don't have a statue near your birds, they'll just explode with poo. It has nowhere to go.
That's a -2. That's stupid. Really
interesting.
stupid.
Fringy says he's not a bird, but the first time we have like a bird-related criticism, he goes straight for the negative 2. It's interesting.
I got swooped by a magpie yesterday. It wasn't fun.
Were you wearing anything shiny or valuable, or?
The thing is it's I think it's because it's that time of year. I think magpies are more likely to swoop when it starts to get to spring, because like it's whenever you get near a nest. But the problem is they're everywhere, so it's like, oh,
they try and pick you up.
No, they just swoop you because they want you to get out of there. That's why. But it's not fun. It's just like, hey, come on. I'm not causing any trouble. I'm just making my way through this crazy world.
So are we giving this -2 because it's really stupid? Which is fine, I think, by the criteria. If it's particularly a stupid thing to say, you can go to a -2.
I will give you that.
It's a -2, I think, yeah.
So be it.
Birds don't know he's a person. Just when you think the movie's already drained the cliche well dry, out comes coincidental suicide guy. What the hell is this driver speeding?
What?
Coincidental, the famous cliche. Coincidental suicide guy.
I mean, I will agree that this whole like next sequence I do think is rather contrived as a result of this guy appearing now, but that's not a cliche.
I think the issue is The Incredible does it, but it's not like cliche. It's funny and it works. But I'm trying to think what else has coincidental suicide guy in it.
My criticism here would probably be like if his goal was to jump off the bridge with his briefcase, he climbed up to here to this really weird spot because he has to climb up because he goes across the girder in a moment. And specifically, the thing has gone up here, I suppose, to avoid being kind of seen and to be out of the way. So it's an odd place to go if your goal is to jump off the bridge.
As was said, there's things to be said about this, but like he's just saying coincidental suicide guy.
I'm sure the specific reason why there's a guy having a suicide, but I
think this might just be a 0 because it's like you haven't.
It might be a jokey.
You haven't tapped into the real criticism.
But he's identified because previously he's correctly identified that things are cliches. Coincidental suicide guy is not a cliche.
I don't think so.
It's not a cliche.
Well, let's Google it. Coincidental suicide guy.
TV tropes.
You're gonna get like a link to Samaritans now or something.
I'm getting a link to just other stuff, but it's not.
Well, have we lost Rags? Or?
I don't know.
Oh no!
Did he coincidentally?
His internet committed suicide. Yeah, very appropriate.
Rags has become a cliche.
No. Get dinged.
Where does that leave us with this one? Neutral. So.
Well, I think this is analysis, and he's incorrect. He said it's a cliche, and it's not. At least I'm not convinced.
I mean, fair, yeah. I'm not aware of it. It's the first time I've heard of it, and it didn't pop up with anything, so yeah. -1.
Coincidental suicide guy. What the hell is this driver speeding through a wreck for? Also, suddenly...
People are idiots.
He wasn't paying attention, or he
wasn't paying attention, or he's like, dude, I want to get to work or something, and fuck this, I don't care.
Speeding
like,
I want to get... This is some people do. People will just go around wrecks sometimes.
Yeah, you can't sin somebody for just being like an asshole driver. They exist.
Also,
I think there's an extreme you could reach, though. Like certain activities.
Just happens there, right? Like, so like, doesn't he jump off and like he's in the act of saving coincidental suicide guy from at the time moving traffic. The pileup happens periodically, like he smashes the truck first, the truck causes the pileup, but until that point, like people are still driving at full speed. They don't instantly react to things. So if this is right at the beginning of that sequence, which I think it is.
Well, I was said,
it is, yeah.
A lot of people will opt to, like, if they see, like, I can move around this and go on my day instead of dealing with all this insanity, like, a lot of people will do that. You see it in, videos of catastrophes and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Some people just get around it. Like, oh, that was bad. I hope they're okay. And off they go.
Also, suddenly there's a big pileup.
Oh, wait, so
this is...
That's...
-1 because he's counting it as a sin, not a joke, right?
I think combining the fact that this is still relatively early in the catastrophe and that drivers will definitely do this is enough to say this is a -1.
So
I agree. He seems to be serious about it, so yeah.
Incredible.
Driver speeding through a wreck for. Also, suddenly there's a big pileup where that speeding car just whizzed past with no problem.
Yeah, because things happen in order of events. Like, it's a sequence. The car drove past before, I think, the truck got smashed. The truck is the thing that causes the rest of the pileup.
Because the one that goes around the right, that silver or that gray car there, I guess it tried to get through and it couldn't. It hit some piece of debris, and then that caused the actual blockage.
Why don't we?
If we can, I mean,
pull it up and see what happens. I can do that, especially with our copyright cover as well. Remarkable.
Incredible, because we don't even need audio for this.
No, we do not. So, the cars are all gunning around, and then we got, there's already a bit of swerving happening. Fucks up that one. Car's still trying to go past. More so to the right that there's stopping. Yeah, so then the one on the left goes past, and then the pileup begins. So, I think this is fine.
So far, I think it's okay.
It could, well, the visuals that were shown in the video that may or may not have been added by him or his editor, I don't think work. Because the visuals seem to suggest that he's talking about a particular car that goes past, and then in the very next shot, there's a pileup. So if that's what he's referring to, then he's talking about a continuity error.
Because we got the truck in the middle lane, the thing stops it, then we have the car go by on the right, we have the car go by on the right. We might have, the timeline might be a little
there's a jump
unusual.
But
it might go back a little bit to show him picking the guy up as the silver car goes by on the left. When it goes by previously, it might just be like, here's what was happening.
Yeah, because the way I would try and be a little fair to this, right? So he stops the big truck and then pulls the guy aside as that one goes about the left. But the next shot they show us is that exact same area has now got a pileup. You'd be like, that's a continuity error. I'd be like, I don't know. We could probably just say that they've jumped us a little further forward. They've decided to cut this up.
It does seem. I don't think it's good editing. But
yeah, I feel like the editing there is causing a continuity problem because you wouldn't usually do that in a mid-action scene. This isn't the same.
Especially the beginning of the pileup, you'd show that instead of like a pileup happened and then they show like the back of the pileup. Yeah, I'm leaning towards this being a poorly.
I don't know if it's fair to call this a flaw as opposed to just a preference of editing, though.
I would argue that the editing is bad because it makes it unclear what's going on during an action scene, which I don't think is
makes it unclear. That's hyperbole.
I mean, I think this just changes the detail at which we see the pileup happen. It doesn't actually change anything in the plot. The pileup happens either way.
Yeah, I don't think it matters, but I do think that it's bad editing.
I would definitely have edited it differently.
If we, if 5 were like okay editing, I'd be happy to put it at like a 4.5-ish. So it's closer to, aiming toward bad, but like I really don't think someone should be punished too hard compared for this.
It's not a big deal, but I would have changed it. To
be clear, there's a lot of this in some of the best action scenes and stuff. They will skip around or skip back to create like a mental map or whatever with lots of different reasoning that you can use, because this I don't think the idea is like you got to show how that car crashes on like the side where it whizzed past. Otherwise, people will wonder how you got fully into this pileup. I'd be like, I don't think they will.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's a big enough deal by the nature of what's being edited and where. Yeah, it doesn't change anything, and it's not like plot important. I think it's a little poorly put together, but it's not a big deal.
I mean, is it similar kind of error to, for example, cigarettes changing their length? Like, you should just not do that, but obviously it's not going to ruin a movie.
Unless the cigarette length is like important to the plot or something happening, it's not a.
It depends. Again, so if the cigarette went from short to long in the middle of a sentence with a cut, I'd be like, ugh, that's not great. But if it went from long to short and it was a cut to someone and a cut back, and it's like, I don't know if enough time has passed for that to get that short. It's like, that's less of an issue. Yeah. This is one of those where I'm like, it's cut us forward. It hasn't broken anything necessarily. And what he's highlighting is like, suddenly there's a big pileup where that speeding car just whizzed past with no problem. It's like, you've decided that those two events took place right next to each other because they're placed in the timeline that way. When we all know that filmmaking is a little bit more complicated than that, and the good
you're
faith
not gonna get a
interpretation.
one-to-one.
Well, the whole scene could be torn apart for that if you did it that way, much like every action scene, pretty much, other than one is. I'm not saying it's good editing. I'm barely saying it's neutral. I'm just saying I don't think it's that bad.
You're saying that because it doesn't go backwards and undo anything that we've already seen, it therefore could be interpreted as
a jump.
I mean, essentially a montage.
Yeah, because the consequences either way are either way the pileup happens, and that's not like the important part. The pileup it creates a pileup, and then the important stuff happens later. Either way, whether or not we see specifically the moment to moment first inciting incident of a car getting turned or whatever around the truck, it doesn't matter.
So what I guess I'm saying is this is absolutely within the realm of possibility, and that filmmaking does account for this, and that if he really took issue with this, he should be highlighting a hell of a lot more things. But I think he's being inaccurately nitpicky here.
I would agree. This is it's slightly annoying, but I don't think it goes any further than that. If the scenes in the movie were different, then this could potentially be a problem, but it isn't in this film because the nature of what's being cut doesn't have any particular significance.
I think I'm willing to concede that it isn't, because it's a continuity error or at least it looks like a continuity error because they've compressed time. I think that is not something you should do when you're editing together a movie, but it doesn't break anything within the continuity of that movie.
I think I would agree in the sense that I would have chosen, if we had the footage of that first car smacking next to the big truck, to show this build-up. But at the same time, lots of good shit does this, like skips over parts that aren't working in the pacing of like the breakdown of the action scene. And I totally understand why. So it's like, that's why this is just, I don't think it's a fair thing to say this is just outright bad.
Not enough to get a sin, certainly.
No. I don't think so.
So I'm fine giving this a -1 because I think he's just being unnecessarily hyperbolic and acting like this is actually an issue when I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Is that where we're all kind of at, or does anyone feel differently?
I'm fine with -1. I might have opted for a Peepo sus. We haven't brought those out yet.
We haven't gotten a Peepo sus yet.
That's an excuse to use one then.
Is this? Do we?
Well,
feel
this
like
is the most contentious one that we've had, right?
Well,
I think this probably is the one that calls most for a Peepo sus now that you mention it.
But we need to be clear about, because the Peepo sus can go both ways. It's a negative Peepo sus.
Oh, I think someone pointed out in chat that Peepo sus was the -0.5, and that there was like a different alternative for
people
positive.
Happy or something.
People something like that. Peepo sus has to be. It feels like it's got to be negative because it's like, not sure about you, but negative.
Yeah,
there is space for it to be positive in the sense of I'm not sure if that was an accurate point. He might have been accurate.
I think that makes sense, but if you had to pick one, it feels like it would lean towards negative.
And chat saying it was Peepo Glad was the other one, so we can use that as rules.
Okay, yes, that sounds familiar.
All right. I'll keep the Peepo sus in mind. I'll have
Peepo
it
sus is such a great expression. Like it's so good.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best.
Are you kidding me? With no problem. Are you kidding me? These assholes just happened to be on the bridge right when Ben's little incident is happening? This is a city of 9 million people. Wait, Ben.
Correct. Was there any reason that they knew that he was going to be here, or was this just purely coincidental?
I can't remember if they say they tracked him, or if this was just... I think it's still a coincidence, even if they did, right?
Kind of. This isn't really stated in the film, but you could, I guess, interpret it as the fiance is also on the bridge because we see her later on. They knew that Ben was going to go to see the fiance, and then so they probably would have gone there, found that Ben had run off, and talked to her, and been like, "Oh shit, we got to go find her." And so that explains why they're all here together. It doesn't necessarily explain why they're here right now.
Unless, like, he's in the past gone and hung out on the bridge before when he's sad or upset. Because I'm sure there is a line saying that they know exactly where he's going.
Here's the thing, though. Even if all of that's true, there is still the reality of they showed up close enough when the crazy stuff happened.
That is massively.
It's very lucky timing, yes.
I think it's safe to say that this is just, this is a good point.
It's plausible. It's just lucky timing rather than, wouldn't you just know it? They were on the bridge at the same time. Because they have a reason to be here, but it's very lucky timing.
Yeah, I think this is just +1. This is correct.
Yeah, I agree. They would need to explain if they got here, then they'd have to explain that they were tracking him or whatever. We use the biosignature from
No
the
matter
stone.
what
to-
tracking, it's just
It's not.
there's no
yeah,
saving the timing. There's no saving the timing. The timing is way too convenient.
no matter what tracking they do. It's
Unless they sent in the convenient suicide man.
That's true. Maybe he wasn't convenient at all. He was a plant. They just
He was an
yeah.
inconvenient suicide man.
He was never gonna jump. He was an actor.
It's a city of 9 million people. Wait, Ben just caused this traffic jam accidentally a few seconds ago. How the f are there randomly 2 cop cars there to do crowd control? No.
Yeah, I think that's probably also like a fair point.
It's probably fair. It's not impossible, but it's just probably fair.
That would be too bit of a time cut to really justify without explaining.
Unless they happened to be there while this was happening. Like, there were 2 cop cars approaching the bridge when it was just kicking off, but then
the bridge is backed up. The traffic is there. So the
there's no way.
The cop cars could be there would be if there were 2 cop cars conveniently right next to each other, close enough to the accident. Yeah, I think that's a point.
Come on, Sins, he's got 2 in a row. The film is starting to get worse. The comeback is happening.
Comeback. Yeah.
Nobody regards stuff like this with any amazement whatsoever.
Yes, the reaction here is way too muted. This is insane.
I would agree.
My
People are
God.
just kind of like
3 points in a row.
3 in a row.
Come on,
wow.
Let's do this.
This entire sequence is going to do wonders for him because there's
Well, we're
so
getting
much.
there now. We're transitioning to the 3rd act soon.
Yeah, he had to pay the piper, but well.
I'm gonna need therapy.
Blood relations do not supersede the hotness of Jessica Alba. You would totally not need therapy. Unless it's therapy about wanting to bang your sister.
What is you're a weird guy. You are strange. You are very strange. I think you get a -1 for that. That's a weird thing to say.
It is a weird thing to say, but I feel like he is joking.
He's just joking.
At least I hope he's joking.
No, that's really weird.
Like, he obviously would be in favor of incest, right? just as long as your sister's really hot, it's like, I don't think so, man. But I think it's a joke. He's just saying Jessica Alba's really hot.
It's a joke, okay, all right, if you want. Yeah.
Well, we can vote. You're saying no. Me and Random say yes. Rags, Platoon, what you got?
I would like to believe
it is a joke. That is, if anything,
it is. I think it's a joke.
Is this not the perfect thing for a peepo sus? It is sus.
Well, the topic of the joke is sus. That's for sure.
The topic is sus. I don't think that he actually.
I think he's joking.
Then I've never had Jessica Alba for a sister, so I mean, who really knows?
If you all think he's joking, that's fine. But I
think it follows the trend of Jessica Alba centric jokes that he's been making.
I wonder if he gets in trouble because of the whole thing of like that she didn't have a good time making these films. Like if he's gotten in trouble for all of these jokes, wouldn't surprise me.
I doubt it. Most everybody agrees she's hot as fuck. So it's just like you can. I think you can hold both positions.
I think so.
You strip down and have 100 people stare at you.
Shoot.
What?
Even though her invisibility already failed her once on this bridge and embarrassed her, Sue decides f it and just takes off her bra and panties anyway.
I kind of agreed with this myself when
I
watching it.
I agree.
Because their justification for her having to do this is, oh, we'll never get past the cops, so therefore you should try and turn invisible and do it. Like, would it not?
And
make
then it
more
didn't
sense?
even matter because they snuck past anyway.
They just walked past. I was so confused when I watched it the first time. Like, wait, what exactly was this? Just an excuse to get her to take her clothes off, and then they just walked around? Because that's just shit.
Yeah, because it seems like the script, the words on the page work without Jessica Alba taking her clothes off, and then they were like, "Holy shit, she should take her clothes off," and then they just added that afterwards.
Well, because it doesn't affect the story. I can't believe you made me do that, and they, who walked around without issues, say, "Well, at least it got us past the cops." They say, having got past the cops without going invisible. Like, why does it happen?
I feel like we're all focusing on the wrong point. I don't know why we're not discussing why Kid Rock is here in this scene, watching these events unfold.
Because that doesn't break continuity.
Fair enough.
He's allowed to be here. He likes Jessica Alba as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure he does.
He's here for the show.
Him and the rest of the band, yeah.
But, yeah, I think this is a point. It sounded as though Fringy was going to disagree at the beginning there. Am I wrong?
I had forgotten that they just snuck past. It's like, oh yeah, that was just stupid. Because it's like, oh, well, they really need to get over there. It's like, yeah, but again, they just snuck through. So she didn't need to do this. And it's true that it failed, and she was unhappy about it. There's no reason to think that it wouldn't fail again. No, I think this is just correct.
This potentially a +2 then.
It does
because she doesn't need to do it. She shouldn't do it purely for the fact that it failed once, and then she's like, "Well, I guess I'll do it anyway."
Bear in mind,
criticism is her.
He only makes the 1 point, though, right?
He's only made the 1 point here. So if he
and if
makes
she believes she
another
needs to
thing where
do
he
it,
points out that, like for instance, what you said, random, could end up just giving him 2 points anyway, because he might just make the point next.
You
like
true,
a little
yeah.
bit later in the thing.
Also,
So plus
invisible
one,
naked
yeah.
Jessica Alba. Wait a minute.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, so he's got it.
Yeah. Wasn't the whole reason
Oh,
she
I
became
mean, this
invisible so
part,
that
yeah,
she
yeah,
could
see,
get past
there you
all
go.
these cops?
Yeah, plus
Why
one.
are Johnny and Ben suddenly able to just prance past all the cops too?
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, they-
hold on. They're
I feel-
distracted.
they are distracted by
They're
invisible
distracted by the fact that she
clothes.
just went invisible.
If you look
They're
at all the
distracted by the
cops,
person they can't see.
Why did
the fact that someone disappeared and the
If
fact
you
that
were
someone
so-
disappeared and their clothes fell to the floor.
I will say it's
she didn't need to do that then. She should have just gone invisible without taking the clothes off. That would have been sufficient to distract them.
Or Johnny could have
That's
just
true.
set himself on fire, which is a bit more distracting, and stood there while
Yeah.
the other two sneak past.
Yep.
Because she can join up
Yeah.
with them later this way, but Johnny Storm, if he went on fire, then his clothes would burn up, and that would be tough for him to get away.
So did
'Cause
she turn invisible to distract them, or in order
No,
to get past them?
She did turn invisible to get past them. I remember that being the logic, not to
Yeah.
distract them.
So it seems
Oh,
like
well
the
then-
distraction is just like, oh, it also caused
Incidental.
the
It's
distraction,
incidental. It's incidental. Yeah.
which is
Okay, so well, given that they are distracted, regardless of whether it's a shit distraction or it was intended or not, does that then justify them being able to get past the cops?
So they went around to
'Cause
the
all the
left.
co-
There,
no
you
one-
can see him there.
yeah. None of the cops are looking at them.
See a better shot.
Reason she became invisible so that she could get past all these cops?
Yeah, see, he's making that point. Wasn't the reason that she became invisible so she could get past them. So, like, he's still correct here, is the point.
Well, that's correct, but then the follow-up isn't so great. Why are Johnny and Ben suddenly able to do that? It's like, well, the film is showing you why they're suddenly able.
Yeah.
So what does that
Well-
mean? Does that mean it's people are glad because it's half and half?
Well, does it
Well,
mean
because
neutral-
it's,
or
it's
does that make it
nothing, right?
neutral?
I think it's nothing, yeah.
Does
Neutral, right?
does invisible Jessica Alba manage to get past the cops whilst
She
invisible?
does. Yeah, she
Well, then-
does.
Then it's a -1 then, right? Because he's wrong on both counts.
So she could get, because she gets past, the whole reason she became invisible so she could get past all the cops, and she does. But he's saying,
Yeah.
wait a minute to that.
Oh, you're actually right,
Wait
because
a
the
minute,
first point
wasn't the
is
whole-
to explain his second point. He's trying to say she had to do that specifically with her power because she can go invisible, but now suddenly Johnny and Ben could just do it anyway. Wait, hang on.
Yeah,
Well,
like
Johnny and
specifically in
Ben.
the film showing how they could.
Ben's
Oh,
not
he does
even.
say Ben. He should have said.
It's Reed.
We can't take a point off that. He made a little typo.
Oh, he did, yeah, Johnny.
Oh, no,
I
Johnny's right.
assume the type. Yeah, the Johnny one's right, but Ben, ooh, yeah. What do we do about? We've never had this before. This is unprecedented. How exciting!
Well, I mean, I just
Just
think
that
that unfortunately, the more we talked about it, the more this is just a bad point, and that I consider the Ben part just a little, cherry on top of. It's a negative one, I think.
I think you're right. If we're talking about, especially when you frame this as this is supposed to be like accurate analysis in this point, and it isn't.
Yeah, like to be absolutely clear for anyone who hasn't seen the film, this scene is really not presented very well at all. But the specifics of what Cinema Sins is saying here seems to be nonsense.
He needs to redraft.
Certainly how he phrased it. What he's
Yeah.
So, and if you need to redraft, maybe that in and of itself is all you need to know.
I think everyone should redraft. Fuck you. Like it's a good
No,
thing
well,
to do.
Well, no, I mean, if we're looking at the final product and you're saying he should have redrafted, that's different than for just the general advice that everyone should redraft to get to the end part.
Unfortunately, the rule of thumb is that 99% of people don't anyway. They just never will.
That is unfortunate.
Write the one script or they don't write a script at all.
Yeah.
So why are Johnny
So
and Ben suddenly
-1?
Yes, sir.
I think so, yeah. Damn.
I would say so.
able to just prance past all the cops too? Also, there are 4 police cars, not 2, and an ambulance, and 2 fire engines, all randomly on the bridge together when the
Yeah, that's a +1 for sure.
Yep, fair enough. This is a
hold
very
on.
confusing arrangement.
They could have driven up the other side of the bridge, right? Once you have the pileup started.
Look at the way they're parked.
Yeah, no way.
That's true. They're all facing the right way. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and previously they had the two that were covering up at least 2 lanes, and then...
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Traffic jam started.
Still can't believe you made me do that.
We got through, didn't we? Not because she got naked and invisible. That was 100% extraneous.
Technically it was, though, because that was a distraction, but it wasn't the plan, so to speak.
Yeah, the film tells you that they're going to do one thing, and then it shows you that they did something else, and then the characters pretend that that isn't what happened. So it's it's bad, but whether he's wrong,
it's what he's saying here that kind of determines it. If he whether or not he correctly identifies the issue is the...
Well, he says that shit was 100% extraneous, which is just false.
Yeah.
This is true, you're right.
And he is going by what the movie tells you is happening, so I can understand why the mistake has been made. But at the same time, it's not what the movie has shown us has happened.
Because I'd even considered for part of the scoring here was... In fact, let me pull it up again. I had considered that you just like lost 2 points. I might have redrafted this because you should redraft. But I think for like -2 originally, I had said like if you believe the film uncritically, that's -2. Because that's something we see quite a bit, and that's really, really bad, and I hate that, and it's really bad for like film analysis and criticism, just believing the film when it tells you something, instead of actually using what it says and what it shows. But that would have been, I guess, an example of that. Something I could still put there that we could still use, and I'm more than happy to be.
I feel like this is
-1.
-1.
If it pops up, it pops up. Yeah, I think for here, this is -1.
That's not how fire works. This is from the descalation.
Also, how did Sue get her clothes back?
Did she pick them up? No, there's a scene where they pick them up and walk off with them. So they carry her clothes around the distracted route they take, and then they give them back.
But that would be strange too, because if they were picking up the clothes, if they were distracted by her turning invisible and the car, like her disappearing essentially, turning invisible, and their clothes falling to the floor, then they would notice that Reed and Ben would have to be scooping it all up and taking it, which would have been really fucking weird for them to watch.
The way the movie shows it happening makes very little sense, even compared to the way the movie tells us it's happening, which also makes no sense. She goes invisible. The crowd are distracted watching her go invisible. They see the clothes being taken off an invisible person. They then don't bother to track the people who, in front of them, pick up her clothes and walk off. So the distraction is something that they can't see, and really should have been the people picking up the clothes from the woman who just turned invisible. But
this is just me. He doesn't bring it up. I feel like you should. That how does she get her clothes back? It's important because she can't be not invisible without them. Though feel free, Jessica Alba, but like the film says that like that should be an issue. But I feel like they kind of cheated a bit where she just kind of gets them back.
Didn't we? It's not because she got naked and invisible. That was 100% extraneous. That's not how fire works. This is from the Descolation of Smog School of Fire Protection, right?
I think that's a -1 because Human Torch has like pyrokinesis. So who's to say that he isn't like in some ways?
Have they shown him? Can he control any fire, or is it just fire that emanates from him?
So the problem is, I know that in the new one we see him control fire that isn't emanating from him, but like the fact that we see him create fire, which in and of itself seems like it's sort of part of the idea of pyrokinesis, and like either we got two answers to this: either fire doesn't work the way that it should, and then it would be a flaw, or the Human Torch, who has fire powers, has some ability to like control the way that this fire is working.
There is
the only other time in this movie that you see fire actually work, it comes from him, and there's even the test scene where he's in the little sort of bunker test room place, and the only way he controls fire is by physically himself getting incredibly hot. So,
according to Deadpool and Wolverine, no, we're not.
That film is not canon. We are not talking about that.
No.
To argue a possible middle ground, once the fire connects with him, he can then push it away. Possibly.
That's a possibility.
This would be one of those circumstances where asking a question could potentially get you a point by wanting to know, does this work because of how does his ability to work?
Yeah,
Should it be possible?
If he brought that up, I think that would help rather than essentially just saying, no, this is not how fire works. It's like, sure, it's not how fire works, but he has fire powers. Maybe that
like it's the Human Torch. You do need to be like, I didn't realize he could you know, do this. This seems unusual even with what we understand to be his powers, but oh well. Like, that would probably be the commentary, because at this point it's like, well, this is definitive and they best stick to this in future now that they've shown this. So I do think he can be Dr. Point for this.
I think so.
And we need a third to tip it over.
I would have been so much more comfortable if we'd seen him do it later in the movie, which we don't.
That's fair.
Because this
but
use
I will
of the
say,
power contradicts every other time he uses the power in this movie.
Does it contradict anything though, like directly?
I don't.
But in the
think
sense,
it does.
it is the only. Okay, contradict might be the wrong word. It is the only time in this entire movie that he has mastery of external fire and can prevent himself and something he holds getting hot. Well, every other time in the movie that fire is involved, he makes it himself by getting very hot.
True, but is there any time that he could have for good reason and chose not to?
Yeah.
I don't think it comes up. So all I'm saying is that it would have been good to see.
It could be both.
Like Ace, if they added a scene where that was established, so we actually know definitively this is what his power over fire. It is power over fire as opposed to an ability to create fire. That would have been helpful, but we don't get that. So I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's just it's slightly out of place, but I don't think I could say it hard contradicts anything.
Well, the criticism that Sins appears to be making by comparing it to Desolation of Smaug, it's the bit when all the dwarves are hiding behind the thin like bits of stone, the stone pillars. Smaug breathes fire and it goes right fucking past them, but it doesn't burn them or hurt them, which isn't how fire works. The difference here relies entirely upon his powers, right?
Yeah.
So he's just Sins is not recognizing that.
The best version of Sins' point here is not what Sins is making. He's just saying that's not how fire works, which it feels a little flimsy because it's like, that's the Human Torch. You got to do better than this. You got to say, like, I didn't think Human Torch's powers worked this way, as opposed to that's not how fire works. Like, of course, fire doesn't work the same way when you're dealing with a magic fireman.
Yes.
So, -1?
There are non-magic firemen in this scene as well.
Yes, I think it's a -1 because he's making a bit more of an assertion than he's not asking the question.
Oh look, more powers being discovered by accident. Also,
She'd already discovered this power. Oh no, wait. So when does the scene happen where she hits Reed? Is that after this?
That's after, I'm pretty sure. I think
okay, fair. But this is still. I mean, I don't know why this is a problem.
But it's also what we do know about her powers so far is that they emanate when she's under stress or angry, and she has now been confronted with an explosion. So this is a natural response. It fits within the implied rules behind her power set, which will be explained in more detail later in the film. So
yeah, I think it's suitable in the moment. If another way would be to do it is like if she was having an argument and accidentally conjures one and realizes that's something she could do, it would be along those lines.
That's what happens earlier with her invisibility powers. Like she gets angry and they're having an argument. That's how she discovers the powers, and then this is kind of an extension of that. It's just a new power.
I think it's reasonable. Yeah.
I think it might have been
because
better had she been the
sure
one to
it's
grab
by
the
accident,
kid.
but that's fine.
What does that mean
it's okay
for this?
To just. I guess he's saying it's bad that they're discovered by accident, is what he's saying. But I think it's fine. Obviously, it depends on the power and the nature of the power to discover them by accident. Because I mean, like Peter Parker discovers his powers by accident in Spider-Man.
Well, I guess like to make a case for it, isn't there an idea of like, oh shit, looks like something's about to hit me. I'm going to instinctively shield myself, and then that prompts her to generate a shield. Like, if anything, isn't this like the right way to prompt this? Like, especially if we are to conclude that she has to consciously control it, what better time for that ability to manifest than when she is trying to shield herself from harm?
And so,
like,
yes, but the counterpoint would be that if this was not her power, she would be dead.
That's not what he said, though.
That's not what that's not what Sins is saying, but I feel like what he's implying is that this is convenient.
I would have said that's actually a good point had he said that.
I think that's a fair point. Is that his point?
No.
Because random, I think... I know that it's because I guess the thing is that the whole, because with the Reed one, when he was saying it was discovered by accident, and like the point was it's meant to be convenient, so if that's building off of that, then I assume that's the implication of this one too.
No, more powers discovered by accident. Pretty explicit. There's nothing in there about the power itself is a convenient power out of all the ones she could have had.
I think that's fair. I think if we were to ask Sins what he meant by this, I doubt that he would say that it's convenient, because if he was aware that it was convenient, then he would have said that.
I would go as far as saying it doesn't even matter, because these words mean things, and he did not leave enough room to say that this is, it's lucky it was this power. I'd be like, you should have fucking written that then.
Yep, because it's fine that she discovers this one in this manner.
More power.
So,
that's a negative
we thinking
one, right?
-1?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think another negative's
Powers
coming
being
as well.
discovered by accident. Also, why does everyone that was in the space cloud get 1 power except for Sue, who gets 2?
So this is just a matter of interpretation. Does the Thing himself have more than 1 power? It's like, well, he can fucking be super strong, and then also have rocky exterior, and then also have like amazing resilience. And you're like, oh, that's all 1 power. It's like, is it?
Johnny can fly and like turn on fire. That's 2 power.
He can generate and resist against immense heat, as you said, also fly, but then also to do projectiles. Like, these are all technically different powers.
And some are...
Mr. Incredible's the only one who only has
He's
1,
the only
right?
one who's got the 1,
Yeah.
which is stretching.
You just call him Mr. Incredible.
Oh, fuck.
He is Mr.
Yeah,
the movie's not that good, but...
yeah, no, this is a
I would
negative
say,
one.
yeah, because Johnny's the one who came to mind as well. There is no like intuitive link at all between I can turn on fire and I can fly. Those are 2 different powers, easily. So, yeah, I'd say, is this a -1 or is this -2?
I think it's a -1. I think it's just like a
-1.
normal bad point.
Yeah, one's
Okay.
fair.
Sure.
Get down on the ground now!
Cops change their mind on arresting someone based on crowd applause. Oh, come on.
Is that what he's trying to say? What's happening?
I don't think that's necessarily what's happening, because one of the firemen comes up and puts the cop's gun down. And also, like, I don't think it's unreasonable that if this monstrous creature suddenly appears and you're already in a high stress situation, that they draw their gun on it, because it's like a rock monster. And then once people are like, oh, I haven't done anything illegal, I guess, and people don't seem to be, no one's panicking. There's not like panic here, and they did just kind of save people, and also some people are getting closer. I don't think that's unreasonable for them to chill.
Yeah,
it's not just the applause is a part of it, but it's a variety of factors.
Yeah, I mean, the way you would communicate this if you had like unlimited time is with dialogue, but I guess the film is kind of speed running it, because it just wants to convey that, okay, well, the cop's reaction is to, you're a giant rock monster, and then the firemen come out, everyone's cheering. It's like, oh, wait, yeah, you did just save everyone.
Just to clarify, by the way, because a lot of people have highlighted, the flames are how Johnny flies, the shields are how she goes invisible, and you know, arguably the rocks, resilience and strength are all a part of the Thing being a rock monster. It's like, that's exactly the point, is that how you separate these things into 1 or multiple powers is arbitrary. Like, so it seems unfair that he said she gets 2 and everyone else gets 1. Doesn't really make sense. That's all. It's not that there's no connection between any of the abilities anyone necessarily has, but technically there isn't, in the sense that the writers get to decide exactly what you can do, you know, with these powers. But that's all. Just being clear.
Yeah, so we're at -1 for this.
I think so. Looking bad,
Yeah.
Sins. Come back,
It is.
boy.
By the way,
Come
we're at a update. We're at -37.
I'm on 38, but I'm more inclined to believe yours is more accurate.
I try to go with the pings, with the little sound effects help me, because I do the sound effect in the meter. Maybe I've gotten one wrong, but I have a we'll see if the 1 makes a difference by the end, but it might not matter at all.
Oh, we'll
see. I hope it's a nail biter to where that 1 point makes a difference, and then we'll have to come up with a sudden death. But yeah.
I just checked. The timestamp on where we're at in the movie is exactly 38 minutes into the movie. So that's he's on -1 point per minute.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Arresting someone based on crowd applause. Oh, come on. You know what kind of bullshit Ben's wife would have had to go through to make it to this exact spot on the Brooklyn Bridge to meet up with her husband? Also,
it is very convenient.
Yeah.
But then again, it's a major thoroughfare. Maybe she commutes that way to work. You know, it's not impossible she should be there. It's just very convenient that she is.
To be fair, he didn't say
it's
impossible.
Possible.
Said what kind of bullshit she would have to go through, which I think is fair.
True, yeah.
I still feel like
that side would be...
There's as much justification for her being here as the other 2. Like, again, he's gained or lost points for this before. I can't remember exactly.
I think
for
gained,
one of them
right?
being there is, I think so.
Yeah, well, I'd give him a point for this.
There's arguably
as well.
Yeah, I think it's
less justification for her to be there because at least the others were looking for him, whereas she's just there because theme demands it.
Yeah, that's true, I guess, yeah.
You to this exact spot on the Brooklyn Bridge to meet up with her husband? Also, you came all the way here to tell your now hero husband that you don't want to be married anymore? Holy shit, that's harsh.
I thought she just happened to be here. Did she come here to do this?
I don't think she came here to do this.
No. Unless there was a scene that was deleted in which she did.
But she'd have to know he was here and get here in the amount of time. But there's no way the news of this would have spread to where she could have gone here. Like, hey, there's a rock monster on the bridge, and it's doing.
And you could
And
probably
they'd have to
write
get to
it
her, and then
easily
she'd have
in
to
a single
travel.
scene. Like the same reason that the others could know this is where he always comes when he's sad could also be the reason she is here because she knows this is where he comes when he's sad. But it's like, that's not a scene we got in the film, so it doesn't make a difference.
And by the way, chat, if you know anybody who their sad spot is a bridge, maybe give them a call, say hi, make sure they're all right. Not a great.
So,
Yep, I think he's right.
if she did come here because of the news, then this would be a fine comment. But I don't remember any specific reference to that. Did I miss it or?
I don't think so. Because even if it was for the news, the event would have to happen. There'd have to be people who could report the news or get the news out. The news would have to get out. It'd have to reach her. Then she would have to get here in the time span.
Wait, because someone just highlighted, if they did see her when trying to track Ben, then that would have prompted her to come here, maybe, somewhat.
But they didn't, did they?
I don't.
Pretty sure they.
I think
I
that.
don't think that was a scene.
Well, no, it certainly wasn't a scene. It's just whether or not you think it's fair to
Can you
interpret
infer
that.
it from when they said they knew where he was going? We
Went to
inferred
her
that they went to
house.
speak there. I don't know. That's doing a lot of writing.
And why
for the
wouldn't
movie.
she be with them? Why wouldn't she have gone with them? I guess she might not have, because surely she would have come with them, right? She wouldn't have
You'd
been
think.
approaching from the other side.
Especially with them explaining he's gone through a horrible accident and you just screamed at him and ran
Those his
away.
Friends. Yeah.
I feel the
think
same
he's
about
right
this as
to
the
call
other
this
one.
out.
Like it's plausible that she could be here, but it's still very, very lucky.
Well, no, what we're trying to talk about right now is was it random or was it she intended to come here as a result of information she was given?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because that determines whether or not his point here is fair.
It does, but I honestly think that based on what the movie has given us, we don't know they've met. That wasn't a scene. We weren't told that that's what they were going to do. They didn't even say that's what they were going to go and do.
I hadn't even
At
considered
no point
it.
was it mentioned. You'd think it's something that it could be established so easily in dialogue that if that's what they wanted us to take away,
I get you,
they would have
'cause-
given us
Or
even
she
a
would have
line
arrived
for us
with
to take it
them.
away.
This might be the
if she-
ultimate blurry borderline between inference and writing for the writers, because it's like, would they have gone to her place? Like, well, they very much could have. They'd guess from his direction, maybe, and then they go to see her because they'd assume that's where he'd go, but it's like, but there's just no lines for it at all.
Well, they said the reason why I feel like that is implied. I don't think it justifies this, but I feel like that is implied because they said that they knew where he was going to go. And then the next time we see them is here. So off screen, it makes sense that they spoke to her because they knew that that was where she was going to go.
Then you
Found
have
out
just
what
as
happened.
much reason to infer that they knew he was going to be on the bridge as opposed to they knew he was going to be with it. Like, you're adding an extra step, which the movie hasn't done there. It's like Occam's razor explanation for what the writers intended to happen, given that they didn't tell us anything, is the simplest route. They knew he was going to the bridge, not they knew he was going to go and see his wife. They met his wife, they gave her a load of information from which they learned he was at the bridge. Then they went to the bridge, and none of that made it into the movie.
Right, but if because their reason for knowing that he went to speak to his fiancée is because they know that he loves his fiancée and would obviously want to speak to her. Why would they assume without speaking to her that he went to sit on a bridge?
Because they're old friends and he gets sad sometimes, maybe. I mean, like, we've got I would say there's just as much reason to conclude that as the other way, because there's no reason to conclude either of them. It's one of the, I know there is no line for it, but like if I was writing this script myself, I would be including a scene because without that scene, I would assume the audience would treat it as completely unjustified and not set up. So it's just convenient. The audience will read it as convenient unless something so important and so vital for establishment work is actually in the movie, which it isn't. So
I fully agree that it is convenient. Where I would, I guess, take a step down from where I think you're saying is that to me it seems plausible that this could happen. It's just unbelievably lucky timing. Which I think is distinct from them just spawning on the bridge because they need to be there for that scene.
I feel like that's downstream of whether or not all it's trying to figure out is, did she have direct reason to come here, or was she just here by chance?
it's not in the... I mean, for that question, I feel like we have to conclude that because it's not in the film, it is just chance.
In which case, what Sins is saying here, you came all this way to tell your hero you don't want to be married anymore, is actually incorrect, if that's the conclusion.
That is... You're right, that's wrong, because that's his...
Yeah.
Yeah, you came here instead of... Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, the criticism isn't that it's convenient that she's here, it's that she came all the way here for this specific reason.
I think
right?
he did have that one.
And
Was
then
that the preceding one?
We said all the bullshit it would have taken to get here. Which, funnily enough...
neutral.
Well, so what's weird here is that... So if I said to you, like, I believe, or rather, I know that she came here deliberately and she had to go through a bunch of bullshit, versus I don't think she came here deliberately and she had to go through a bunch of bullshit. Like, technically, the bullshit part is right on both counts, but the way I framed it on both of them is actually, one of them is a point and one of them is a negative. In this case, judging from what he said going forward, he thinks that she went through a bunch of bullshit to get here deliberately.
He's presuming intent, yeah, like that there is intent. She has come here to do this, as opposed to, because he didn't make the criticism that it's just lucky she happened to be here to do this.
We gave him a point for this, but if we've concluded she didn't come here to meet him, which is what he says...
That just means that he's wrong in his understanding of her intention. It doesn't affect the bullshit, and the criticism is the bullshit, right?
I mean, I think it's important.
Because it would be bullshit either way, but it's the nature of how they're linked, and
she had to go through this to meet up with him. It's like, well, no, that's not why she did it. But at least
would she have a reason to be here if she wasn't trying to meet him?
Well, no, but that was the alternative interpretation. Was that, by the way, that is the current interpretation of the film because of the lack of information, that she did happen to be here by accident, but that she still would have had to go through a bunch of bullshit to get here.
Because there are like 5 or 6 plausible reasons she could be here, but the movie hasn't given us any of them. So like, all of that is inference. But then you have just as much reason to infer one of those 6 as any other one of those 6. The criticism here presumes that she is here for a reason. If we are concluding that the movie hasn't given us enough to conclude that she is here for this reason, then the criticism, though right in tone, is wrong in specificity. So it's inaccurate.
One in chat just said they say she's going to meet them on the other side of the bridge. I don't remember that.
In reference to Sue, isn't it? Or is it not?
I don't recall them ever speaking to the fiancé.
No,
I don't either.
If you were to remove the end of the sentence, and just say, you know how much bullshit she'd have to go through to be here, would that affect it? Because then he's not assuming intent.
Yeah.
So does him assuming intent affect? I feel like the intent is irrelevant.
The analysis. I feel like the intent is important because he's trying to analyze. This is the film analysis. I think that's.
Is he right for the right reasons or right for the wrong reasons? Is kind of
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
I think if you're, I would even say that if you're right for the wrong reasons, that's still leaning negative because having the right reasons is like that's really important. It's like showing your work on math problems so the teacher knows that you actually understand what you're talking about. Is that What are we thinking?
-1 is what I'm thinking.
I think that it is. I think the part about her specifically coming here to break up with him is significantly large enough that it does put it into -1 territory.
I guess.
Because that's a very specific character decision that doesn't seem to be substantiated. She just seems to be here and then sees him and does that. It seems coincidental. There's nothing to lead us to believe this is an intentional meetup. So we got a couple I guess we got 3 -1s now. So I guess we'll go with that unless, Mahler and Fringy want to maybe
I've been trying to look to see, trying to find this piece of dialogue. A couple of people are saying it exists. I'm just trying to find it.
Okay. Well, I'll use the loo while you're doing that because I might as well, and then I'll be right back.
It's just that the dialogue in question is the alleged line where they say they will meet her on the other side of the bridge. If that line exists, I would be really surprised if they aren't saying that to Sue, because their plan is she gets naked and then they meet up on the other side of the obstruction. So, I mean, I don't know, I don't remember the line,
True,
but that sounds like the kind of thing that would occur in that scene.
If
Because they've never met the girlfriend.
Yeah, I don't remember them
the
ever
wife.
speaking to the fiance. I don't remember
There's
them
no
ever even
scene
meeting.
where that happens. No, there is
Unless
no
it was a
scene where that-
throwaway line during the action scene, but she doesn't show up until the end. So
If I could just get like 2 words of this this sentence and then log into it, because I got the script, I just can't seem to find what some people are talking about. And yeah, some of the people saying that line is about Sue, not wife. So,
yeah, she just shows up and she shows up, drops the ring, and leaves. There is no dialogue.
Also, they are becoming sins, trying to ding everything they can. We wouldn't be spending this long if we were trying to fucking ding everything.
Yeah, I mean, the argument at the moment began with, was he correct? Was he correct in this criticism or not? And I think we gave that a fairly fair shake, because like we did spend a long time talking about whether the movie established it as being one way or the other, because it determines whether or not this is a sin or a ding. It's like, that's, I think we've been fairly fair on this point. Even then, I am still sort of veering between -1 and just a P post us, because it just feels like the movie is doing the work against us, not him. In this
we would be
case.
like CinemaSins all wins. We would have just given up and gone like, fuck it, ding, moving on. That's what we would have done.
Don't take it seriously. It's a joke.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been talking about it.
A bunch of.
Are you kidding me? This long fighting over minutia about fucking Fantastic Four 2005.
Well, Fringy, that just shows how devoted we are to the grift.
Yeah, that we would put this much effort into analyzing the structural integrity of a film that everybody just kind of writes off as being like dumb. Why
I'll
do
be honest,
that?
I really fail to see how Wins could possibly do worse than Sins, but every single time he's managed it.
Well, bear in mind that because again, the film generally gets worse from this point on. So that might help CinemaSins out a bit. But I would be surprised, honestly, if Wins lost this one. But then again, I was surprised by how much he fumbled Puss in Boots. That was shocking.
Boots, yeah. So,
not having any luck finding the line.
I don't remember it, yeah.
So, -1?
I mean, with the information we have, I just like I said, I can't seem to find it. And a lot of people have said it's not even about her, this fabled line.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, someone said one guide, don't let Twitch streamers convince you you're not worth talking to, chat. We love you, okay? We like talking to you.
Why is that? Why would you want to discourage interaction between
We actually read what you say and we incorporate it, all right? We're not going to just treat you as some annoying thing.
Because I'll get one guide when Anna says Rags fails to wash his hands this time too. First off, I don't like the insinuation I have a dirty penis. Second off, yes, I did. All right. I obviously had enough time. This was madness.
I don't know what that's reminding me of the South Park episode where they go to the water park, and Kyle gets very upset to learn about various things that people do, like not wash their hands after they pee, or I think Butter says it makes more sense to wash your hands before you do it because of how dirty your hands can get.
I guess it's fair. Before and after, yeah.
That's as gross as peeing in the shower. Well, and then he had to drink pee, wasn't it? He had to drink pee.
He had to drink pee so he could go underneath the pee. Yeah, the pH level in the water is too high.
Peeing in the shower is fine, just so we're clear.
And then as soon as he drinks the pee, they get saved. Oh.
So what are we showing on?
Bananas cure pee, right? Because the monkey gets pissed off if you piss on the monkey unless you give it a banana, in which case it's happy.
And then they do it to Randy, and he's like, and I think they're like ready to get a gun to shoot him. And he's like, no, I'm okay.
Just lay it out. He is correct or incorrect depending on the information we think the film gives, and as it stands, we are pretty solid on they don't give enough reason to say why she is there.
Yeah. We have no reason to believe that. So
if he said like a 2-part criticism, I don't know why she's here, criticism 1, and either way, it's an incredibly difficult job to get her here, criticism 2. It would have worked better and probably given him 2 points.
I would have given him at least a point for that. And if he asked the question fairly of, wait, did she come here to do this specifically, or something along those lines that's like a little bit incredulous because the film doesn't support that, that would have been fine as well. But as it is, yeah, I think we can give it a -1 and carry on.
Get to this exact spot on the Brooklyn Bridge to meet up with her husband. Also, you came all the way here to tell your now hero husband that you don't want to be married anymore? Holy shit, that's harsh. Also, you...
We'll say she was harsh, by the way, but like I don't know, it's just that's her character. So
she was harsh, but that doesn't make it a flaw with the film. Like she is harsh. She sucks.
Just an observation.
Could that just be counted as an observation? Then?
Yeah, I mean that's an observation to say that is harsh because that's the film
harsh.
says she harsh.
That's true. It is.
She is harsh. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. We've already established that just because you go ding doesn't. Yeah. Okay, we can go neutral on that one.
Holy shit,
you know what
harsh.
though?
Also,
this is the scene where I expect him to, if he's going to remove a sin, this will be the one with the trying to grab the ring.
We'll see.
Like that should dock a sin by his standards because that's just like some good shit, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
this is it. Yeah, it's a really cool micro moment. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. It's like the best thing of this film, and it's like as an individual moment, it's better than the best moments that you could point to in a variety of recent. I'd say it's better than any individual moment in the new Fantastic Four movie.
Well, it's
I think so.
fair
I don't
to
know.
say that this moment is the best Fantastic Four moment in film.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I haven't seen the original, but I'd wager so.
Well, it's just I'd say
it's a multi-layered. It's just a great multi-layered moment. It is.
Which is
it is, and I like it. Yeah,
it's not a good movie. I like it, but it's not a good movie.
And since we're paused on this, I just want to say the prosthetic work here is really good. I really like it. It has aged so well, and it looks great, and it lets him show emotion, and it's really good.
Someone gave me a timestamp, so I'm just gonna play it with volume 1 second. All right.
Yeah, sure. I'm curious.
Okay, that wasn't in it, but 1 second. Maybe it's a little bit later. I don't know. Still not getting any dialogue. Okay, maybe it was a bit earlier.
You're getting one guide.
I'm just waiting for a line. They were in a taxi driving, but I don't hear any discussion happening.
Huh.
Said it was 30:58. I'm trying, damn it, but I'm not hearing anything.
Were they all in the same taxi?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not hearing anyone talk.
Okay, if they're all in the same taxi, then whether she knew that she was going to take the ring off and dump him, she came here to interact with him.
Oh, wait, no. When you say all in the taxi, she isn't in that taxi. All of them are in the case of
I was about to say.
Reed and Sue and Johnny are all in there. She is.
Right, okay. Yeah, never mind then.
3 of the Fan 4 stick.
Unless she's in the front of the taxi and typically for this film they just didn't show us.
Well, again, it's supposed to be the...
it could be her job, all right? Maybe she's a taxi driver.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry if that was the direction for where that line was. I did not see it or hear it.
Move on.
You see him on the news, you think to yourself, I need to run to the bridge and tell him we're through right now. Also,
was that a separate sin?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a separate sin.
So he's saying that she saw him on the news and decided to come
all the way out. Yeah, that's no way.
There's no way this is on the news yet. Surely. There's no. Well, this was back that you'd see like news people here. Because no one's pulling out their phone. This is 2005. People ain't pulling out their phones and everything.
Yeah, we got fire engines, ambulances, and police.
There might be radio reports.
The press arrive because they are on the news, and doesn't Mr. Doom get shown all of this? That it's on the news in like a minute's time.
Eventually, but she would have to get it and get here.
I feel like that was.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The timing wouldn't have worked. No.
Unless she literally lives next to the bridge. Like Ben was just really lazy. He bought a house next to his favorite bridge or something.
Maybe.
That's character.
Is this a negative one?
So this is its negative one. If he tries to give himself 2 sins for it, then
yeah.
I mean I think it's fair that we take another point off.
Also, Debs is addicted to things. Jeez.
Deb is addicted to things. I guess observation.
That's an attempt to be funny.
It's a joke, yeah.
I guess it's a joke, yeah.
When do people get tired of clapping?
Whatever.
I mean,
wow, he didn't dock us in.
He didn't.
Wow.
He's taking. He didn't. Well, yeah.
Yeah, because he's done that in the past. He has docked sins for really good.
He's taken stupid things sometimes that didn't.
Yeah, sometimes for jokes.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Wins praise that scene now.
I hope so. He
We'll
better
see.
fucking get it.
Wins has this in the bag now. You should be able to nail this.
He should.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If he just shuts up and doesn't say anything, he'll win. But here we go.
We're scientists, not celebrities. It's too late, son. Magic TV just happens to be around so that the cop can show Reed
Magic
they're already
TV. What the hell? Magic TV? Then why? Any reason why there wouldn't be a TV?
They're on a bridge. I mean, it would have to be. I'm forgetting now my 2005 era technology. This would have to be plugged into an aerial.
So
I believe they're still on the bridge.
This is.
I thought they were like they're off the bridge.
Yeah, I'm mistaken.
That's definitely off the bridge. And as for whether the technology, all you need is like an aerial that you pop on top of the TV, right? Like,
well, presumably. So this is some kind of medical tent.
This is some staging area, so I could believe there might be a reason why they need a television. Maybe not to watch the news.
To monitor the... it could be to...
But something.
Yeah, it could be to watch the news just so that they can, you know, keep
I don't find it absurd that they would have a TV. Like, I don't find that crazy.
I feel like it is a weird place to just be like, look, watch my TV.
I'd buy it better if there were a news van near, or that there's a news section in this area, like, you know, journalists and stuff. It looks like this is medical.
Yeah.
So I don't know why there's a TV necessarily, but I certainly wouldn't go as far as saying fucking magic TV spontaneously or whatever like that. I don't know. Where do we sit, everybody?
Well, this is a criticism, so...
I mean... yeah.
A magic TV. I don't know about that,
for that
you
to
know?
be true, then there basically has to be no plausible reason for there to be a TV in what looks like an incident sort of frontline response place, which
and maybe there
I can think of a few reasons they'd have them there.
Is this a Peepo sus?
Well, it's the opposite of a Peepo sus, right? Because he's almost right.
So that cancels this. So that'll cancel out the previous Peepo sus.
If we give him a Peepo glad,
not yet.
Well, because the point that he's making seems to be that it's ridiculous that this TV is here. He's using colorful language, calling it a magic TV, and I agree with him. But again, like with the bridge thing, it's plausible.
But I think everyone can speak the foundational language of it's obviously here so that we can do story stuff, and it's just like, would it actually be here? And it seems unlikely, is what I would rate it.
But
yes, yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, unlikely.
Okay, and if that's the case, then maybe it is a Peepo glad.
Which knocks out the sus.
Which cancels out, our sus, which means, off it goes. Yep, we are back down to neutral on the Peepo meter. The Peepo meter is back at 0.
Peepometer.
Peepometer? Yeah, it would be a peepometer, but we don't call it a thermometer. So, I mean, peepometer? I don't guess you can call it a thermometer if you want.
You already did this stream, you little bitch. I heard you.
I know, but I like it. Thermometer. Yeah, but I specifically said it with any inflection that knew that it was not what it was typically called.
I see.
So I drew attention to it.
So I can't ding you, but I will give you a Peepo sus.
Correct. You can give me Peepo sus, but I'll be Peepo glided up like you wouldn't believe soon.
Do we need a noise for the Peepo sus?
I've got, what have I got?
In the original.
I mean, I don't know. That one, maybe. I will do that.
They're already celebrities.
The Fantastic Four.
First of all, roll credits. Second of all,
I mean, it's just a joke.
First things around of the film, yeah.
Well, there's no way that the news would have come up with some brilliant name for these superheroes.
I think that's actually a 2 right out of the gate. You see some of the shit they come up with for like newspapers, puns and shit.
I feel like
Fantastic Four is.
I feel like Spider-Man should have taught everyone this. J. Jonah Jameson's like based on real people who do this shit very professionally and reward anyone who gets sensational headlines.
Go to a news agency, walk past whatever the fucking newspaper you got there, like the Herald Sun or whatever, and you'll see some fucking pun or some shit, some cheeky names and things like that, and headlines. Like, the idea that, like, oh, wow, it's crazy that the news would come up with Fantastic Four that quick. No, it's not. Like, this is really a stupid point. I think this is a negative too. Just because, not because it's like a multifaceted wrong, but just a really stupid wrong.
I'd only downgrade it to a -1 because, having been a journalist, this is the sort of thing that journalists like hearing about themselves in movies because it makes them seem much cleverer than they really are. Like, you are taught to do this, because it's good. Ideally, you are very, very quick off your feet with sensational headlines, but the number of journalists who actually are good at it, tiny. In fact, a lot of them are really awful.
I would agree, because sometimes when you hear news reports and they do their little puns or like the good, the bad, and the ugly, it's like, Jesus Christ, get me out of here. Get me come on, you can't go to university for this and be this fucking lame with the things you come up with. But I'm sorry, the news would come up with Fantastic Four instantly. They would.
There's probably a real-world example of them using literally Fantastic Four in a particular event because of the fact that Fantastic Four is a thing. You know what I mean? Like 4 people who helped someone do something or whatever, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's the Fantastic Four."
Like, it's just, yeah. I'm sorry. It's just.
Maybe they did it. Maybe they chose it because Reed's surname is Fantastic.
Well, there's that.
That's right.
Reed,
so
Fantastic.
I guess we're looking. So are we doing the -1 or -2?
It probably is a -1. I'm being a bit harsh, but like I am a little bit stunned that he thinks that like the news wouldn't come up with some like name really quickly.
Yeah, it's fair. I always thought that it's not. And plus, it's just fantastic. There's 4 of them. They're fantastic. It's not
Fantastic
like
Four.
It's not.
It could have
crazy.
been Fabulous Four. You know, it could have been, but Fantastic Four works
kind of
better,
gay.
obviously.
It just sounds better.
Fantastic Four sounds better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'm now getting flashback. Is it the last scene in Fan 4 Stick when they say, what should our name be?
It's a really funny scene.
It's great.
We already fucking know what your name is. It's in the title of the movie. Stop it.
My favorite part is now when I see fucking Miles Teller doing the little glance over. That shit makes me laugh. And there's nothing funny about that, but like the image itself of him just sort of glancing over to the left, it's like really funny now.
Yeah.
I don't even need to hear him say that again. It's the fact that he's like, see, the cogs are spinning, the wheels are turning.
It's a great scene. It's iconic.
Yeah, it is.
Already. And it sure wouldn't have had Fantastic in the title.
Welcome.
That was all a part of one thing, right?
That was all one.
Yeah,
that was all one.
Sorry,
-1, yeah.
Back to the Baxter, Dr. Richards.
Stan Lee cameo is Stan Lee.
How come
Observation.
I think he just generally pokes fun at them. I don't think he likes Stanley cameos for whatever reason, but whatever.
I can't turn it on and off.
Really? Does he not? That's a shame.
I don't think he does.
This is maybe the only superhero movie in history where the entire plot of the movie is the superheroes trying to get rid of their badass new abilities.
Well, understand them.
Hold on.
Understand them.
But also, I'm actually thinking, is that? I'm trying to think. Is there
They're not
another?
all trying to get rid of them either, which is the other.
They're not.
Johnny doesn't want to get rid of them.
They want to understand
X-Men
them.
3 is a plot point in X-Men 3, but it's only like one character as far as I remember.
Oh, true. That is. Well, yeah, because Rogue wants to get rid of her.
Yeah,
powers.
as far as I remember, she's the only one who goes through with it. But it's been ages since I saw the movie. Either way, I fail to see how this is a criticism.
Isn't the Ang Lee Hulk? That's what he's trying to do, I think.
I think. And then the Incredible Hulk 2008, he's trying to get rid of his powers as well.
Oh yeah, there's a couple.
So
probably wrong then, because not all the characters in this movie are trying to get rid of them, and it is not the only superhero movie in which they try to get rid of their powers. So even if it attempts to be an observation, it is observing incorrectly twice.
Oh, Superman 2 as well. Superman gets rid of his powers. Huh. This is maybe the only one. It's like, no, I knew that there was more. I was certain of it, but they just weren't jumping out at them.
Well, he said maybe, so he's covered.
I see.
I mean, Spider-Man 3, he loses his, but he's not trying to get rid of them. It's just like it happens, and then he gets them back. I can't remember.
Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2,
right?
yeah.
Oh, it's Spider-Man 2. Okay, yeah.
Wait, so what is this then? Is he just what?
Well, it's got to be a -1 at least, because they're not even trying to get rid of their powers. He wants to understand them, and obviously Johnny's not really interested in giving it up. And I don't know that if Reed had the chance, you'd think about it, right? They all want to go back to normal, quote unquote, but like it's a little bit more complicated than that. But the main thing is trying to help Ben. That's the whole aspect of it, right? He's the one that needs to be reversed. He needs help. So like there's more nuance here than he's letting on, and then of course he's just wrong about the whole like maybe blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I'd say -1.
Heroes trying to get rid of their badass new abilities. I wonder what kind of things go in this book. This article.
Observation.
Postage stamps, I don't know.
Repeats itself after 5 paragraphs. And this article is not about voting. And
I think he gets a point for that because I'm assuming he's correct.
The article
He's
repeats
accurate.
itself after 5 hours. So is he saying like they just
Text
repeated
just
the
copies
text?
and repeats.
The prop
That'd be
was
my-
poorly made, is what he's saying. Yeah.
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 And if
I mean,
that's
this is
true,
like-
which I'm
yeah, I
gonna
mean,
take
it's
his word
fair.
for it, then
Well,
yeah,
you can see
that's
it.
fair.
Reed Richards, a 9-year-old, was at the top of blah blah blah, and then 5 paragraphs later it says Reed Richards is a 9-year-old.
Yeah, it's on the right.
Found one of the top.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
just right. So that's one.
All right, cool. Plus one.
Then the second thing's just a joke, right?
Here's a question: does he get more because this is kind of an interesting catch?
No,
It is
because it doesn't matter.
I don't think it's a detail. It's not important enough to the
It's
the
not
theme or the
important.
character
I
stuff.
agree.
But it's good. Like
But
I'm glad that he did
require
it. It's
him
like
to
the
look at it, you know.
it's
Yeah,
like the
okay,
footnote thing
1.5.
in Batwoman, you know, the Wikipedia thing. It's like, oh, it's not a big deal, but it's hilarious, you know.
Yeah. Oh, oh god. Oh my god.
Yeah,
you just reminded me of that. Yeah.
Classic.
About voting. And this article is the exact same as the previous one, only they changed 9-year-old to high school student. Meanwhile, Cutoff article is about the same thing the vote article was about.
All right, another point then, I guess.
Is this all the same?
Well,
I
this
mean,
is
he's given
two
it.
dings.
He's given it
It's
two
two
dings,
dings.
but he's highlighted 4 different criticisms. I personally feel like all of this bad prop should be 1 ding, and we should judge it by that.
I am leaning that way myself.
Because otherwise, he could have given. Because if he'd found
I
like
think that
20 different typos and given himself 20 dings.
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know. I think
it's
I'm going to
under-
give him another one for this though. This one. New
This is a different
page.
page.
Same.
This is a different page. That's
Yeah.
worth noting. You know
I
what?
think
I'm okay with.
that's
I'm okay
a-
with giving him
I
another
think we
one.
need Platoon's our tiebreaker.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Yeah, +1. Yeah.
All right, 3-2. Yeah.
Good for you.
He needs all the
Sins.
help he can get. He needs all the points he can get.
Meanwhile,
So-
Cutoff article is about the same thing the vote article was about. We need to understand what happened to your DNA, so let's hit your Rockney with a hammer.
Johnny,
Oh,
you were at
that's
the
retarded.
That's
start.
just
This is
yeah,
stupid.
-1 for sure. That's we barely
yeah,
need to
this
explain
is-
that. The
-1.
Just standard
-1.
tests. That's all that is. Calm down.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a muscle test. Like, obviously, you'd want to like do basic stuff like this to see how the differences are and how he would change. And does he do
I
the
feel
same
like
thing
he's
as a
watched
human?
more than enough
Like-
movies and TV shows to know about the reflex test.
Kelvin.
Man.
That's the temperature of the sun.
That kind of heat should have done a lot more damage. Hell, it should have
Oh,
melted the
yes,
titanium.
definitely
Whoa.
+1.
I could have sworn it's
Sure.
that he could have gotten there. She doesn't say that he did get there.
Yeah, she said could.
That's
Wait,
the
hold
He
on.
says that's a
Hang
bad
on.
thing.
Rewind.
You could have
Thing the
gotten
vote
to a
article
point.
was
That's the
about.
temperature.
We need to understand what happened to your DNA, so let's hit your Rockney with a hammer.
Johnny, you were at 4,000 Kelvin. That's the temperature.
I need to see this scene because I remember thinking the exact same thing, but I could have sworn she says that you were like on your way to that, but you didn't get
Yeah,
there.
just because
well,
there's a payoff
hold
to
on.
that later, right? She says if you carried on, you could have got to the temperature of a supernova. That would be bad and would have destroyed the Earth. And he says, okay, supernova bad. Then at the end of the big fight scene, she says you have to go supernova, and he does that. So it's like this is the setup to that payoff beat later. He almost got there because it's like the crossing the streams thing in Ghostbusters.
The thing is that she said you were at.
You were
so
at.
You were
Yeah,
at.
but I think that's the temperature of
4,000.
something else.
No,
isn't
wait.
it?
She said
Well,
any.
wait.
She said
Wait.
She
So-
says
so
any
I-
hotter, and you'd be approaching supernova.
So here's the thing. I don't even think it matters that she says that because his point seems to be at 4,000 Kelvin, it should cause more damage, which has got to be true. Like, it almost doesn't matter that she says whether it's the temperature of the sun or not. If he was
Yes,
at
technically
4,000
it's true.
Kelvin, that's still hot
we-
enough that it should be causing more damage. That's his point. I think that's a +1.
Can we not get past this with sci-fi bullshit?
I was
We
going
don't
to
know
say
what that.
you're going to have to afford them that something because he's in a special device.
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't they
it
say
has
it's made out of?
broken-
But if they're referring to like real materials and real temperatures, then it feels like that changes from the sci-fi because now we're like appealing to actual numbers.
Well, did they?
Like,
But he
if,
melts through it and it opens up. Though.
well, 4,000 Kelvin. I mean, it's a it's a
no,
real
that's
temperature.
the temperature. I'm talking real materials, as you
I
said.
thought it was titanium, wasn't it?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Did they say that?
I feel like they said that.
I believe they did, and I just double checked. So if that's all accurate and it is just titanium, then it
the
melts
only
at
reference
about
I've
half
got for the
that
script with
temperature.
titanium isn't regarding that box.
Oh,
Okay,
I mean, if we don't know what it is, and then we assume it's sci-fi bullshit, and then it didn't cause any damage outside of the box, that's fine. I thought they referred to it as like a real material, because once you do that, then you can actually just check.
If it was, because the melting, yeah, I was just kind of looking it up. Might as well say,
and also
titanium's melting point is 3034 Fahrenheit, which is 1941 Kelvin.
Yeah,
so
wait,
if
hang
it was,
on. He might get
Also-
dock points anyway, because hasn't he cheated here? As Steven
Sorry.
Richter just pointed
Yes,
out, and
he
I've just
pointed
read in the
out.
script, you were at 4,000 Kelvin. Any hotter and you're approaching supernova, that's the temperature of the sun. He
Yes,
cut the middle line
yes.
out.
He's been a bit cheeky. 4,000.
oh
Kelvin,
yeah, because she says you're almost at She
To
cuts
be-
at the
to
point where
be
she says
fair,
any hotter and you'll be at da da da.
I'm pretty sure that a supernova, like the temperature of the sun, varies depending on which part of the sun you're talking about. The surface of the sun is considerably cooler than the core of the sun. So I don't appreciate her esoteric language.
Especially
but
at night,
he did,
yeah.
He did, he did do a cheeky meme there. He did cut out important
He
concepts.
did.
He's
That
done a
is
cheeky
important.
meme, and
You
we've got
sneaky boy.
sci-fi tech that has not been laid down in
Okay.
solid
Well,
detail.
here's the question: if we say it's a -1 on the sci-fi tech, does it become a -2 because of the actual confusing editing?
I do
And just to
think
throw out
it's
there as well,
you should not do that. It's bad practice.
I agree. Does
the
it
reason
matter that
why-
the box has been broken open? He has melted through it, so at that point the heat is released.
Well, just quickly for clarity, the reason we were assuming titanium, it says titanium on the box.
Yeah, but
does
that
it?
doesn't. Yes, I just double checked. It doesn't mean it's just titanium. It could be
No,
layers
of
of
course.
something. But
that's
the reference for titanium.
Had they said it is made only of titanium, I would have said that's fair, but we don't know fully what's going on.
Sci-fi tech, yeah.
And also as to the box, right? Isn't he shot with the goo before the box breaches?
I think so.
So it continued to melt to the.
Yeah, like
So even
you have to
after
treat
he
it as though
is-
they were lucky as fuck that it fell apart as his heat was going down.
Okay.
So
fair.
Reed-
That's
Reed
fair.
Which would be
presses
a
the
criticism, by
button
the way,
as
of
it starts
convenience.
melting.
But that's
Should've
not what
been-
Sin said.
Reed presses the goo button as it starts melting.
Okay, well, I guess then you'd say it's not a coincidence that he did it deliberately because he'd reached a certain temp. I guess that would be the defense of that.
I mean, I guess you could say it's lucky that the foam dispenser was not melted, I guess.
Sure.
I guess it would be designed such
You'd
that
hope that they
would
designed that to be the most resistant to the heat test.
Okay, so let's hit your rock knee with a hammer.
Johnny, you were at 4,000 Kelvin. That's the temperature of the sun.
That kind of heat should have done a lot more damage. Hell, it should have melted the titanium chamber he was in before he even hit 2,000 Kelvin. And it should have burned, at the very least, this whole apartment building down.
So
He's correct about titanium based on what we just found out, but he's assuming that the whole thing
very
is
much
just
a
a titanium square.
sci-fi movie. You gotta give it some fairness for this. But I would say it would have been much better if they had, sealed that in as being like, this is a special container as part of the montage. Being like, you could, even telling him, right, you'll never burn through this, and then that's the fun reveal that he actually can. That's how hot he can get. But I still think that's a -1 overall. It's not very good engagement with the story.
It does seem nitpicky, but like, where would you? Because if they were like, my God, you were at 1 billion degrees, then would we still be saying, well, it's sci-fi tech?
There's a conversation to be had, but we would probably then be saying it doesn't seem like the technology has that capacity, and why would she be so worried about the temperature of a supernova if they can more than handle that, like, significantly?
Well, because the reason why I ask is that the temperature he supposedly got to is more than double what that device is supposed to be made of.
Well, we don't know what it's made of, though.
Sure, but based on purely on the visuals are implying that it's titanium, and I agree that we don't know that it's just titanium.
But that's like the whole point. Do we take that to mean that's solely what it is?
I
Really not
wouldn't.
solely.
I can see why Cinema Sins might.
Like, that's obviously not the only metal material that's being used in this
It
wouldn't just be. Yeah, that would be because that's often something that is specifically mentioned. It's made out of pure whatever. But yeah, I don't think it would be a single thing. Titanium would be a part of it, but surely not it. I mean, they'd probably use like what's like tungsten that takes a really high melting temperature, right? Stuff like that. But...
Yeah.
I mean, there's just going to be loads of stuff involved in this
station which can
box.
resist the solar storm. Like there are materials which are not named, which are implied to be stronger than stuff we know. So
I feel like the fact that it says titanium on the box means that the film is communicating to us that it's made of titanium. If there was nothing
titanium on it.
That's where Sins got that from. It's not in the script, but it literally says it on the box, on like the bars.
Well, yeah, that's what we discussed.
Titanium.
I don't have any problem with saying titanium is involved with the construction of this box. I just don't think that it's fair to the film being sci-fi that we assume it's only titanium.
I guess no. I mean, it could just be that bit of the box is made of only titanium, and the rest of the box is made of
some kind of mixture, or that there's more going on in that box than just metal.
Yeah.
Johnny, you were at 4,000 Kelvin. That's the temperature of the sun.
That kind of heat should have done a lot more damage. Hell, it should have melted the titanium chamber he was in before he even hit 2,000 Kelvin. And it should have burned, at the very least, this whole apartment building down.
All right, just want to be clear. We're at minus what for that?
I would say -1, but I'm wondering what we were doing about the fact that he chopped the line out.
How much of that could you say was copyright shenanigans, though? Maybe he had to chop it up for copyright.
Because it makes the point, like regardless of whether or not he chopped the line out, the point that he's making is either accurate or not, because that depends entirely on what the box is made of.
I suppose the leeway I will give is that change in temperature is not going to matter to titanium, and that's what his point is.
And, like I feel like it is reasonable for him to assume that that box is only made of titanium, which means that his point is valid, even though I would not have made that assumption.
I'd be curious if you'd lend him that kind of benefit with other sci-fi elements where a lot of assumptions get made. Like, I feel like we've got to go better faith than that when the film is filled with all kinds of wacky technology.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because it says titanium. Like, if it didn't say titanium on the box, then we can just say, well, it's made of whatever we want.
Why wouldn't it also have titanium as part of it?
So if I believe he shows it, if you can wind it back, Muller, and then pulls on the box, because it says titanium.
I'm saying why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't there be titanium in this?
I was replying to Platoon. Sorry, what was your point?
Why wouldn't there be titanium as part of this design, this machine?
I mean, presumably the reason why they use titanium is because it has a high melting point. But I don't.
Yeah.
But are there other components that have a higher melting point, theoretically? Like, the reason why the filmmakers put that in was presumably to be like, titanium is really good at not melting, so therefore we put him in a titanium box.
I think it is commonly associated with just being a very strong, very durable metal, and they wanted to give the impression that this is a very strong, very durable chamber. And given that they did choose to write it on the box, and it's on the box itself rather than a strut, they could have just said, this is made of bullshitanium if they wanted to, and stuck that on the side of the box.
Yeah, adamantium, like whatever.
I'm so sorry, but someone in chat mentioned tungsten. I have to bring up the reference, the tungsten man in The Simpsons. Do you remember this, Mola?
No.
They go to like a Home Depot, Bunnings kind of like place to get, and there's this guy like a mascot. He's Allen's key, isn't it? And he's that, and then Bart's like, oh, it's a cool costume, and he's like, it's not a costume. They found me inside a meteor. And then he just goes back to being normal, and then he goes to Bart, help! I need tungsten to live. Tungsten. And he's very sinister.
I've got vague memories of it.
I'll find him. Look, all right. It's tungsten stronger than
titanium.
And titanium. I figure that might.
It does have a very high melting point, because there's one of the plans for is that you're not allowed to put nuclear weapons in outer space. So that one of the alternative plans that you're allowed to do technically under the law is, I think it's called a gravity hammer, and it's just giant tungsten rods that you drop from a satellite.
Rods
and that means it has to survive the temperature of re-entry, which I guess, And it's also hyperdense, I think, as well, which makes it useful for impact and stuff. But
I'm truly
I guess
stuck
for
on
the purposes of this movie, though. Like, why, if they wanted us to conclude that this was something other than titanium, why did they write titanium on the box?
Titanium's involved in the construction. There's clearly more than titanium involved in it. It's Reed Richards too.
It is. I'm just saying that for the movie, I think it's reasonable for Sins to conclude it is just titanium, given they just wrote titanium on the box. They didn't say titanium alloy. They didn't say titanium tungsten alloy. They didn't say it was bullshitanium. They just wrote titanium.
They also didn't say it's not.
They didn't. But they said it was. They put a label on it.
Yeah, that's on one part of the box. We don't check the whole thing, and we can clearly see there's non-titanium elements.
That was originally my thing, because I assumed it was written on one of the struts, for example, and so I would have thought from that, it's reasonable for the box to be something else, but it's written on the box itself. But would it not have been clearer had they just not written anything on it?
I already said it would be better if they had some kind of line to support this, but there's multiple layers to this box, there's multiple elements to the box, and we have no idea if there's anything additional technologically wise. I don't know why we just assume it's all titanium.
On the inside, right? So it could be like the titanium outer shell, and there could be something inside, and we just didn't see the writing on the inside to tell us what it was. I can see why Sins made the conclusion that it was just titanium, because it's dumb for the movie to stick titanium on a box.
I think
they didn't want us to conclude was made of titanium.
Just by looking at it, you can tell there's more than titanium.
Mola, I have to let you know that people think that you're coping and seething.
I'm right, and I don't mind being right. It's fun.
Oh my god!
I don't know if this helps, but the melting point of tungsten is like 1.5 times. 1.5 times the melting point of titanium.
Which would then.
Okay. I see.
So it's titanium is about 2,000 degrees Celsius. Tungsten is 3,400. So
no wonder the guy needs tungsten to live. That's probably relevant. What about zinc? What is the melting point of zinc?
It is.
I will tell you this though:
400 degrees, so substantially less.
Ah, okay. But I mean, I couldn't live in a world without zinc myself.
Me neither. I take zinc. What they say, but it's true. What they say about zinc, it works.
Come back, zinc. I love in that joke. What is it like? I can't remember what the first thing was, and then the second one was he tried to pick up the phone and it didn't work because of zinc. And oh my god, what have I done? And his next resort is to kill himself, but he can't because guns don't work without zinc.
Someone in chat said, but it's not like zinc the metal, right?
Iron is iron. Chat is melting down like titanium. I understand why they've got this position as well as platoons, okay? That's just you gotta calm down on that front. But we go from more than just what they tell us through writing. We gotta do more. We gotta look at the visuals. This thing is clearly more than titanium.
I'm prepared to accept that it's more than titanium. I just think it was incredibly dumb of the movie to write titanium on the box, and I can understand why Sins would go with the assumption it was just titanium.
That's pretty much my perspective as well. I disagree with Sins, but I think it's reasonable for him to make that assumption.
So wait, where was I wrong then?
I agree with you. I believe that if Sins was in this conversation, he would disagree, and I would understand why.
Okay, Platoon, are you on the same level as that?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Wow. There we go. Sorted. No problem.
All right, so score-wise,
I did, and I feel great about it.
I already dinged him for a negative.
Yeah,
one
it was a negative one. It was a negative one. I don't think
making sure it's been so long, and we've gone in.
I know.
I just wanted to make sure. That brings us to negative 39.
I mean, just for clarity, my perspective on this is that Sins should be getting a point.
What on this? That's the Kelvin, the temperature of the sun thing.
Yes, I'm more than happy to be outvoted on this, but that is my perspective for clarity.
I don't think you'll be that happy about it, but
well, because I thought we had settled on a negative one, but okay.
I feel like I'm not ready to.
What is the melting point
yet again
of
titanium?
titanium?
Just give him a 0 because the movie has technically entrapped him into making this mistake. It has fed him.
That's what I'm saying. It's reasonable for him to have this understanding.
Yes.
Yeah. So if my clarifying question is that if it didn't say titanium on the side and it said sponges or something, would it then be reasonable for Sins to say, why did they put him in a box made of sponges? and then Mauler say, well, it's obviously not just made of sponges.
Yeah.
That's kind of my perspective here.
Because it is obviously more than sponges.
Right, sure. But as far as we can tell from the film, they have put in effort to tell us that it is made of sponges, and Sins has gone, that's fucking dumb, why did they make it out of sponges?
Okay, but titanium is obviously much more appropriate than sponges, right? Like, that's the...
It is.
Yeah, with sponges, we would have to...
It's like I said from the beginning,
conclude with sponges
I
in a way that we wouldn't
believe
have to conclude with titanium.
that this thing would have titanium as a part of its construction. I just think there's more to it than that.
But at the same time, I do consider it reasonable that it could just be made of titanium because titanium has a very high melting point. And the point that the film is making is that Johnny has gone to double that, which is why it starts melting. And again, if it didn't say anything on the box, I'd completely agree with you. But
well, wait, but why would you be giving a point if you believed that?
Because I think that it's reasonable for Sins to say, well, it says titanium, so therefore it's titanium.
No, but you just said doubling the point, it would happily reach it toward melting, but he said it would destroy the whole building.
Yes, because the temperature is so much higher than the melting point of titanium.
Meaning, so sorry, maybe I misheard you. I thought you said that.
To be completely clear, if it is made of titanium, if the filmmakers were here and they said yes, this box is made of titanium, then I completely agree with what Sins has said.
Yeah, we're just circling because I'm back to like, yeah, the box is clearly made of more than titanium.
I'm saying zero. Zero because he's been entrapped. The box is misleading.
The box is misleading.
My nature of entrapment.
Yeah.
Are we? So he gets his point.
Based purely on the information that the film is giving us, Sins is not inaccurate. But I agree with Mauler that it would be dumb for this to just be made of, because again, the tech they have access to, it would not just be titanium.
I'm convinced to lean more neutral on this. I don't think the sin is enough to get a point away. I might be moved to a Peepo sus, but I think I'm following random here. I think it's fair to say it's not that big of a problem to where he should lose a point for it.
Bring what you got?
I'm a little bit I'm just confused now, honestly. I'm very lost.
Well, it's because we're trying to interpret what Sins interpreted from this dumb scene in a dumb movie. It's tricky.
Because, yeah, the conclusion is he used titanium as a point of reference because they had big text that said titanium on it. Is it reasonable to conclude that titanium is the only thing that it's made of?
It could be thickness.
It
could also be like...
Look at it. There's even pipes there.
There would have
titanium pipes.
There would have to be more than titanium, like, in terms of other components.
Do the pipes go into it, or...
I don't know.
Or are they on the outside? Are they supplying some kind of a like power or signals to something on the top of it, or
on the
foam goo anti-fire spray thing?
Because on this slits as well, I know it's melted, so I can't tell from this. Let me see if I can find the.
Yeah, I'm checking it. Yeah, there are slits. There are slits all over it, but whether those are presumably not just holes, right?
Titanium glass.
So I was gonna say, like, presuming the slits are as we see them. Give me a sec. I've almost found the scene. Then there's got to be more going on in that machine, because otherwise the fire would just go through the slits.
I think I would agree with that, but then on the point as to whether we can reasonably criticize Sins for doing this, unless you're willing to stop and pause the movie and stare at a box which says titanium on it, and then create justifiably a reason why it isn't just titanium, you're not necessarily going to come away with the impression it's anything other than titanium, because the box is labeled titanium to the point where, I don't know, you might get sued by advertising standards. It's like, I can see exactly why he went with this. I agree with you, it probably isn't just made of titanium, but I also don't think it's particularly fair to mark him down based on the fact the only information the movie is shouting at you is titanium. So again, entrapment, 0. He made a mistake, but it's a completely reasonable mistake that isn't entirely his fault, would be my conclusion.
So had he said they've got titanium labeled on the box, which would never be able to withstand what the Human Torch does here. However, this is a science fiction movie, and we've got some wacky things going on in that box that I don't understand fully, and it is Reed Richards, so I'm assuming they just had more going on to account for it. That kind of assessment would be worth a point, but that the one that he currently has is still worth a point.
I'm not even sure the one he has is worth a point. I would just say 0.
Oh, it was 0, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm fine with 0. I don't think it
sounds like this is balancing out. Yeah.
Okay, we can go with a 0. Nice stalemate.
All right, so that I need to give them the point back. Yeah, I think I need to give them the point back. So,
Spence needs all the help he can get.
Yeah, he gets the point back. Incredible. We did it. This is a certified titanium box moment, let me tell you.
Why there? What? Everyone's saying I was incorrect. The only position I've maintained is it's made of more than titanium, which they both agreed with. So
which we agree. Yeah.
Get fucked.
I
really
can
does a
believe
terrible
that,
job
yeah.
of making that clear.
I don't actually think
Mueller is not being
titanium.
dumb. Mueller is not being dumb. The film is dumb and Sins is dumb, and that was what we were trying to work out.
He might be big mad, but that doesn't make him wrong mad.
Oh yeah, he's coping and seething, absolutely, and molding.
Can you cope, seethe, and mold while being right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the world doesn't recognize your genius,
Right.
you can
everyone
I'm
around you is
okay
wrong.
with that too. Yeah.
Because remember, Frank Grimes was coping, seething, and molding, but like he, you know, the whole plant was insane.
I don't know if
Insane,
I don't know
tell
if Frank
you.
Grimes was right. He was a bit of a
No, I remember talking about this recently. That a big problem that Frank Grimes has is he doesn't really recognize why anybody would like Homer, but there's reasons why people like Homer. He's very likable as a person. He's friendly. He's not arrogant. Like all of these things are working in his favor. And like if Frank Grimes was a little less bitter about the world, that might be something that he could recognize.
Yeah, I mean, you get why he has his perspective, but Homer, he's pretty chill throughout that whole episode, and he's trying to be nice to him as well.
Well, and remember, because Homer going to outer space, he did save them. It might not have been on purpose with the rod, but Matt's funny. The rod was the hero. The rod ends up.
That image of it in the car is still in my head.
The part where he jabs it in and is like, "No, Homer, if that holds, we just might make it back to Earth." I'll show you. He's trying to rip it out. Oh, it's too good.
You were at 4,000 Kelvin. That's the temperature of the sun.
That kind of heat should have done a lot more damage. Hell, it should have melted the titanium chamber he was in before he even hit 2,000 Kelvin. And it should have burned, at the very least, this whole apartment building down.
How's that coming?
That's a rude question to ask women.
Do you feel anything right now?
Hey, guys.
Hey, we need to interrupt this relationship drama one more time, because when we keep coming back to it, it gives me a feeling of euphoria.
You seem like memes.
Think that's a joke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a meme.
Stronger than titanium or carbon steel, harder than diamonds.
How the f*** did your little med clinic have any of the equipment necessary to test and confirm any of the shit you are saying right now? Cute.
Huh?
I mean, it's not just a medical facility; it's his, right? Doom's, because that's the
it's the science stuff. Because that's specific gear that you need to
and they're
test
scientific,
the hardness of things. But it's not just a med clinic, I assume.
Well, as evidenced by the fact that they had a giant fireproof box. Like that's not typical med clinic equipment, right? Or is that? Wait, are they? In
we're talking about the
different
Doom,
buildings.
The Doom
oh,
stuff.
fucking yes,
Yeah,
different
the Doom
buildings.
stuff. But again, Doom. I like Doom as a scientist, so I don't.
Yeah, he's got like a scientific organization. This is the medical unit. That's his subordinate. They've probably got the highest of tech. So this is totally viable. So that's a negative one.
I can believe it. If they were at a hospital, this would be a fine point. But on a hospital, they are not. So -1. What a shame.
Right now, cute shot, but there's no way he can see what he's writing this far away.
Our uniform.
I mean,
he doesn't need to. Surely you can. Like I can write things with my pen without looking at the piece of paper.
I think it looks and it's bigger than.
Yes, but he's writing the answer to a scientific equation while standing nowhere near it.
Well, maybe he walked away to think about the equation, and then he realized what it was.
I don't know. He's really smart.
Well, but
it's weird that he wouldn't just be next to it writing.
Doesn't what Platoon said still stand though? If you maybe figured out that over there, and then you wrote, you're writing 4.5 times 10 -4, you don't necessarily need to be right next to it to write that.
That
is
is
true. All
true.
this out in his head and just writing out the workings out in his head, then he doesn't need to be seeing what he's writing because he can do that without looking at the paper.
I mean, I guess he's correct that there's no way he can see. Well, it's not no way, but it's not. That's not. He doesn't need to see it to write it, right? So this is kind of weird.
Yeah, he's not reading it, so Sins is correct, but it doesn't matter. So surely that means it's a point.
I guess so, because there is no way he can read it.
Well, but wait, doesn't this become an observation, and so it's a 0
Ooh.
if it's not?
Oh, true. Yeah, because he's not.
Is it built in that he?
Does he have bendy eyes?
No. That'd be funny if it's eyes.
Wait. Does he?
Not that we ever see in the film.
Well, yeah, but he's never had. I don't think there's ever been a. Wait, but in the second movie, he gets under the door.
He has a grumpy
with
face,
his eyes.
so his eyes must also be able to.
Yeah, I guess his eyes must be able to stretch. He just, you know.
He can do a Looney Tunes cartoon.
He does.
Do
the
He
mask,
could do it
Jim
like
Carrey.
He could snail. He could stretch his eyes, around the corner. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I'm sorry, I mentioned it to Muller the other day. I gotta do it. The Simpsons Reddit. It's too funny. Oh. No, I keep it to myself. We've had enough Simpsons references for now.
Was this a 0?
What can I say? Yeah, it's a 0.
Yeah.
Far away.
Our uniforms were exposed to the storm, like us, so they can transform like us.
Well, that's convenient. It prevents assholes like us asking, how do their uniforms keep up with their superpowers? Why are...
What?
Observation?
It's an explanation. It
doesn't...
like it's...
It prevents you from asking only insofar as it answers the question.
It's both not a convenient, but also kind of convenient. It's really up to the writers what happened to their suits, you know, and the writers are saying, well, because of the blast, it allows them now to do what they need them to do. So
Yes.
They did set it up earlier, technically.
They did.
Yeah, but the film, I don't know if this affects Sins, but the film doesn't like dig in on like, oh, it affected our DNA and it means that you're bendy now. Like suits don't have DNA, so that doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying.
And if Reed would have put on Sue's suit, then it wouldn't bend. It wouldn't stretch,
and
right?
this setup, so to speak, only accounts for Human Torch and probably not to the degrees that he gets, because they talked about temperature.
Degrees.
But Fantastic Four as a whole, this is just the writer being super beneficial to them. The suit stretching with Reed or the suit going invisible with Sue is like, oh wow, cool. That's yeah. And they're saying it's like, yeah, well, that's what you got blasted with, and that was your power, and that was their suit was on, so blah blah blah. And it's like, okay.
The line earlier is that it functions as a second skin, right? So if your, I guess it means that if your skin changes its nature, then the suit just adapts to it. It's very convenient.
So how come?
Writing, but...
So is there any reason why the Thing's suit didn't turn to stone afterwards, or did it? And no one noticed.
Was he wearing it when he turned into stone?
The astronaut.
Yeah, but you'd be wearing like layers of stuff, right?
I don't know. Maybe it did, and they never commented on it. It's a pile of rocks.
Because I'm like, they went to go pick it up or something where it had crumpled and it just turned to orange stone.
I think I'm more inclined to agree with him than disagree on this.
It is convenient, even though it was mentioned earlier. It is convenient based on the other information the film has given us about DNA, which doesn't apply to clothing.
Because it's a logical induction, but simultaneously space magic, and so it's like if it's space magic, it's fine. But if it's like, no, it makes sense because the rays that hit you guys and gave you your powers also hit the suits and gave them the compatible powers. You're like, what?
Well, also, like for example, in the case of Sue Storm, like she can turn invisible when she gets angry. Does the suit have to get angry as well? If she's not wearing the suit and she touches it while angry, does it get invisible? Like, how does that work? How does it know when she's angry? That's all just hand waved, which I think is probably okay to do, but I think that means Sins is accurate.
I give him a point for this.
It is convenient.
Very convenient.
It is convenient. Yeah. Fair. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm glad that the film addresses it, sort of, but it is convenient, you know.
Forms keep up with their superpowers. Wired is still selling that Reed Richards is bankrupt issue we saw at the beginning of this movie. Invisible Naked.
I mean, would that be big news?
How long has it been?
It's just it's an observation, though, isn't it? It's like,
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I don't know off the top of my head the timeline, because it might still be, like, is it a weekly thing or monthly or whatever?
Actually, yeah, Wired's publication schedule is not daily.
Well, no, hold on. Was that magazine not seen prior to the 6-month space mission?
6 weeks.
6
Yeah.
Sorry, 6 weeks.
And even then, it was
yeah.
not like brand new, right? Because
Yes, that'd be strange because there'd be a new issue out.
oh,
Yeah,
you know
I feel
what?
like this
I
is
think
worth
what
a
he's
point,
Might
then.
be.
I kind of wish he'd worded this differently because I'm assuming he's saying like the set design here, we've got them, they're all on the front covers because they're all big news, and that they filled the read ones up with just the magazine they'd already made because that's easier. But that's a mistake because this is not the magazine that would be selling right now, considering he's saving people's lives and stuff. So definitely a criticism here. But the way he said it, Wired is still selling that Reed Richards' bankrupt issue we saw at the beginning of the movie. Is like, well, I guess it would still sell. Like, people probably would be interested in finding out more about him and where he failed, considering he's now a superhero and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, that's probably fair enough. I think that's reasonable.
So, does he get a point?
How intuitive is the connection between why he made the observation and the observation? Because he said is still selling. Not that it is selling, it's still selling, which implies that it should not still be up there. It should
because it's old news, but the fact that now or Reed Richards is now a superhero essentially would mean that this would still be selling.
It would be of interest for sure, yeah.
I'm inclined to give him a point for it.
I kind of want to give him a point.
Time gap in the issue. I feel maybe if he was like neck and neck with staying even, I'd be a bit more strict. But he is -38 right now, and I think it's reasonable to get what he's playing at here.
Yeah, there's ways because like what Mulder said, I think that's a totally reasonable interpretation. But I also think that what Sins is saying is totally reasonable. It's you guys had a bunch of this prop, so you put it here to make it look like it's amongst the other faces that we know. When like typically there's no way that magazine would be there like 6 to 8 weeks afterwards.
I'm happy to give him a point.
I'll give him a point. I'll give him a point. Poor guy.
Yeah.
He's scrounging magazine stands for points here. It's like, all right, look at you go. He gets a point.
Richards' bankrupt issue we saw at the beginning of this movie, Invisible Naked Jessica Alba Part 2, has Ben gotten
observation
to eat yet? He's still fumbling with forks and trying to pick up food. It's been like months, right?
I mean, that, gonna come up, I guess. It's not like...
I assume he would have gotten better or found a different method at sliding a fork off. Like, he would have, pressed it and slid it down to the edge and then grabbed it when it was sticking off the edge or something.
So there are ways to eat things that don't involve using forks. It's just that he's sitting at
You'd think by now Reed would have made him, like, a custom thing.
Yeah,
instead
it's
of
weird that
the
fact that he's trying to use a fork doesn't really make any sense because he would know that he can't, which means I think Sins gets another point.
Yeah, because he does say, has Ben gotten to
been...
eat yet? The implication being, is like, how long has it been, bro? Like, you must have figured this out by now. So, yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, either he hasn't eaten, or he has, in which case he knows that he can't use a fork. So, in both cases, Sins is accurate.
Or he'd have a technique for getting the fork, yeah.
Pick up food. It's been like months, right?
I'm gonna build a machine to recreate the storm.
Why do you need to go up to study the storm in the first place then, if this is possible?
God damn it, maybe it's only possible because you went up to study it.
Yeah, they learned stuff from the storm, and it has been many, many months of analyzing that data.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a simple, it was not possible, it now is. And we've got plenty of events. Yeah.
The storm in the first place then, if this is possible.
Oh, you can knock?
Haha, no shit. Also, movie keeps teasing us with...
I mean, the criticism there is you could lock the door.
Yeah, bitch.
Is this the bathroom? He probably should knock if it's closed, dude. That's good etiquette, okay?
Yeah, you always knock. Yeah, if the bathroom door's closed, you knock. I live alone and I knock just because it builds a good habit.
Exactly.
Nah, I don't. I just walk right in there, and if there's a naked lady, there's a naked lady.
Oh, you can knock?
Haha, no shit. Also,
that's just an observation, right? So,
movie keeps teasing us with naked Jessica Alba with no intention of actually showing us naked Jessica Alba. The fantastic...
Yeah, it's Jessica Alba.
Observation again,
observation,
right?
Very fair observation.
Fantastic Four keep their extra rolls of toilet paper in a room far away from the actual room you would need it in.
That is strange. That is a very odd.
I mean, do you not keep like a reserve backup? Like you keep a bunch of
all
them
mine is
in
underneath
the
it's underneath the sink. That's where I keep all of mine.
For your extra, say it's coronavirus and you've like panic buyed toilet paper and you can't fit all of it in your bathroom, then you keep some of it in a cupboard.
But you would use the supply from the bathroom, which is why you have it in the cupboard, is because you have so much in the bathroom.
But what if
so
you
use the
it
bathroom?
was the very day where you run out of the bathroom supply, you need to exchange them over, but you haven't done that yet, so you're going to have to use a stretchy arm.
Yeah.
So no one else noticed that they were out of toilet paper and never gotten any? So
I mean, they
but they
have been
did,
busy
it was
with
just
other
in a
things.
different place.
They have been busy doing
why
other
would...
things, so I can see that would not be at the top of their priority list.
No, but why would the toilet paper in storage, the toilet paper that will be used after the current roll is finished, why would that not be in the bathroom where you keep it?
Because of what
that is where you keep it.
Let's say
they ran out of the ones that were in the bathroom.
You have space for like
No, he
5 in
said
the
they had
bathroom, and then you put the rest that you buy, panic buying, COVID, whatever, into a cupboard. You go through those 5 and you forgot to restock from the cupboard while pooping,
Yeah.
and so then you grab one from the go with stretchy arm.
A lot of stars have to line up.
I don't
for
even
this.
necessarily agree. People are bad at restocking their toilet paper that way. Like they'll often forget. Like it's just like, oh shit, I should have moved that over there. Oh well.
Because this implies the existence of multiple toilet paper stock areas.
If you're working so hard on solving the world's problems to do with solar rays, sometimes pooping it'll just pass you by, you know.
To be clear, only one of them is working on it. The rest of the people in that establishment are pooping like normal. And I don't even want to talk about what the things
maybe this
got
is
going
his
on.
toilet in his office.
His special toilet?
Well, yeah, we know that they have at least 2 toilets, so presumably they put the toilet roll stockpile between the 2. Like, if it's all next to one, then the other one's going to get jelly. You would never use the other one.
It just happens. It's a thing that can happen. I'm sure it happens.
Yeah, it's logically possible for it to happen. But the amount of stars that have to line up for you to have like multiple caches of toilet paper, run out of this, never having restock, never move site B to site A, and then have to reach over.
Because do you not have?
How much do you think I shit?
Well, I think maybe you buy in one go, because I don't go to the shop every.
I do. I buy a pack, and then I keep all of the pack underneath the sink in the bathroom.
Oh, see, I buy a bunch of packs and they can't all fit under the sink in the bathroom. So I keep a
how
bunch
much do you shit? Do you have to buy multiple packs at once?
Platoon's being entirely reasonable here. I do the same thing.
Just because you buy like 100 toilet rolls in one go doesn't mean you're going to go through them quicker.
Yeah.
It's about frequency of shopping, not frequency of shitting.
He's right.
Well, why do you wait? Why you don't make extra trips for toilet paper? You just get the toilet paper while you're out getting something you needed anyway, like groceries or whatever. Where do you get your toilet paper?
It's cheaper if you buy it in bulk, so you get like a fuckload, as much as you can store somewhere, and then you don't get any more for 6 months.
How? So just you're saying that in order to save pennies, you buy an absurd amount of toilet paper instead of just like a large amount. If it is so much, you have to have a site B for storage.
Oh no!
It is an absurd amount of
store a
toilet paper.
thing somewhere else temporarily.
No. If you have to have a site B for toilet paper storage, that is an absurd amount of toilet paper you've purchased.
Not really, because the cupboards in my toilet are really small. So
yeah,
you can only
same.
fit like a pack.
How many rolls? How many rolls can you fit in the cupboard?
I don't have cupboards in my toilets. Like I have a big cupboard
you
that is
no
for the toilet roll.
Space in your toilet.
What
about?
We're talking about Britain, right? Everything's tiny compared to America.
This is okay. I'm glad we won that war. Fair enough. If you have like weird, bizarre, non-storage areas in your bathroom for toilet paper. But they're in America, so none of that matters. They're in America here.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
God damn it!
No, hold on. Mr. Fantastic Bendy Man, he's able to stretch and get it, so maybe that's why he didn't restock it.
So he removed all of his toilet paper from its proper place in the bathroom to move it somewhere else so that he personally could do his little reachy, stretchy thing.
Yeah,
there's even more reason for a site
Reed
B.
would never do that. That's character assassination.
There's more site B reason because of how huge this whole place is, how many people are coming in and out. Like, you're going to want to make sure you've got plenty of toilet paper in case of emergencies.
You can fit so much in there, though.
We haven't even seen that room. We don't know how many cupboards are in there or not.
Oh, this is an American bathroom. We got toilet paper storage.
It's also like his
have you seen how big Americans are?
We need your take on this. Okay. The Australian has to be the tiebreaker because the Brits and the Americans are disagreeing. I say that as if there's more than one American.
Disagreeing about? Yeah, I just got back. What? Disagreeing about what?
So do you tell us about your toilet paper? How do you?
Let's hear this.
I don't want to lead him. I just want to,
bathroom. In your bathroom, you obviously have the one on the
question
roll.
here. Fantastic Four keep their extra rolls of toilet paper in a room far away from the actual room you would need it. Personally, yeah, I mean, I got the toilet paper is stored in the room with the toilet in it.
Obviously.
But do you not
But we
buy
haven't denied
extra
that.
maybe doesn't fit? Like, if you run out of space, but you
no,
have
they
lots
fit.
of toilet paper, then would you put it in a nearby cupboard necessarily in the bathroom?
Just to be clear, these are not elephants. These are rolls of toilet paper.
I don't really find that it's that complicated at all. It's just like, yeah, I mean, you got the toilet paper that you know is there available to be used, but then you also just have the toilet paper, the extra toilet paper in the same room, so that if you run out of toilet paper, you don't need to get up with your stinky bum and walk somewhere else.
Maybe you don't have space for it.
You
might not have space. You might have multiple
obviously.
toilets, in which case you have a little stockpile somewhere in your house, and then you can restock all the toilet papers at once.
Wait, but Reed Richards would never say, I don't have to move all of the toilet paper from storage site B to storage site A right here by the toilet because I am stretchy.
No,
he would just be like, oh,
we always
I
stood
need
by
to move
that
it.
this was a happenstance that was unique. He and or everyone else did not restock from site B to site A, thus causing this issue.
I feel like you've the fact that there's site B and not site A, like that's already quite a big coincidence.
I do not have the room to store all of my toilet paper in my bathroom. I simply don't.
So wait, so do you have because this feels like because remember we got a bathroom and a toilet. That's a common feature of houses in Australia that the toilet is in its own individual room. And in that little room, there is more than enough space to keep a copious amount of extra toilet paper.
Not to take us further, but a bathroom is constituted presumably by the presence. Is it size or is it what's in there?
So again, as a reminder, the way that it typically works in Australia is that the bathroom has, the sink, the bath, the shower. Maybe it has a toilet in there, it depends, but there are plenty of houses that just have a separate toilet room.
I have that room, but it is not big enough to house many more than, because I've got a shit ton of other stuff in there that I actually need.
Yeah, so
how many spare rolls do you keep in your poop area?
Like,
if it's in my case, it's like 4.
I was going to say 3 or 4.
Yeah, I got more than that. I got a lot more than that.
That is a lot of time.
Well, so see, that's a lot of. We're trying to figure out what the problem is because I have 3 or 4 in there, and then I have a whole bunch of backups in a different place that I replenish. But apparently,
I really just feel like this is normal.
Yeah.
Wait, so when you when you take the last one from side A at the toilet and then put it on the roll on the wall, you don't. At that point, you don't bring it from site B to site A.
No, I do.
But you're not going to do it while you're pooping. You would do it. You would finish pooping, and then you would go and fill them all up.
You'd have the roll that you use, but then you could also have the little stand, that you can put like 3 or 4 on there.
Yeah, a lot of people have those. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah.
Which in this case, we're to conclude that Reed just kept going through those and never thought to just.
But also, because there's also the additional complication, which is that he's in a building with lots of people, and it's not necessarily a clearly delineated job. You are the one who's responsible for checking the stock of toilet paper. You might just think, oh, I'm going to casually go and have a shit. You sit down and you find that some fucker used the last roll and you didn't know because you just assumed someone else was restocking it. And then he has to say, well,
happens all the time.
God damn it. Now
the rate in which you use toilet paper. Yeah, but there would be such a large window to notice this because the usage of the rate at which you use toilet paper is really pretty slow. Especially considering how much you get out of each roll. I'm a grown man, all right? This isn't surprising me. All right, you don't use that much toilet paper per poo unless you have a problem.
But there's multiple people who
and multiple people may have a problem.
Even
they may have a problem. Their DNA has been fucked.
There is no
establishment
in the narrative that their digestive system is such that they have to shit gigantic amounts.
I feel like Random said it and Mola said it. Why would the amount of poo like how much of an impact do you think that would actually have on how much you need to wipe his bum?
That part's true. It's not the amount of poo; it's how messy the poo is. Because you can have large poos that are clean.
You can have a strongest amount of poo, but it's not like it's gonna. There's only so much poo that you can have that you need to wipe away.
The point isn't the amount of poo; it's how much is used per poo. All right.
And are we considering that Reed Richards has
I feel like we're off topic though.
Go back to the.
Yeah, I feel like we've gone down
buying
the
more toilet paper doesn't mean you poop more. That just means
go back to the scene where they're at the table and we'll analyze their diet.
Hold on, if you're saying that he has stretchy poo, that just has no bearing on how much toilet paper he would need to use.
Well, it might if his bum is not used to stretching in that way, it might make a mess.
No, it's the diet the diet and the supplements you take determine the cleanliness and ease of the poo.
You might not need any at all because you can just turn it into a massive thing where it
Yes,
just
but
like
if he had
actually,
a
he may
the
not
night before, then it's going to be a disaster because it's going to go fucking everywhere. There's no pressure. There's no directing principle.
Yeah, he might stretch it in the wrong way, and then it'll be like, you know.
Or maybe he's like a starfish, and he could turn his anus inside out, and it doesn't even have to
fall out and then plunk into the toilet, and then it would splash everywhere.
It's okay. So it's possible that Reed would have run out, or that bathroom, that toilet would have run out of toilet roll. And I feel like, given that they all have other things to be dealing with at the moment, it's reasonable that someone might not have filled it up.
This happened in my house growing up. There were several occasions where you would hear someone shouting from a toilet upstairs, "Someone bring the toilet rate because you used the last fucking bunch of it." So you'd have to go and lob one in surreptitiously through the door.
Some rudeness, I gotta say. This is some rudeness to not make sure that it's filled up for the next person.
I know,
I
but that
agree.
happens.
I agree.
Which would be,
happens,
is that
and it
not
would
against
happen,
his character?
No, it's not
Well,
him.
it's not him. It's everybody else. But it means that
And
he's never
it's totally
strongly
in character for Johnny, by the way.
Last guy in there. Yeah, but how much shitting is he doing?
It's not about how much shitting. It's just that you finished off the roll.
Yeah, but I mean,
well, I guess
the
the
tiny window.
He's got fiery shit
to finish the roll.
But the thing is, if there are other people who are also using it, you need to count on none of them recognizing that that's something he does and trying to beat him to it.
But that's
just like,
okay,
oh,
but
they go
that
in.
would just be what we see here, is that Johnny went in, did a fiery shit,
but there would be more people to
used the last
notice.
of the
You think
paper,
Jessica...
and then
Why would it be a fiery shit? Why would
he's
you
the Human
say that?
Torch.
Because he likes Mexican food.
So like if he goes flame on, does that have any effect on like the poop?
He goes first off, he says flame out. He says flame out, and then
what I mean is that if he goes flame on, like it would have to liquefy it, right? It would, or even vaporize it.
I mean, he could.
It just little fire poops a drop.
It's all on fire and
flame out.
He's like, I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
No, the worst one would be Sue's poos because they'd be invisible. She could just leave them like little landmines.
How are we talking about all this? We haven't addressed the thing when obviously poop rocks.
He said Sue's poo.
Well, and also I feel like it's gonna have a lot of potential for pranks. She can make it invisible. She can pick it up with her portals. She can pick it up with the force fields and throw it. Well, Rags. I don't know what's so funny. She's got a poo too. Sue's got a poo too.
Do Mr. Fantastic stretch like indefinitely?
Well, the thing is, if she's doing a poo, then does it have to be an angry poo for it to go invisible?
It's got a little unhappy face on it, like
yeah, like she does it and then turns around and says "fuck you" to the poo, and he's like, "Oh, hey, that hurts my feelings," and then he disappears.
Obviously, in continuity, Susan Storm poos. She has Sue's poos. But obviously, in real life, Jessica Alba doesn't have to poo, and she only pees twice a week. That's not what's in question here. All right? I think what...
All he's so you to be clear, Rags and Frank, you just cannot believe the logic of keeping any toilet paper in a Site B.
I think the amount of toilet paper, especially considering this is...
If you bought,
if you buy an absurd...
No,
if you bought an absurd amount of toilet paper,
because if you buy, usually it comes in 12 or 18. Like if you bought 12 and you decided to put the big package in a different room, as long as you have like 3 or 4 reserves in there, basically at all times, I think that makes sense.
That's all we've been advocating for.
But it's the window between when you are right in between, because this has to happen in a very, very tiny window where you have used all from one point. I'm not saying it's not logically possible. Obviously, it could happen.
But I think that us Brits have experienced this horror where it's like, hey, nobody replenished. Boo, when you're in a family house.
If no one is given the job of replenishing, then you never know, because you just assume someone else is going to do your job, and then they don't do it, and then you get there, and it's
there's nothing stopping it from happening in America.
Well, this would have to be an indictment on everyone living there.
No, it's impossible. It can't happen.
They're very busy. Well, because on the one hand, it's America, so yeah, fine. But on the other, they're very busy. I could see this plausibly happening.
There's no reason why in the Baxter building that they don't have a stock of toilet paper and then they move them into the bathrooms or something.
They clearly leave things in strange places. There's a part of books there on a wall in a corridor, like beside your toilet. What are they doing there? And the box
that's
as
the
well,
emergency
which is,
toilet
like-
paper.
No. Because I don't know about y'all, my emergency toilet paper is paper towels if it comes to that. All right, we ain't using books.
It depends on the book.
So
I suppose so. Yeah.
what the problem here is he's saying this is silly, but we believe there is reason for this to take place, that you would have extra rolls in another room. So are we down to a vote on whether or not this is a negative or not?
Is it between negative and neutral or negative and positive?
I think
Because
it probably is
positive,
between negative and neutral, because I suppose fundamentally you are correct that there is always a possibility that they do tend to store they do store enough in there, but that this one time someone forgot. That's entirely possible, and he should have entertained that.
Yeah, like I think that could be possible, but I think it's a very unlikely thing to have happened.
So -1?
I think.
Yeah, I think so. Because he is making it or is it a paper sus?
I'm on 0 for this. I feel like there is enough justification for this to happen.
Yep.
Which would mean that it's just a neutral observation.
That's
I guess
you know what? Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Just listen to it.
The Fantastic Four keep their extra rolls of toilet paper in a room far away from the actual room you would need it in. This is a
But like he's clearly saying that as that's stupid, right? It's not just an observation of, you know, that's something that's happening. He's trying to imply, and we got a big old context from Rags there about how he probably feels about it.
Is it possible? Because given that this is in America, I'm thinking maybe he hasn't taken it from the toilet paper site B. He's taken it from the other toilet that Sue is in. Because he needs it.
Possibly, but I mean...
And also, to be clear, this is an important detail. As you know, whenever you buy toilet paper, it's not actually loose like it's pictured here. That's a roll that has been begun by somebody
He could have
else.
gotten it out from site B with his hand being stretchy and then pulled it through.
Well, no, I mean, not the. I mean, like the roll itself is loose, as in. Normally, when it's new, it's actually like you have to like rip off. It kind of awkwardly rip off the first one because it's connected. So this one is. This seems to be used.
Supports the idea it's from another toilet.
He's stealing it from He stole it from another toilet. So now somebody else. He better. Oh, this means this is the last one in the house. He's essentially rendered one toilet unusable.
Well,
at least
if
for
that's the
number
case. If that's the case, then Sins is just wrong because he's taken it from the other toilet,
I really
which
do
he
think
can't
that's
use
a
because Sue is in there.
solid point, because he wouldn't be unrolled like that if it would direct from the packet.
No toilet. Yeah, paper towels are like that too. They're never actually loose when you take them out of the packaging. He's just a toilet paper thief who's cursing someone else.
But that does prompt a -1, does it not?
It does.
It does, yeah. If that's the case, then he's stolen it from... I mean, maybe Sue was using it.
It's good that we spent so much time on that because we got the answer properly. So
yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess that settles it.
The paper in a room far away from the actual room you would need it in. This is a typical New York Post headline, but am I the only one who thinks Jean-Claude Van Damme should be here, kicking Von Doom in the head, and the title should be Van Damme for Von Doom? No? Okay, moving on.
Meme.
How is this the first time this has happened?
It's the first time he's had his hand close enough.
The first time his hand has been really close to an open outlet.
I mean, I would also just argue this is happened. Like, it may not have happened had he been right next to one immediately. It's developing this problem he's got.
Yeah, he's sufficiently metallic. He's sufficiently metallic at this point because it's clearly been progressing. They've made a point to say it's progressing, and he's
that's a crap
about
point.
Yeah.
-1.
Agreed.
Crap.
All right.
Once he realizes what his powers are capable of, Victor takes revenge on the board of directors guy because this movie literally started out as a photocopy of the Spider-Man script.
Incorrect use of literally, -1.
I feel like the more relevant one is like, how is this a problem when this is just, again, this is, you know, you're dealing with...
I don't think that is an incorrect use. He's making the joke that it literally started out as that. As in, like, he's trying to say they changed it. It was Spider-Man 2, and then they changed a bunch of stuff.
Within the context of the joke, it started literally. Okay. Okay, within the context of the joke, you can use literally because it's a hypothetical in that universe. Okay.
He's just doing his memes.
What's with these lights, huh? About the
That delivery. What would you like?
If someone walks to you looking like this, you need to get in your car and leave.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have nothing to gain by staying here. The life you save may be your own. By the way, point-wise is...
What?
We do it, is that a joke, I assume?
Yeah, it was just a meme.
Okay, I just make sure.
Why is this guy nervous around Von Doom all of a sudden?
Oh,
the guy that you like essentially take over the business
you
from
in
and ruin.
the parking
he does
lot.
approaching you. He does not need like
ominously.
electro powers to be scary. This is just average scary. It's like, hey, we're all good, right? You're not gonna do anything stupid.
It's a -1. I take it.
Let's just see how it ends.
He has this kind of power. He obviously doesn't because he starts mocking him right after this. So they
powers are irrelevant. I think for you to
-1.
Yeah, you lose 1.
What a shame.
They've been locked up in the building and not going out in public for what I thought was a few weeks, and yet he's still got a custom license plate for his Porsche that is based on his superpowers?
Yeah, I mean, you
it takes
could
weeks
order
just to
one.
receive custom ordered plates.
Does it in 2000 weeks and weeks to? It doesn't have to be a real plate. I've got plates on my front plate is not a real license plate. It's just made to look like it and has something custom. You just get them on Amazon. You buy it for like $10 and you just say what's
Yeah,
on
but I
it.
mean, on 2005, you're not doing that, right?
Well, yeah, but the Amazon part. But in 2005, I assume you could just get like even back then.
I didn't realize that was the case
it.
in the US because in the UK that's just straight up not legal. The front and rear have to be a genuine license plate.
It's a state by state thing here. You only need it on the back in Arkansas.
Okay.
What about in New York?
I've got. Ooh, let's take a look.
Oh, this is in New York, so
New York.
Front or back? It is illegal in a state that has 2 plates to not have one in the front and a. Let's see. Do you need a front license? You generally required to display.
You're telling me in Arkansas you don't need to have like your license plate on the front of your car?
No.
Why?
You need to have it on the back.
What? That just seems like a bad idea to me.
Yeah.
That it would be. Yeah. What happens if somebody's like speeding like fucking 150 kilometers per hour and then the cop sees them and is like, oh shit, I can't see their license plate. Well, fuck. I guess
If
that's them
someone's
gone.
I mean, they're more likely to see the back than the front at that point.
You're way more likely to be seeing the back.
No. I mean, let's say the cop is on the other side of the road, and then the car whizzes past them at like 150. If they were at the front,
and he pursues them.
Well, yeah, but what if they get away? Then it's like, oh, he just got away. Whereas if it's on the front, then it's over. It's just like,
it's like obviously it's less likely to know what the plates of a car are if it's not on the front.
Like, yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's just like, why would you make it harder on yourself at that point?
I mean, it's an extra thing that people have to have. It's an extra rule that people have to follow. And plus, a lot of cars don't even have in order to have a license plate on the front of my car, I had to get a special bracket mount for it because the car isn't built to have it. Whereas every car in America has at least a back plate.
I just don't understand. It just seems like it would make it inherently harder. Under
it would because it's one less on there. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I see people making arguments. You can't argue with the fundamental reality that if it's on the front and back, that just makes it more likely that they can get that information.
But I'm fine with one being just on the back. It's less shit that we have to fucking do.
The less what? Just having a plate on the front and the back of the car. You make it sound like
2 plates instead of 1. Plus, I mean, aesthetics. Plus aesthetics.
I just not really. Okay.
So what are we doing about this this point here?
What did it take several?
Weeks.
I assume
weeks and weeks.
Well, I guess the thing is, if Rags has pointed out that it's possible that it could be on the front, the back could be the normal one, and if he can get the front one really easily, I guess it's plausible.
And he's got some level of he's probably done this a lot. Maybe he's got a way of doing it a little bit faster than the average person.
And I don't know if it's and again, I don't know if it's a real plate. Obviously, if it's a real plate, it'll take longer. If it's just a vanity plate, that isn't a true. Yeah, you can't. It looks like it's raised up, but that you can't really tell because I can't tell if it's got the tag that you get when you renew your license on it.
Well,
so I don't know. I don't know enough about 2005 license plate acquisition. Because he might have gone to... Yeah, I don't know how that works. I just don't know.
It just doesn't seem that crazy to me. I don't know.
Also, Rags using Amazon to just... No, I'm saying you can get plates that aren't real. I just mentioned Amazon as a place where I got mine. Amazon's not relevant. It's just that it doesn't have... I'm saying it doesn't have to be a real, like, legal license plate to have something on it, which would be... It would be faster to get. Because you don't have to get stickers on it and everything. So I don't know enough. I mean...
Yeah, I almost want to... Like, I kind of want to abstain. I just don't know.
I feel like zero for this.
I'm fine being neutral.
Who gives a fuck, really, on this one?
Weeks, and yet he's still got a custom license plate for his Porsche that is based on his superpowers? Shit, it takes weeks and weeks just to receive custom ordered plates. Nighttime establishing shot, Johnny needs to get out of here, Porsche leaving the garage with the headlights on, and then bam, it's broad daylight. We interrupt this super...
Do we know how long he was driving for?
I mean, it's just...
It would be weird if he'd be driving all night...
I think he seems like the kind of guy that might.
Morning. I don't know. In town, it is unusual to be. I'm going to be driving all night and then all the way into the morning and just keep going.
I mean, it's
unless
a little
it is a different day.
The communication.
It's applied to be a different day.
It's on and then bam.
And also this. Oh wait, he wasn't. Well, the shot of him leaving the garage wasn't at night necessarily. He's just in a parking garage, and those are the artificial light, the electric lights.
I'm trying to see the full thing.
Custom license plate for his Porsche that is based on his superpowers?
Yeah, he's inside
It takes weeks and weeks just to receive custom ordered plates. Nighttime establishing shot, Johnny needs to get out of here, Porsche leaving the garage with the headlights on, and then bam, it's broad daylight.
Okay. Yeah, that's confusing.
It's strange. I think a point's okay here. It's just
I'm fine. Yeah, that's an odd passage of time. If they wanted to imply this was different days, there are better ways to do that. Or you just don't shoot it to where it's confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as the pile-up point from earlier. Like, it's compressed, it's arguably dodgy editing, but it's not backwards.
Yeah, it's not like a big deal, but it is confusing editing. It's odd. If you notice it, I can see how it'd be like, wait, what day is it? Is this the same day or later?
I just don't know why they would have the nighttime and then he cuts to day, unless there's... I'm assuming that's just the scene he showed, so...
Yeah.
I don't know.
We interrupt.
Yeah, I checked it on the film. It was nighttime when he left, because he's sitting in his apartment at night, then he gets in the car, and then it's daytime.
It's a bit strange.
Movie to bring you grease.
Meme, fine.
If he burned the tires, why does this asshole's car make an engine sputtering noise?
That sounds fair.
I guess that's
sounds
just
fair.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is also like psycho behavior, by the way.
Psycho behavior.
Like Man of Steel behavior. Like it's, you know.
I can't believe that Clark Kent in that movie got a truck and went jumping around with giant fucking tree trunks to impale that guy's truck.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Absolutely insane.
From the Fantastic Four!
Oh my god, the 2000s. Look at that.
Yay.
Motocross. I mean, people still do motocross, but you know.
Everyone does not love them instantly and completely because of that one incident and a cutesy TV news nickname they were given.
I don't know. It depends on how the story was told. If it was these four people saved a shit ton of lives on the bridge, even though it all started because of it's a weird scene. But
Convenient suicide man.
Yeah, could we buy there's people who would use that to hype them up? I mean, why not, right? Well,
especially Johnny. That's his whole thing.
Yeah. And you don't have to be the Beatles to get this kind of reception. I don't know. I don't think this is fair.
I don't think it's fair.
-1.
I agree. Yeah, -1.
Yep, fair enough.
Of that one incident and a cutesy TV news nickname they were given.
Is it true what they say about him, that he can expand any part of his anatomy?
Yeah, that sounds great in theory, ladies, until you realize that his penis is floppy rubber.
What? That's not true.
Do we have to talk
I don't think
about
that's how that works.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
obviously,
just wrong. That's got to be wrong.
I don't know why you think that. Yeah,
he's not floopy and floppy, just like standing around, like walking around like a normal person. So you're just wrong. That's a -1.
I mean, unless his superpower is that as a byproduct of being bendy, he cannot get an erection.
You must respect Reed's penis. All right, that's what he did not do here. So
that's a -1.
You think that's funny, Pebbles?
Oh, good. The part we've been waiting to see for a whole hour. The heroes start fighting with each other scene. Clearly.
Well, hang on.
There is criticism there is it's taken too long.
I feel like they built it well. They did their job in this movie.
I think its criticism isn't that it took too long. I think its criticism is like second act low point.
Almost like formulaic, but that's what I mean by like it's not fair. This film did its job. It earned this, so
it set up this conflict. So fuck you, -1.
Right.
I can't believe it.
I thought he'd be scoring better. Yeah, the more the movie goes on, the more positive points he'd get. But no.
Yeah, I can't let product placement this stupid go by without a comment, but all I can think of right now is...
That's kind of fun. I kind of like that.
I think it's better than a lot you'll ever get.
I think that's a little bit of effort going into that one. Yeah.
I mean, since this, we've had Pepsi killing the villain in Madam Web, and we've had Snickers killing everyone in Jurassic World.
Oh, don't forget the
and
Skittles.
then the Taste the Rainbow, yeah.
Oh, God, that's the worst.
I think that is the worst one, yeah.
Rainbow.
Yeah. So, what does this mean? He doesn't. He thinks the product placement is stupid, but like it's kind of a little bit clever. No, clever might be giving it too much. It's fun.
It's appropriate. So yeah, it's like fire grilled perfection. It's it's Johnny Storm.
So what does that mean?
I don't know.
Because I feel like it's got to be a 0 at. It's not positive. So it could just be a 0.
Product placement this stupid. It's not just stupid, it is this stupid, as in it's incredibly stupid.
Like notably stupid, when I think what Freeman was trying to say is it's notably less stupid.
It's notably not stupid.
It's got something. Yeah, there's something there.
That's a joke. So yeah, you know what, -1. You've convinced me, I think. But I don't know about you
I think
guys.
I think the film should get a little bit of credit for it when it didn't have. He could have just slammed into a wall, But they chose to have it be something else. So, yeah, to belittle that, I don't think that's very fair, man. Especially because that asshole Sobe is just back there doing nothing.
Put it on my tab.
Ben loses his wife, but thankfully there's a super hot blind Kerry Washington waiting in the wings. You can't...
Observation. So, yeah, observation.
You can't tell me that they've been shut up in that building for enough weeks for Johnny to get his custom license plate, but not long enough for Ben to learn how to pick up a glass without breaking it.
It's probably fair. It's kind of like the fork one, isn't it?
Yeah, because you'd want to like
grabbing a glass enough that he probably should have figured it out by now.
Yeah, he would have had a technique or something. Yeah,
that's called having your cake and breaking it too.
But he's angry.
So wait, what are we doing?
Angry in that scene,
he gets
though,
a point for that.
I don't know. Because in the context of the scene, he's quite angry and upset.
I think he becomes angry here, right? Because that's when I can't recall when he starts actually getting angry.
From what I remember, he's sort of angry and upset when he goes into the bar, and stuff just like everything keeps going wrong for him. Obviously, the movie is spiraling toward his point of like moral lapse.
Looking at it, he's definitely in a bad mood overall, but it does look very much like he's simply trying to drink it and it breaks, and he's like, "Oh, what the fuck?" When it's like, you probably should have by now.
So does he get a point?
I think he does. It's the same as the fork.
I think it's fair.
It's a missed opportunity on the part of the people who make this to realize that he would have dealt with this many times by now.
Yeah, show him changing over time with his technique. Like, why doesn't he slide it onto his other hand and hold it from the bottom or something like that?
I guess when this relationship gets serious, her vagina will go blind too. Ha ha.
A joke.
Yeah, it's just a joke.
Latveria. Also, this is what you.
Latveria bad? Why is that bad?
Observation. I don't know.
Yeah, if he would have said Latveria because of stuff, or something, then maybe. But nah.
Get for humanitarian contributions some scary Halloween mask.
I mean,
it's unusual. Maybe it's part of the culture, or maybe it's supposed to be like
like if it's meant to be like, I don't know, an artifact or something.
I just assume it's something to do with Latvian culture. Yeah, kind of cool actually.
I wish I got So point wise,
I think that's a -1.
I think so, because there could be a reason for it.
Remember this place?
Of course. This is where I first asked you out.
Oh no, it was not. As clearly spelled out in the memory scrapbook, you guys met at MIT. What circumstances would have led?
Why would that?
Meeting and asking out are different.
They met at MIT, and then there was something that brought them to New York, and they were there, and he decided to ask her out to dinner. Like, yeah, why would you say like as if it's impossible that he could have asked her out on a date in New York?
Well, he said, what circumstance could have led that to be that? It's like, well,
quite literally anything.
I mean, anything. Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
-1.
-1.
Yep. This is, I don't know. Go outside.
Come on, man. There's plenty to work with.
You're not doing well.
We should not be at -42.
No.
Oh my god.
The space cloud also altered his DNA so he'd be more susceptible to obvious reverse psychology tactics. The following.
I feel like you're omitting a significant amount of context about their relationship to just be like, oh yeah, no, it's just reverse psychology.
Yeah, they almost
threw
down in public.
No, it's not amazing, but there is something there that's working in its favor.
Yeah, it didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. Like the idea that, oh, well, everything was really fine, and then Doom's like, Reed's kind of a dick, huh? And that was all it took to make him like big mad. That's not fair. That's not fair to this mid-movie.
A -1.
Yeah, I think so.
Fair. Yeah. Respect what they've actually put in there.
Following dialogue is filled with cliches. Enjoy.
Don't talk to me like I'm a little boy, okay?
Maybe I would if you stopped acting like one. Who do you think you are?
Why?
I'm just pause for safety, but
cliches?
I guess he's just saying these are lines you've heard in every movie ever. Like, who do you think you are? Don't talk to me like I'm a kid. Those sorts of. He's not necessarily wrong, but he's also just not appreciating like that. There's room for this here. A lot of lines turn up in a lot of movies.
Yeah, it's justified. It being a cliche is an observation.
Pretty much, yes.
Here's everyone on my ass. If you live your life, I'll live mine.
Sue and Johnny's conflict.
All that's just observations, pretty much.
Literally comes in the form of an argument about how much the public truly cares about Johnny. They spelled out power on the.
The fuck does that matter?
Why would that be a problem? Sue and Johnny's conflict literally comes in the form of an argument about how much the public truly cares about Johnny. Okay.
Oh, is it because she's trying to argue that they don't care about him? Wait, but no. What?
He doesn't mind necessarily.
I don't really know.
And also, that's fine for that to be a catalyst for this being an argument. That's okay for that to happen, especially if she is taking the position that she's like worrying about him and how he's being a bit vain and or too like showy. But that's fine. I don't see how that's a problem.
No, nor do I. I'm not really sure what he's saying.
No.
It seems like an observation. He said they're arguing about cheeseburgers. Like, okay.
As if you can't, yeah. But then Sid gives it a sin. But this isn't a joke.
I mean, can we even do anything with this? We just don't even know what he's trying to say.
No, I feel like it's a 0. He's just described what's happened. He's implying that it's bad with a ping, but like he does that all the time.
He does that a lot, yeah.
It's about Johnny. They spelled out power on the inner core control, but apparently did not have enough room to do it on the outer core or chamber controls.
Observation?
I'm trying to see inner.
And then power, and then poorer.
Inner core is longer, so
inner core. Yeah, I'm just trying to check if outer core and chamber were longer. That would make sense.
It's kind of weird.
They got plenty of room. It is odd. I guess
it is.
I think it's worthwhile as an observation. Like it's just above a standard observation. Like I think I'd give a point for this. At least a glad.
I would. It's subtle. It's subtle enough. Yeah, to where he's paying attention.
Scientist running out of time and funding tests his theories on himself. Oh no.
Yes, he does. Well done.
Yep, that's what happens.
Observation.
Jessica Alba's breasts are in trouble. Von Doom is the only.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, yes.
Technically, if she's in trouble, the rest are too.
The person in New York who notices this shit.
Leonard.
Well, probably not. I'm sure other people notice, but what are they going to do about it?
He's got a special interest because it's the Baxter Building, so. Yeah.
Bring Ben Grimm to the Baxter Building.
Because Ben Grimm has been shown to be the kind of guy who just does whatever people named Leonard tell him to do.
Obviously, the context will be because it's something to do with.
This is
Doom.
the assistant of. Yeah. Hey, Doom wants to see you, or.
Is that a negative one? Because it's just like not respecting, obviously, how this is going to work, the characters involved, why he would have. He's just like, nah, just telling him to go somewhere.
Yeah, I don't see how this would be an issue. It's like you've been invited to, or someone wants to see you.
Well, it's also the Baxter Building, so it's obviously something's going on. Doom wants you at the Baxter Building. Okay.
All right, yeah. I'll go see him. Yeah, I think this is fine for the in the movie. Pointing this out as an issue or a problem seems to be wrong.
Negative one?
Yeah.
Tell him to do. Johnny Storm, who's always mugged by fans, goes into an apparently empty Times Square and is the only person who notices this shit. I knew Von Doom.
Well, other people could notice it, but everyone would go, "Oh, something must be going on with the panels. Oh, the electricity's being weird."
They're doing another test with a titanium box.
Yeah.
Is there people here? I can't like if he'd given us a better shot to work with. If there's like no one
reasonable,
here,
it's Times Square. There's always people there, but there are so many other explanations.
No, that's my point.
It could be that are innocent.
If they were to show there's no one here, I'd be like, well, yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. There would be people here probably, but I can't see.
Regardless of whether there are people here, somewhat, there are millions, probably. I mean, tens of thousands of people would see that. It's whether they would care.
Well, no, because part of his criticism is an empty Times Square, and I was just curious if it actually is.
Oh, he does say empty, sorry.
Oh, right.
Oh, in which case, that's highly unlikely from what I understand of Times Square.
I just wish he'd given us a shot that confirms that, because I can't tell if the camera's aimed too high.
I'm checking, see if I can find it.
But also, I mean, by extension, if it's an empty Times Square, then of course he's the only person who notices it, because nobody else is there.
But the way that he inflects the statement like an empty Times Square is, I'm willing to bet that he's saying that's a flaw, and then by extension, whatever. But I assume that. So if it is empty, which seems very unlikely, I would.
No, it isn't empty. A car goes by. At least one truck goes by, but the scene is shot kind of a little bit below, looking upwards, so you can't see anyone else. But yeah, it's just the way that the shots are shot is that they're looking upwards from below. So there's just no one immediately around him, but it's very obvious that a truck drives by.
Yeah, there is no additional footage in the movie other than what Sin shows. It's literally Johnny Storm and the truck, so we can't confirm if there are other people there.
Right.
And we have to assume that there is, unless they specifically say otherwise, because obviously Times Square would have people in it.
Yeah, there would have to be.
But I guess in that case, he's saying, I guess it must be empty because he's not getting mogged by fans, and he's the only one to notice. Or
he just hasn't been noticed yet. He's just arrived there and no one noticed. Or
where do we sit on this?
I guess there's
calling it empty is.
There's enough truth to it though, in the sense that he's exposing the contradiction. He's always mugged by fans, and yet he's in the busiest part of New York, and there's no one there, never mind around him, even though there's always people around him because of how famous he is. So like, it's implausible the Times Square is empty, but it has to be, because if it isn't empty, then there should be people all around him asking for autographs.
But it would be far more likely that just he hasn't been recognized than that Times Square is empty.
Although I think the preceding scenes are designed to tell you how recognizable he is, though, right? Like he goes out, is immediately recognized, he's celebrated. He goes to the motocross thing as a celebrity, like he is well known at this point.
Well, remember the guy in the when he was revving up the engine with the guy at the car, I don't think that guy recognized him. He was just like another guy in a fast car next to him. So he didn't recognize him.
Sure. But I feel like given how ridiculously busy Times Square is going to be, even in the middle of the night, people would recognize him, I think is the point.
Yeah, but it's absurd to say that Times Square is empty. There's no reason for it narratively, and it's always got people in it. It's more likely that he just wasn't recognized or no one noticed. Or he got here by a route where he was in his car.
Yeah, I agree. But if he wasn't noticed, is that not what Sins is saying?
Who's always mugged by fans, goes into an apparently empty Times Square. Well, I guess everything he sees.
Well, then that sentence doesn't make sense, because if Times Square is empty, then there would be no fans there who should be.
He's being kind of tongue in cheek. He's saying it's apparently empty because he's not getting mugged by fans,
which is almost like a joke, but also
right. So his criticism is that Johnny Storm isn't being noticed by fans, or is his criticism that Times Square is empty, or is his criticism that no one has noticed the light?
I guess he's trying to say
the weakest part.
He's saying it doesn't work one way or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I agree, because either way you play this, it's weird for Johnny to just be here and for no one to see him, which is why the shot only lasts for like 2 seconds.
I think I can give him a point for this in spirit. I think I get what he's trying to do.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine with giving him a point as well. I pick it up what he's putting down. I think he gets a point. Poor guy.
The only person who notices this shit. I knew Von Doom had electrical powers, but does he have superhuman strength too? Also,
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. On account of you seeing him do this.
But you asked it and then said it was negative, so you get a negative.
Yep. Yes, you're watching it, so he has those powers. Yes.
Oh no, he's dead now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
+1. Hey, it evens out.
Yeah, I suppose so. He should at least be quite injured here.
Didn't the machine make Reed's rubberness worse? Did he sleep it off? I'm trying to figure out how he's not Reed's soup right now, let alone standing confidently and ready to fight someone.
I guess he did recover.
Suppose he got better, or he recovered, or it was temporary, or he went back and fixed it later.
Well, he was in the bed, right? He recovered. I don't know. It's just that's what we saw happen. It affected him badly, but he recovered.
I guess it's fair to ask.
Well, I guess I'm saying it's just like a 0 then.
I'd say 0.
Yeah, it's plausible, but again, it's weird that there isn't and it doesn't establish that he is getting better and that he isn't permanently like a jelly sludge man.
Yeah, I think it's fair to ask the question, because you might be led to believe. It would have been very easy to write the movie to be like, oh no, Reed Richards is in trouble because of his flumpiness until he gets fixed. And that was part of the plot. And in this one, it's just like, no, we got better. Like, oh, okay, that's good. It's fair to ask the question. Does he get should he get a point for asking the question? Because that's not an unreasonable question to be like, he was flumpy last time we saw him, and now he's not anymore, and he seems totally fine, when that could be a potentially big problem. I feel like he should get I think he should get a point for that, for asking.
But it is a situation where it's not like we have anything to work with as to like, hey, he should be flumpy for longer. It's like, it's just up to the writers.
We don't either, but but just the fact that he's asking the question when it is not unreasonable to ask, based off of what is it? Is it about
in the realm of, is this supposed to be Alfred? It's like, well, that could be anybody, I guess, but yeah, you're supposed to assume that's Alfred. In this case, you are supposed to assume he's recovered.
I guess, but comparing the conditions between the two is, I guess it's just a stark difference. That and he had to go into the machine to get turned that way, because the thing, when he went into the machine, he got changed. I don't think we're supposed to believe that he just gets better or it reverts over time after being outside of the machine. He has to specifically go in and get back to the way he was. But Richards doesn't. He just heals over time from that, and he doesn't have to go back into the machine to fix it.
Isn't that before Doom does something to it? Like Reed goes in, does his flump, and then Doom does something, and then Ben goes in.
I think so.
So that would mean, yeah. I'm still leaning towards it being a fair question to ask because of how much Reed changes in terms of how we see him with his powers and him being okay here and having there be no explanation.
I mean, they showed him in a bed and he was no longer like ripping or anything. He was. I don't know why we wouldn't just take that as the film is saying he's recovering, and then he's recovered.
Wait, did we see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, I agree, because that's what I'd forgotten that was in the film. If that's in the film, I think that's fair enough. Because that's the film telling you that this is not permanent.
Like, it had some effect on him.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It would be very weird if this was just the next time you saw him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we have the scene of him resting in bed, yeah, I think that pushes me into where this is neutral now. Because it's not a big deal that he asks, but the film gave you something.
Fight someone.
Are you okay? Never better, Jimmy.
Well, that was necessary.
What happened?
Pour one out for Jimmy. No, Jimmy's fine.
I
guess it's a joke, or
I guess it's a joke.
It's unnecessary. Is he saying it's unnecessary for Doom to have done that? But I don't know.
Well, he's just decided to be evil now, so I guess it is fine.
I mean, he's on like a power trip, right? So he's just.
This would make it more difficult for him to cause commotion in this way, but I guess he doesn't care at this point, unless it's just stupid for him to cause this kind of commotion. Like, if his goal is to get to the Baxter building, right? Then this would make it more difficult for him to do that.
Well, he's exiting the Baxter building, isn't he?
Oh, he's exiting. In order to go to his office.
I'm not sure. I can't even remember. What is his goal at this point? Is he just being evil? Is he Obadiah Staining right now?
I think that
he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Well, that was necessary.
What happens to rubber when it's super cooled?
This guy knows Reed isn't literally made out of rubber, right?
So I call him powerful, and he's not going to let anyone even, like, you know, ask if he's okay.
What just happened?
Okay. I think my internet just went out for just a moment, but I'm back.
Oh. Well, okay. Do we just conclude this is kind of him just doing a meme, this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that was necessary.
What happens to rubber when it's super cooled?
This guy knows Reed isn't literally made out of rubber, right?
I feel it's not an unintuitive thing to connect a very stretchy person to if you super cool it and make it rigid, because that's generally going to be... Because that's going to be an almost universal.
I
think he's making a criticism like this.
I think it sounds like a criticism, but this is like all things. If you super cool it, it happens to metals. It happens to everything. If you super cool it, it becomes more brittle, less able to be pliable. This is not an unreasonable thing to me.
It seems like Doom is making a joke, and then Sins is taking it literally, because it doesn't matter what happens to rubber. If he's going to super cool him, he's dead.
Yeah, he's like rubber. He doesn't have to literally be rubber, and what Doom's statement makes sense.
Are we sinning that sin?
I'm sin. I want to. Yeah, I want to -1 it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it doesn't rely on him being actual rubber.
Fantastic Four to bring you Eyes Wide Shut. Shut your eyes. Shit. I feel like I've said this recently.
Meme reference.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, Johnny Storm's flight failure is just like a propeller going out in an old biplane.
Is it? In what way?
It no longer happens, and so he falls.
But that's all objects on account
all
of gravity.
airplanes.
That's all objects. Like I don't even know what it's. They might throw a ball up into the air.
Apparently, Johnny Storm's flight failure is just like a propeller going out in an old biplane.
Is it the sound effect?
Is it? Literally here again.
Because that doesn't.
Apparently, Johnny.
Yeah, because the sound effect is the rocket. It's not him.
Doesn't sound anything
I
like
think it is as simple as, he goes up and then he stops. It's like, yeah, clearly the propulsion is from flame on, and when that's off, it is over, and then gravity kicks in.
Yeah, how like a propeller is the propulsion for the
-1.
thrust of the.
I think that's a -1. Yeah.
What a weird thing to say. Like it's. What are we doing? All right.
Flight failure is just like a propeller going out in an old biplane.
2 down, 2 to go.
Without binoculars or a telescope or any verification, Doom makes a giant leap that Johnny died in that explosion.
Yeah.
Does it make a difference? But does it make a difference at the moment if he thinks that? It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess he could show up, but for the time being, it looks like he's dead.
I guess he would want to... If he assumes he's dead, he says 2 down.
He does.
Assuming that he thinks that like he is no longer part of the equation.
He's just describing what is happening. This is in fact what Doom has done. It's a dumb thing.
He's saying it, but he's saying it's. I think the implication is that it is a mistake for Doom to make the leap that Johnny died in the explosion.
Dead. Yeah.
Which, I agree with that. I think this is a fair criticism.
Given his big old flame on ability, yeah, it's probably true. Yeah.
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 He's coming back. He's slowly coming back.
I don't think he's got enough sins left to come back. But
well, he's got to hit an unprecedented string of 3s if he's gonna even have a chance.
Do it, Sins. We believe in you.
Leap that Johnny died in that explosion. Sue doesn't put up a force field even when it's obvious Doom is about to strike.
Mark.
I guess it would just say it was too fast for it, but maybe instinctually.
Or she didn't expect him to actually shock her, or.
Well, she's got about as much lead-in time as she had with the explosion when, like, reflex kicked in, and he does his.
I think the reflex of
hand movement.
I guess it depends on what the lead up to the explosion was, where she knew an explosion was about to happen, versus will he shoot lightning at me from his fingertips from across the room? Is that something that she knows he can do?
Has she seen him do that before? I don't know if she.
Because I don't think she has. I think this is the first time that they meet at this state, right?
I feel like if you see a dude that looks like that, and you know that you have superpowers, she might not be able to, like, the cogs might not be able to turn enough to be like, oh shit, that's Doom, and he probably has superpowers, and he's probably evil now, and he's probably going to zap me. That's irrelevant. I feel like, given that you know that you can put up a shield, you would do it. Especially because now, unlike on the bridge, now she knows that she can do it.
The thing about it, it's so funny how this works, because they clearly give you a shot of her looking shocked in anticipation for what he might do, and it's like, see, she's just not quite on her game. But I'd be like, but that should have prompted her to be prepping the shield, right? Like her being like, "Oh shit, he's gonna do something. Here comes my shield." I think I agree with Sin.
Yeah,
I'll go if you want to give him a point, I'm fine. It's weird. I guess it's just
he needs all the points he can get. All right.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. People just behave often strangely, or that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
Even when it's obvious Doom is about to strike.
Marco Polo.
That's racist.
It's
observation.
Marco, what's racist? What's racist about it?
I think it is.
How is that racist?
Me.
It's
time to end this.
Then do it already. It took Ben exactly 1 minute to change back.
Is that's an implicit criticism, right? Because he's sort of monologuing as opposed to doing what a villain should do in that moment.
Yeah, I think that's fair. He's but then again, the only thing is just, do you think it's in character? But then again, if he's like, I'm gonna kill you now, it's like
his character at this point, I just don't think makes any sense.
Yeah,
he's just ridiculous and evil. So it probably is in character for him at this point to be fucking with them, because he's just making silly jokes all the time. He's acting like he knows that he's a supervillain, and supervillains do this. So in a meta sense, I think that's probably okay. But
so does that mean
I would grant the point to Sins?
I think I would too.
To him.
Yeah.
All right, he gets one.
Do it already. It took Ben exactly 1 minute to change back into the thing, take the elevator all the way down to the Baxter building, run a distance that is probably at least a half mile, if not more, get in the elevator of Doom's building, and go all the way to the top and smash through the perfect wall to stop Doom. Also, Ben...
At least 1 point.
Yeah, I'd say that's at least one.
That's fair. That's a logistical issue with the film. Yeah, that's fair to point out.
Somehow transformed himself back into the thing because I guess Reed built the machine with an easy-to-find reverse switch? Movie goes...
I guess the kindest interpretation is that it's down to you what the rays will end up turning you into, so it's consistently going to turn you into the thing they turn into, I guess.
Oh,
I think it's fair
that he's referring more to the fact that, because Ben is a pilot as opposed to a scientist, or am I misremembering?
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're saying
that
he managed to like easily activate it despite the fact that he's not familiar with the... I guess he would have seen...
Yes.
I guess he wouldn't have seen Doom doing it because he was in the machine, so... I don't know.
Because we know it can be operated by one person because we saw Reed doing it, but...
Well, and Doom did it too.
Sure, but yeah, we would have no way of... Ben would have no way of knowing that that's possible, or if he does, him knowing how to do it is a different question.
I think this is somewhat fair.
I think it's fair. I do think it's fair.
Yeah. Well, and especially because the longer it takes him, the less sense this makes because of the...
Exactly.
How much of a scientician element is there to Ben's operations? Like, I know he's a pilot, but like, is there any...
Not as much. I mean, I suppose the thing is, I think we're to conclude it's kind of like not even comparable to Reed, and I assume that Reed didn't build the machine such that it would be easy to use for people who didn't understand how it works.
Yeah, for the mass market, yeah.
There's no reason why he would.
Like, Ben is the one to go and put the space flowers out in space. He does the space walk, he manipulates whatever he's trying to do to get that to... Like, so he's got some practical hands-on experience.
Yeah, I'm happy to say he's quite smart and very intelligent, but... I think the specific nature of this thing and how to get it to work.
Yeah,
and I would say so. He's just not like I'm sure he could figure it out.
Beyond
if he
him
was,
without
like, given a lesson. But...
someone telling him how to do it. Yeah, because he's okay. Yeah, so a point.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I'll give him a point. Yeah, I think it's fair.
Back into the thing because I guess Reed built the machine with an easy-to-find reverse switch. Movie goes out of its way to show us random dude racing to avoid the flood, but then eliminates him entirely from the wide shot.
Whoops.
Funny. +1.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good job, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, he's on a roll. He's making a comeback at this rate.
You can do it.
Movie unintentionally inspires The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's kind of an amusing observation.
Yeah, I guess so.
Saying something about villains saying something before they kill someone has even become tiring.
Okay.
That's the same point he made earlier. It's the monologuing thing.
It is. Same point, different circumstance, so I suppose he gets a point for it.
Sure.
Is it within his
Ben would be
character?
dead
I guess
if he didn't monologue like this, and I don't know that we could say anything is in his character.
He's he's frayed at the edges. He's just doing anything now. And to be fair, it's one of those situations where it's like every time he throws a kill shot, they have a chance to escape. Every time they can't escape, he doesn't. You know, it's like.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Ben.
Saying something about villains saying something before they kill someone has even become tiring. Good God, Wilhelm, get out of the way. There's a fight happening in the street.
Observation.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right.
Supernova! I thought we agreed that was bad!
In Ghostbusters it worked. It was their last resort. But in this movie, they really need Johnny to reach the temperatures of the sun?
Yeah.
Well, they don't know that that's what they need. They need to just guarantee that they kill Doom.
Well, what's funny is it doesn't kill him. They got to do a step 2, you know?
That's right.
And when it was talked about earlier, the risk attendant to going supernova was that you would potentially wipe out all life on Earth as well, which is like, I'm not
like get hot, maybe not that hot.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less. Like some degree
I think this is fair.
Yeah, somewhere between temperature of the sun and supernova would be probably enough.
Yeah, like they try it hotter and hot. Yeah, I think this is fair to say they jumped to it a bit too quickly, considering the stakes and how they had warned him.
There's just so many things to try, right? And they were just like, just do that.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay.
Fair enough. Wow, I haven't heard that chime.
No, dude.
That's much.
She could barely contain one electricity blast from Doom 10 seconds ago. Remember? You had to throw the mailbox at Doom to save her? But whatever, I guess. I just want this shit to end.
No, that's not even fair, because on the bridge, she contained the explosion, which was much more, so she can do it.
Supernova?
I don't know. I think a constant supernova, because remember, an explosion is like, it's a singular thing that pops and she can contain it, especially at a
Here's
distance.
the thing. I think that's more of a fair point, but the thing is, he's appealing to the idea that she couldn't contain one electricity blast. Why bring that up? That doesn't really mean anything. Like, she could.
I would say that constant supernova is way more like energy and destruction than
I agree.
one blast.
I agree.
It is, but it's also not based on reaction time.
Yeah. So,
and the
like,
problem
why is
with her and the lightning was reaction time.
Yeah. This is a weird example.
Yeah, so this is a bad way to explain. This is a good point, but explained in badly.
Yeah, because if you just said, like, Reed, you're just going to assume she can contain a supernova? That's insane. Like, you don't know that, and that could kill everyone. And, you know, like, he's like, it's just a bit wonky.
But does he get points for the poor way that he tried to explain? So is this her, like this freeze frame? This is her containing an electric blast. It's not about the timing. So he's referring to this. I think he gets credit.
You know what?
One would assume the electricity's not going to be able to stand to the supernova. So
yeah, I think he gets a point for
Doom
this.
10 seconds ago. Remember? You had to throw the mailbox at Doom to save her? But whatever, I guess. I just want this shit to end. Fantastic Four steals the nosebleed when using superpowers thing from Chronicle. Oh.
Hey, just saying, okay. This has existed for a long time, but I remember a certain person with superpowers from Buffy who has this view when being stressed on the abilities.
I know a person whose superpower is getting punched in the face, and he has this issue when he uses his powers. He gets the nosebleeds. That's kind of interesting, huh?
Chronicle. Oh, wait. These assholes rapid cool the hot metal bad guy, but don't punch him into a million brittle pieces for some reason.
They believe
I don't know why you would. They don't kill people.
They
don't want to kill him. They think
they believe they have won
contained.
at this point. Yeah, they're not gonna hasta la vista, baby him.
I think he loses a point for being like, how come they don't essentially murder him at this point?
Well, to give some room, you'd assume he's probably dead from this anyway. But then that begs the question: is like, if you're gonna say all of these things, like that already says that they are. Yeah, he's not respecting the character's intentions is the main point. So yeah, I agree.
I think so. Yeah.
0. Negative.
Because they know that he's been. They believe he's been pacified at this point. Yeah.
Punch him into a million brittle pieces for some reason.
I'm good as is.
Yeah, with miraculous Gary Washington love, anything is possible. So you locked him.
Fair observation. I don't know, whatever.
I'm in a shipping container? Shit, at least they put parallax deep into the ground. You guys aren't even trying. Also,
man, that's a reference. Oh,
it
hey,
is, but,
at least the Green Lantern, they put him in the ground really deep.
So I guess the weird thing is just like, what is happening here? And it's like, I guess it's just he's considered, I don't know, Doom property, and he's being moved to. He gets put into his castle, right?
I think so.
So I'm fine with that being just whatever. But then again, because like you'd be able to detect there is a living creature inside that thing.
I think a Reed would be able to figure that out.
Yeah, actually, maybe I don't like this. You know,
how did we get from him being on the street to here? I feel like
and why wouldn't the Fantastic Four have been like, we're gonna take custodianship of him? And Reed might want to try and save his life from. I don't think this works.
Yeah, -1.
Yeah, I think there's a problem.
No, +1.
+1.
He gets a +1 for being correct.
+1.
Are you just locking it up and signing off on the cargo while already out to sea? Also, I guess
that's a bit silly.
That's funny. That's another +1.
I guess it depends on what they're actually doing.
Sneak some more points in before they add this, and you can do it.
Yeah.
Top men are working on this right now. Who? Top men.
Reference. Oh shit, that's it.
Uh-oh.
You can always move back to Latveria. Start fresh.
Man, swing and a miss on that joke.
Well,
all right. So that means that after 158 sins, I believe he had, in about 14 and a half minutes, he has a score of -34.
I was not expecting that, to be honest with you. Yeah,
I was not expecting that to be bad. There's a lot of stuff to criticize about this, especially like on the rewatch. You could tell, oh, this stuff that's a poor showing.
It is a mid movie. It is mid, which means there were problems that he could have honed in on and even explored or sort of elaborated on to get extra points. Remember, we got multipliers here. He could have gotten 2s and 3s. I don't think he got a single 1, did he? Did he get a single 2? +2?
I don't remember a +2.
I think he got
some -2s. I know that, but I don't think he got a +2.
I think we discussed maybe giving him a +2 a few times, but he never got it. We'd floated the idea. I think he got some -2s, but not many. This was pretty much all ones.
That was pretty bad, and it feels like the logical explanation for why that's the case is because, oh well, it's Fantastic Four. That movie's kind of like shit. Like those 2000s movies is shit. I almost feel like there was not even really much of a. It's like it's shit, so I don't really need to like be paying too close attention to any of the criticisms that are going to be levied or anything that would be worth pointing out as being praiseworthy, which there is some stuff in there.
Yeah, I feel like he did a better job on pointing out things that were okay as part of his criticisms than genuinely highlighting things that were just not good.
It's just so many opportunities missed. There's so much wrong with that film that he just didn't even cover. I believe Fringy is correct. His heart wasn't really in this. He's like, it's easy. It's a bad film. I don't really have to do anything.
It's his equivalent of the Puss in Boots one, but less offensive because, I mean, who really does care about
the one thing I'll say that why I don't find this as offensive is because he's clearly working with his own mind on the film. He's not just taking shit from somewhere else because he didn't care.
Sure.
Yeah, he just did a bad job, but he clearly cared, which in a way is worse, but in a way is, better, I suppose. Like, he was clearly engaging with the movie. A lot of his stuff was just...
he was engaging with the movie, but, like, not trying as hard as he should have, I think, still, because it is one of those movies. It's like, oh, yeah, it's bad. It's one of those bad movies, so we should be fine.
Yeah, so, yeah, what I see is what I get. I don't have to really think that deeply about it. He didn't, like, double check any of these, I think.
No.
Because a lot of them on their surface, I would say, a lot of these on their surface might seem like they're really correct, but then you have to do that, wait a second. Oh, they do explain that. Or wait a second. Oh, there's an intuitive reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
It snuck up on him, I think. He might have been better than maybe he thought.
I suppose what's going to be interesting is you'd be like, so Windsor's got this in the bag, right? It's like, well, he should win.
He should by virtue of only having to get at least -33.
What the fuck? Like, how could he lose? I don't see how he could lose.
There's no way that he loses, but remember that one of the noteworthy things for the Puss in Boots one is like, that's also a situation where there's no way that he should lose, but he did a bad job. And my assumption is he might do the same here, where the things that he praises are like superficial and shallow, rather than like any actual meaningful praise of like the narrative. That's kind of my impression. It'll be like, oh, that's kind of it'll just be like way more observations, very few points of praise. Could be wrong about that, but we'll see. But that's my expectation.
He would have to do like 3 times worse than he did for Puss in Boots, and this film is substantially worse than Puss in Boots.
Oh yes. Also, we got memes. Corpo Mo, another banger. I really.
Oh my God. 1 second.
Really?
That's amazing. Oh my god, I like the detail of the amount of toilet roll that was used. You can see how much toilet roll is missing.
I just keep wiping and wiping.
The little smiley face on the Sue Storm one.
Hey, man.
The things one died.
He's dead, yeah. Choked to death.
Right, I love it. Remarkably, I didn't think that it would take us 6 hours to get to the end of a 16-minute video, to be honest with you guys. I actually thought...
Yeah, that snuck up on me.
It would be a lot
I thought that'd be the
faster.
quick one.
Yeah. To the point where I checked the length of the Winds one, I was like, this was the shorter one then, was it? Like, the Winds was the shorter one. I was like, oh no, that one's fucking nearly half an hour. So we are not going to be able to cover that one before we would inevitably hit the cap.
Yeah.
So the plan is likely going to be that we will do a part 2 on Wednesday. So you'll get yourselves a bonus EFAP, all right? But that lets us all recharge and prepare anyway, because that's going to be... We're going to delay whether or not the winner of this battle is Wins or Sins. Though I'm just saying... Wins, like, how could you fumble this? It's got to be him that wins this. I just don't see...
Sure.
I would... If I was going to gamble money on it, I'd say that Wins would win. I mean, he's bad enough to where he can somehow find a way to fuck it up, but I surely not.
Even based on his performance in the last video, there's no way he can lose. He'd have to do so badly.
I would have, if you had asked me what score do you expect Wins to end on this, I would have said something like 5. He's probably going to get a bunch of things stupidly wrong, but you'll get enough. He'll highlight him trying to pick up that ring, and he'll say this is meaningful because he's trying to pick up the ring and can't. All right, well, half a point. Yeah, he'll probably praise performance as a whole. What did we have for performances? What did we say about it? We had a rule for that, didn't we? Which, by the way,
I think that it was like,
yeah, so
you couldn't just keep doing it over and over and over again and keep getting points, I think.
But was it? Can you just say that someone is good, or do you need to like have an example of it?
I think there needs to be some extent to which you like elaborate on it. Just saying it's good.
There was a what was the example? It was in the Puss in Boots, and he referenced something about the animation in the character's eyes, and that was like a clear, like, okay, you get a point for this. And then he did a similar thing, but didn't have that qualifier, where he was just like, wow, this character is good, or something.
Well, I suppose because he's probably going to... I'm surprised Sins didn't kick anybody in that film for performances at all. He didn't even do that.
Mm.
Also, yeah, that video is quite an old one for Sins too, isn't it? 11 years ago. Oh, well. Hey, no need to change the format, I suppose.
Did he do the second one?
Probably. Let's... Rise of the Silver Surfer. Yeah, and that one is 15 minutes. That's shorter? Damn. That was 11 years ago as well. He also did Fan 4 Stick, which was nearly 19 minutes. See, that one is just horrendous. So yeah, I suppose we are somewhat wrapping up there, but before we go, Random, why don't you tell everybody what you're up to and what you've released recently?
I put out a 7.5-hour video on Spartacus Blood and Sand, which I really like. No one talks about it, and it's my favorite TV show, and surprisingly, the video is actually doing well. So based on that, I'm doing a video for the spin-off series Gods of the Arena. I don't know when that will be done. Potentially, I might do an Alien Earth video, but I mean, at the moment, I'm not really feeling it. I've got to see how bad it gets.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, I'm just like, I don't have strong feelings on it. It's obviously bad. I just really don't feel like I have anything to say about it. You know, beyond the superficial. It doesn't warrant a video for me yet. Yeah, that's kind of it for the moment.
All right. I guess Springy, Platoon. I was gonna say Anne Rags, but he's muted. What are you guys up to?
Working. I'm just working. That's all. Working away.
Yeah, last thing I did was Jurassic World, which is up and debatable, and then the shorter best bit of the video is on the second channel. Final Gotham stream will be this week before I leave on holiday-ish for next week. And then hopefully the Superman video will be done and uploaded this coming Sunday. No, because it's Saturday today. Next coming Sunday. Hopefully.
You know,
and then I'll be away for a week.
I was going to say, that might work out, actually, because if we do the part 2 on Wednesday, we can put that out on Saturday, because we won't be able to do a live one, because Platoon will not be around. So, that sort of levels, you know, beautifully. We did it, by accident. But yes, check out that Jurassic World breakdown for Platoon, and the video from Random. You're going to be doing that, because I assume this was somewhat prompted by the announcement of that new one that's coming, right? Because I don't know these shows.
No, but it was kind of like a happy accident. Basically,
Right.
there was the original show that was 3 seasons long, and there was a spin-off that they did in between seasons 1 and 2 that was, they did it because the lead actor, got cancer, and so unfortunately he died, so they did have to recast him. This spin-off is coming out in winter, The House of Asher it's called, and I mean, the trailer doesn't fill me with confidence, but the main reason why I just don't like the premise is it's an alternate what-if history, which means it doesn't take place in continuity with the main show. So it could be good, but it's got nothing to do with the main show. So I'm really not... I'm not confident that it will be good, but I really hope it is. And that's coming out currently, we've been told, winter this year.
Well, all right, Rags, did you want to make anyone aware of what you're up to as well?
I was gonna have a video out tomorrow, but it's not. I'm not gonna put it out tomorrow. It's not ready. Things popped up, and apparently I thought something was gonna be ready, and it's not. But it'll be out soonish once I get that thing. So basically, any day now. I'm just kind of waiting on something for it. So yeah, once that's out, I'll have some stuff, and then another one will be shortly after that one. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, Wednesday, we'll be finishing up with this, and
yes,
I mean, we'll be seeing y'all around in the meantime.
Yeah. I guess myself, work continues. If you did not know, humble EFAP chat, I did put out a little teaser for the video I'm making, which is on Star Wars Outlaws. You can watch that on Moolah. I uploaded it separately. And then, I guess the last time I spoke about it, I said it was going to be at least 13 hours. Now, I guess it's time to confirm it is also at least 14 hours. We've not yet reached the cap. On it goes continuously. So,
how unhinged.
Very, very much unhinged. More updates will come as time goes on. So anyway, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. And we'll see you on Wednesday, I suppose. If not before then, for whatever shenanigans we're all up to. But for now... Bye-bye.
Yeah, everyone, we will see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.